I know a little bit about what's going on. As of right now, there's no money in the budget for processing the license at Yucca Mountain. I don't exactly know what's happening in reality, but I do know that the next budget year, they've got no money in it to continue the processing of the license for that facility. Horrendous amounts of our dollars, the money we have paid into the fund for that particular issue through our rates. It's in a fund, and the Department of Energy was supposed to take on responsibility of starting up a site. Congress picked Yucca Mountain as that site, and a horrendous amount of funds have been spent in developing that site. Nevada does not want it there, and as of right now, they're not funding it next year. Now there's a move in Congress to put money in that budget for it. I don't know exactly where that's standing right at the moment because of all the stuff going on with this Corona-19 issue. So the other thing that keeps popping up, they want to find someplace off-site where they could gather up this spent fuel, i.e. like what we've got stored in Vermont Yankee. That doesn't appear to be moving anyplace. The best place to put that, if we do it, is right there at Yucca Mountain. They've got the area, and they can certainly set up someplace to accept that fuel and store it there until such time as they do something in the final issue. The facility that we are part of down in Texas is also moving in the direction of trying to establish a storage facility down there. I don't think there's been any serious movement on that other than by the group that owns that particular facility, but that's all I've heard. Can't help you much more than that.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else have a question or follow-up regarding this particular topic? Are we interested as a panel?
Yeah, Josh, I can add something to this as well.
Great. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. One of my duties is to represent the state of Vermont in what is called the National Transportation Stakeholders Forum, which is Department of Energy's means of consulting with state governments regarding spent nuclear fuel shipments to either a permanent repository or an interim repository. So most of what Bob Leach has described matches with what I have garnered through that consultation. I don't know if I can add anything more to it right now, other than the fact that if we do want some expert presentation on this, I certainly have contacts in Department of Energy and also the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that can discuss the status of this. Some of you who have been on the panel for a few years will recall that I believe it was in the end of 2017, I made a presentation on the status of spent fuel storage in the United States and its history. Admittedly, it has not changed much since then, honestly. So that's about all I will add at this point. But certainly, if there is specific information that the panel wants, let me know, and I can find the people for it.
Haley from Senator Sanders' office, can you send me a little IM? What can you add to this discussion, please? And make sure you're unmuted so we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, Haley, you should be unmuted. On my end, she looks to be unmuted. No, we're not hearing you right now. Did you self-mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Haley Perro from Senator Bernie Sanders' office. I've attended some meetings, particularly when they're in person, and I know Tom Barry is also on the line from Senator Leahy's office. And as our offices have done in the past, I just want to reiterate we're happy to give, kind of a general federal update. Typically, that's going to look like a summary of any legislative action, any new bills on nuclear issues, decommissioning, and, budget issues, particularly with Senator Leahy's role on appropriations. So we're happy to do that. I'm not sure it's the level of detail that you may be looking for to take an advisory opinion. If we have advance notice, we can certainly draw on some of our resources. We have, obviously contacts in Department of Energy, the NRC, and we also have access to the Congressional Research Service. They can provide some memos on particular issues. So I just want to set expectations that we aren't, experts on this issue alone, and I wouldn't rely purely on us, but at any point that you would sort of like an overview, and if you want to do that either on a regular schedule, I'd be open to that, and imagine the other offices would be as well. Usually when issues come up between meetings, I'll email Tony and or Josh and Lissa as well to keep you apprised or mention any comment periods, anything of that nature. So again, I'm not exactly sure if that's what you're looking for, but just wanted to let you know what role we can provide. I don't know if Tom wants to add anything to that.
Tom, do you have anything for us? Nope. Looks like he's all set. Any additional comments regarding this topic or an idea of how we would like to pursue this or not pursue this particular issue?
Josh, Bob Leach here again.
Go
One
ahead.
thing that I've kind of mulled over in my mind is this whole issue. We've got one representative and two senators, and it might be worth our time and effort to draft a letter off to all three of those individuals supporting Yucca Mountain so that they could kind of get that darn thing rolling. It's close to being ready to accepting fuel. It just mostly just needs the money in the budget that is already there. It's money that the ratepayers have put in there in a fund to go ahead with the licensing and open that thing up. It was our Congress that picked that spot out of all of us, all the different sites in this country that were looked at. And if they're the ones that set it up, then let them finish it. And let us put together a letter telling our representatives to support that activity. It's just an idea. We could put it on the next time these, the committee for our issues to discuss by the panel, we could look into it a little bit and set it up for the next meeting if the panel is interested.
Well, this is the kind of thing that, I want to open up because I would completely disagree. I mean, first of all, Yucca Mountain was just recently not funded. It came up in front of the Congress and they didn't want to fund it. The people in Nevada don't want it. It's on an Indian reservation and it's been deemed geologically unsuitable. Further, it would already be full. I mean, we're creating nuclear waste every day and we have no place to put it. Even if we could use Yucca Mountain, it would already be to its capacity, according to what I've read. So it really is an important issue nationally, and I do feel that the panel should at least educate ourselves about it a bit because it does affect us greatly in many different potential ways, having that spent fuel there for the foreseeable future, maybe forever. What does that mean? They're government is creating a new nuclear waste administration agency. From what I understand, it will no longer be under the auspices of DOE. At least that was the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Commission that Obama set up. It seems to be something that the Trump administration is following in the footsteps of them. So these are important issues, and I think, we as a community that has waste should really weigh in at whether you like nuclear power or you don't like nuclear power. We can't keep creating nuclear waste if there's no plan for dealing with it. It hurts everyone. So I do think it's something that we should take up. How we do so is the question I'm putting in front of you guys. We talked about having Jim Hamilton come in. He's with the National Spent Fuel Collaborative. I don't know if it's still called that. But we need more advocacy on this issue.
So I would suggest, since we're already about 2.5 hours into our meeting, that we obviously have varying opinions on this particular issue within the committee, and it's really hard to do a whole heck of a lot through a Skype meeting like this and work through an extensive issue like this through this particular avenue. I suggest that we move this on to the next meeting, which I'm assuming will probably be in person. Chris Campany did send me a message that he has a comment to make. So, Chris, I'll give you the floor before we close up this topic and move it to a next meeting.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. All right. So,
Josh, this is Bob Bates again. Just let me add one little tidbit to this waste transportation. Way back when they were originally looking at sites for where they were going to put this waste, Vermont was one of the sites that was being considered. Congress elected to put it in Nevada. They elected to put it there because the federal government owns most of that state, and there's not a lot of people there. Well, Vermont, the federal government doesn't own a lot of Vermont, but it is a state that doesn't have very many people and doesn't have a lot of representation. So before we shoot down Yucca Mountain, we may pick a new site, and it might be Vermont. Just a tidbit. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Bob. As I mentioned, we will move this on to the next meeting. Representative Sibilia, you have something for us real quick?
Just a comment listening to this. I'm not sure that advocacy so much as public facilitation and education is our role. And I've heard advocacy on this issue being discussed. So I just want to flag that will be a concerning word for me in future discussions.
Well, we're already advocating for consolidated interim storage because we're already on the record as supporting that without a vote. What I'd like to see is a discussion, and if we are in favor of supporting federal efforts to create an interim consolidated storage facility, then we should talk about it. We should vote on it, because right now that's what people think. That's what the advocates are using the letter that we signed to do. So you talk about advocacy, it's already being used as a tool of advocacy by others, our position taken without a vote on this very important matter. So, I'd like to move that we create a subcommittee to draft an advisory opinion on this matter. I'd volunteer to be on that subcommittee. If anybody wants to join me, I'd like to actually put something in writing to present at the next meeting rather than just kicking this can down the road, which is in fact what happens nationally and what's been happening for the past 50 years. So yeah, I mean, it's not something people are always eager to get into, but for those who'd like to produce more nuclear reactors and for those who are concerned about the buildup of waste at sites throughout the United States, it matters. So I think it matters for this panel to keep moving. And if anybody would like to join maybe I'd make a motion that the issues committee create a little subcommittee that can sit together or Zoom together and create a document that might start drafting an advisory opinion on the matter. That's what I'd like to put a motion for. Does anybody second that? Guess not.
I second it. This is Sarah.
So moved and seconded to establish a subcommittee to discuss, I guess, spent fuel issues and the direction of the panel in an advisory manner. Laura, Representative Sibilia, you have an additional comment?
I don't know, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I don't know that you captured the motion that I heard. I think I heard a motion to have a small group draft an advisory opinion.
Correct.
So if that were to go forward, I would want to understand how. I would want to make sure that there was plenty of time for public participation in that.
I agree. So there's a there's a motion and a second on the table to establish a subcommittee regarding this particular issue. Let's take a vote to see if we want to establish that subcommittee, and I will go down through the names. Please say yay or nay as we go down through. Maddie Arms.
Nay.
Chris Campney.
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Sarah Coffey.
Yes.
Corey Daniels.
Nay.
Emily Davis.
Yay. Yay.
Reluctantly. Dr. Irwin.
Yes.
Bob Leach.
Nay.
Brett Long.
He ain't here.
Did we lose Brett? Okay. David Pearson.
Nay.
Chuck Shore.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Representative Sibilia. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
I'm going to vote no, because I need more information on what we're doing here.
Commissioner Tierney.
This is a tough one. The reason I think it's tough is I really want to see the citizens guide this panel, but my view is no.
Okay. Josh Unruh, that's me. I vote nay. Alyssa Wyman.
Yes.
Back to Chris Campbell.
Yeah, my concern is that, sorry, I know the echo is bad. It's just really hard to have a good conversation in this context where we're having to do it remote. I'm okay with having the conversation. I just think it needs to be when we can actually meet face to face again. There can be actually more public engagement. So I'm inclined to no right now. Defer it for another time.
Okay, so the motion has been defeated, and if I'm doing my numbers right, Anthony 8-4.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting here as well.
Okay.
Well, now we can see why nothing happens on a national level.
All right, so we'll move on to the next agenda item, schedule reading 20.
Oh, dear.
I'm still here, Tony. It's Sarah.
Yeah, okay. Can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to eliminate some of the echo, and I think I accidentally muted everyone.
That's okay. So, everybody get your calendars out, and Anthony, I'll ask you to take the lead on this one with your calendar as well to schedule the rest of our 2020 panel meetings, or at least our next couple, being that we're in the situation that we're in and not really knowing what tomorrow holds.
Okay. Okay, so going by what we did last year, we met in May and then we did not meet again until October. We had tried to meet in September and we just had conflict after conflict. So I guess my first question is, do people want to try to meet, say, for example, in June? That would have to be another webcast because we're not going to be able to get a facility. The schools are closed. My suggestion would be to try to meet again in September. Mondays and Thursdays seem to work best right now, so I'm moving forward in my calendar to September, and pardon me just a second here. I went a little too far. Yeah. We would have to rule out September 7th because that is Labor Day. We would have to rule out September 28th because that is Yom Kippur. But I don't see any other significant conflicts. So what would people prefer, meeting on a Monday or a Thursday at this point? Or is there another day of the week that works for people?
Mr. Chair, June Tierney here.
Go ahead.
I am agnostic on whether it's a Monday or a Thursday. I have very strong views about whether we're meeting in person or not. I don't see us meeting in person anytime soon. So we need to get used to this format, if you ask me. And that should open a few dates up if the panel wants to use it, because it's much easier for me to participate when we're participating in this manner, as opposed to having a 2-hour drive down and back to get to the handicap meeting. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, and I'll be honest, I'm on the opposite end of that spectrum, and I really wish everything would reopen right now. But
somehow I'm not surprised.
yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'm sorry.
Well, I wouldn't concede that I'm not a capitalist, but I've been eating, living, and breathing COVID-19 response, as have many people in leadership positions in the state, and I'm not going to be somebody who's giving back any of the governor's gains. So sure. I'm staying safe, and I want everybody else to stay safe too.
So I got a couple of suggestions popping up on the screen. One is September 22nd. The only concern that I have September 21st. The only concern that I have is that seems kind of far out. Looking at Thursdays, as Anthony had mentioned, would the 3rd work for people, the 3rd of September?
Josh, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
for those legislators, we're talking about having to be back in session for sometime in August and September, which we will not know about for a while. But I do know that Mondays will always be a free day for me. So if it comes to pass, so I could potentially say okay for a Thursday, but it would be a little bit harder for me to be able to say with complete confidence.
Okay. If Mondays work better for you folks, because you will be in session at that point, how does the 21st work for everybody? That was one of the suggestions. My only concern is that the length of time it is away from today. But if we don't have anything pressing, which it doesn't seem like we do, anything we need to make decisions on, September 21st is an option. What do we think about that?
Bob Leach here. I don't have a problem with it.
We can have our issues committee meeting, at which point I will re-enter a discussion about the future of the spent fuel at Vermont Yankee.
Okay, so that settles it. Let's make September 21st our next IndyCat meeting.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes,
question,
go ahead.
Request.
Sure.
So I want to thank Tony for putting this meeting together. There's a lot of people here. Facilitating these types of meetings is incredibly difficult. This is in no means a comment on Tony's work, but I have been participating in nonstop virtual meetings through all bunches of mediums, and this was by far the worst quality. I would like to suggest that we go to GoToMeeting, or the state is using Microsoft Teams. If Zoom is not a possibility, the legislature is using Zoom. So just something to think about. It doesn't need to be debated here. I just offer that as hopefully something to be considered for the next meeting. I agree it should be planned to be virtual just in case.
Okay, Anthony and I will work together on that particular issue. I agree this was a little cumbersome, but honestly, this is the first virtual meeting that I've had throughout this whole COVID thing, because I've been working 60 hours a week, so in person. So this is my first experience with any of this type of thing through the COVID. So Anthony and I will work for a better solution going forward, and I think that is it. We'll send an email out regarding the Issues Committee meeting prior to the September 21st meeting, and go from there. Does anybody else have anything from the general public, comments to the panel?
Okay, all lines to the public should be unmuted.
Kevin Camps, if you unmute yourself, we can hear you.
Okay, Kevin, try it now.
How about he type the question, Tony?
Hello, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is Kevin Camps with Beyond Nuclear, and I just had a couple of questions. I tried to ask them earlier, but couldn't get through, and I had a couple brief comments. I'll keep it brief. The questions I had were regarding a Susan Smallher article in the Brattleboro, Vermont newspaper, The Reformer, back on March 2nd, that described North Star getting a waiver from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding how long it takes for the waste shipments to travel to Texas was an increase from something like 20 days to 60 days. And my specific question, I guess, would be what takes so long for that train journey? And a related question is, are these rail cars resting in rail yards for long periods of time? And if so, what kind of dose rate is being given off? Because the workers in those rail yards or residents nearby would be exposed to that dose rate that whole time. That's one question. A second question, I guess, for North Star as well is, has the radiological surveying where you said nothing surprising has been found, unexpected, has that yet extended to where those leaks were taking place back in like early 2010, late 2009, the underground pipes that were leaking? Those are my questions. My quick comments. I was really concerned to hear the advocacy or the support for the Yucca dump in Nevada and even for the consolidated interim storage facilities. So I'm speaking on behalf of our members and supporters in Vermont and New Hampshire and Massachusetts who are directly impacted up there. But I just have to point out that Yucca is not going to happen. I mean, as was said, the state of Nevada and the Western Shoshone Indian Nation and many others are adamantly opposed, have been for 33 years. It was mentioned the Western Shoshone land title. That's going to be a bit of a problem to overcome, for one thing. But on consolidated interim storage as well, Beyond Nuclear has a lawsuit against both the Texas proposal and the New Mexico proposal because it violates the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, and that's going to court. And we're joined by others, a coalition of environmental groups across the country in the host states. Just to name one, the Sierra Club, the biggest environmental group in the country, is opposed to these proposals. So I just wanted to get that out there as a concern, and really you can't depend on those anytime soon. That's why hardened on-site storage for the foreseeable future is the only way to go. Thank you.
Okay, so Corey, I'll turn it over to you to answer the couple questions at the beginning of Mr. Camp's statement.
All right, the first question with respect to the waiver has to do with the reporting requirements. Whenever a shipment leaves by rail, the reporting requirements are that we track that and we know where it is at all times, and it should arrive at its destination within 20 days. If it does not, we file a report with the NRC saying we understand where that material and shipment has been and why, and where we are in Vermont and where the waste facility is in Texas. We're about as far across the country as we can get. And unfortunately, we were learning that 20 days regularly does get exceeded, and it has mostly to do with the rail operations. But the postings and the placarding and the controls for all the materials and the shipments are in compliance with all DOT regulations. And where those shipments are and the rail yards go, I can't give you a definitive answer for the exact dose rates that any member of the public would receive, but it is within the Code of Federal Regulations governed under 10 CFR 39 and the Department of Transportation rules for shipping materials like the ones that are being shipped. So it's really a reporting requirement. We extended that periodicity to 45 days, and we've been able to meet the rail turnaround time for that. But to answer your question, yes, rail traffic is complicated. Sometimes trains do get stopped, broken up, recoupled, and shipped part way. And often it does take longer than 20 days to get a rail shipment from Vermont to Texas. As far as the second question goes, there is significant monitoring around the area where the tritium leakage from the condensate drain lines did put water into the ground back in 2009 and 10. A good component of that area has extensive monitoring. The well that Dr. Irwin specifically asked about, GZ10, and sample data for it, which we'll find out about and get some information in. There's no source stream there anymore, and we have seen an extremely appreciable degradation in tritium values ever since the plant shut down, and actually well before that when we did all the mitigation efforts with the half-life of tritium. The values of those, for the most part, all the wells that are outside of those areas, we've seen well below the drinking water standards. So to answer the question fully, we have seen an expected reduction in the tritiation of the water that's in the ground in that area. And in most cases, it's down to non-detectable or well below the drinking water standards. I think I got this question, but I'm open to follow up if I missed anything.
No, thank you. I guess in addition to the tritium contamination, I remember there being other forms of radioactive contamination. I don't remember the exact isotopes, but there were several, I think. So are you going to do more extensive testing of that area where the leakage was, or is that well the only testing that you're doing?
Some of the wells that are associated with that are in the groundwater monitoring sampling program for our radiological samples, so that's an ongoing process. But for specific radiological constituents, I'm not familiar with what you're describing, and I'm not sure how to answer a question that's not defined.
Okay, is there any additional public comments or questions?
I thought we had another one coming in. I'm scrolling back to see.
I don't see any. I've been paying attention to it as well.
No, I'm not seeing anything else.
All right, very good. So I make a motion to adjourn.
Actually, I do have one thing I'd like to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, everyone, thank you for bearing with the Skype meeting this evening. With regards to using Teams, Teams more or less has the same interface as this, so I do not think that's a viable option. I suspect that some of you heard me swearing when the entire interface on my laptop disappeared in the middle of the meeting, so I thought the entire meeting had crashed. So my apologies for the unprofessionalism there. I'm not sure what we can do to make this a little bit easier. If we can go back to GoToMeeting or GoToWebinar, I would certainly be willing to do that. I was much happier with that setup than Skype. Zoom is a possibility, assuming I can get it installed on my work laptop. However, what I see on that is unless we pay some additional money for it, the meetings all cut off at 30 minutes, which would not work here. So that may be a reason to tap some of the funding that North Star has offered. But thank you very much, everyone.
I'll second Josh's motion.
Very good. So moved and seconded to adjourn. Let's see. Let's go down. Well, we probably don't even need to go down through the list. Please unmute yourself and say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
morning, everyone. It's a meeting of the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee, and today is Thursday, May 7th. It's 10 o'clock, so we're going to get started. So good to see you all, and as a committee again. Senator Rogers can't join us, but he has sent in to Jude, and she's going to redistribute it to all of us, a list of his priorities.
Flag.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Okay. So is everyone all set? I see Senator Campion kind of. Senator Campion, are you all set?
I am all set. I'm just decided to step outside, and I'm going to try to get, there we go. I don't know if you can see me.
The garden looks beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. It's coming along. Coming along. Good old Mount Anthony in the background.
Tree needs a little trimming there.
I think I'll.
It's greener where you are, I would say.
It's much greener where I am, even though we too are expecting some
snow this weekend.
Some cold weather.
Okay.
So I've sent the email to everyone, and as per our committee assistance requirements, I am supposed to take myself off the screen. So I'm here listening and I can talk.
Great.
But...
All right. If we have an emergency, we'll be calling on you.
Yeah, okay.
We'll try not to have an emergency.
All right. Okay.
Okay, well, great. So thanks, committee, for getting together. In terms of working with the Pro Temp's office, right at the moment, one of the tasks assigned to every committee is prioritizing work from here to the finish line. And I think it's still a work in progress. You know, what do we mean by the finish line? I think there's a near-term finish line, which my sense is it hasn't been clearly stated yet, that early June, we may have budget adjustment plus first quarter budget for FY21. That'll get passed and we'll, I don't know, go into some sort of more dormant phase as a legislature and be returning something like August, September for a final budget for the balance of the year. How much, this is a tricky planning session we're being asked to engage in because it's not clear to me exactly how much time we have right now and until we pass that first set of budget documents, and then how much time we'll have when we come back, say August, September. Are we? I apologize that I can't lay out sort of clear parameters to help us make all our decisions right now, but I just wanted to let you know the framework we're working in. And I think we're still being asked to drive anything that we see that's COVID impacted, that we should prioritize addressing that. And then secondly, looking at the balance of work that's in our committees, either or in the Senate, either our own bills. We have two bills that we voted out that one's on the calendar, the other's in finance and could be out, I think probably in short order. It's our plastics and waste bill. And then we have, a few big bills that came over from the House in our in basket. So what I'd like to do is just talk with all of you and hear your thoughts on, the email I just sent out that gathered together two earlier emails. Basically, the breakout is, there's the COVID bucket, anything that we need to get done sooner rather than later because COVID's impacting something in our jurisdiction. Then secondly, non-COVID. So I would put in that bucket things like the Act 250 bill. And then third, the two working groups have asked us to contribute. Senator Campion, you're a vice chair of one. You may want to fill us in your own words what your group is looking for. But between an email from Senators Westman and Campion plus a call from Senator Pearson on the other working group, the things that we've been asked to contribute to the working groups are, as I understand them, for one working group, what entities will need assistance as our economy restarts? And secondly, what lessons for the short term and the long term have we learned so far so that we might try to record those or do some, in some way, keep track of the lessons learned with an eye, I think, really on, like the next session. So that's it for the framework. And then the rest of those, the emails lay out, one of them is a list of bills, and then the other one was a list I sent out 2 days ago, all the areas that we work in that I thought we might, just send it as a memory prompt, like, are there things happening in these areas that we should be working on? So let me stop there and say, well, any general discussion before we start to work our way through those lists?
I mean, the only thing I might add, if I may,
Yeah, please.
is I mean, there are things, of course, that I think we'd all like to see happen. It's partly it's timing. If we're looking at 2 more weeks possibly of session before we take a break, I don't know how we would get to things like the Global Warming Solutions Act or even Act 250 stuff, unless I'm misreading something. I mean, those are things that are exciting and I think really important. But I just trying to also deal within a level of reality. And I look to you, Mr. Chair, to ask, are these things that we actually could get done?
Yeah. Well, this is an open discussion amongst all of us. We've all been involved in all of this work. So I want to make sure that everyone feels that their voice and priorities get heard as we sort our way through. But if we have really only through the end of this month, basically 3 weeks to work, and even if we're meeting every day of the week, Tuesday through Friday, 2 hours, and I think I say 2 hours because Zoom is not the same as a normal committee meeting in my experience. Like I'd say a 2 hour, 90 minutes to 2 hours, I'm finding it's kind of a good maximum dose of Zooming at once for productivity. At any rate, so round up to 2 hours. That would be, even at 4 meetings a week, that's 8 hours and 3 weeks, 24. We could, I would say, honestly, if we were to work on Act 250, the entire bill we received, even if we spent all the time we have, I'm not confident that we will have felt like we did our due diligence on Act 250, which has been under development since September 25th, 2017. That's when the commission first met. That was the driver for the bill that we got. So that said, not to stick to Act 250 too much, but I'm also thinking about, are there elements of things? So we'd say, well, for instance, Act 250 doesn't seem feasible to take on that entire bill. But we know there was a sticking point around trails and exposure to Act 250 liability. And our economy's challenged, and we have an outdoor recreation industry that could be one of the brighter spots, of the businesses that could get restarted in tourism and recreation. Things like trails might be a particularly good opportunity. So
that's a great point. Absolutely. To kind of look at just pieces, particularly I think the trails piece is something that I think we'd all be interested in.
And there will be sort of deeper dives and less deep dives on that. For instance, there was a jurisdictional opinion, either one or two of them. We need to get some help with Mike O'Grady from sorting through the filings and the status to find out where things are. But if one possibility, for instance, might be a moratorium on implementing a jurisdictional opinion as it relates to trails, while the full trails working groups come up with something that I would call something like the AMPs of trails, and we don't have a published set of AMPs, I don't believe yet, for trails. So we know there's an opportunity there. There's some legal clouds hanging over it that I think are holding people back. Can we get rid of the legal clouds for at least the balance of this year would be the question I have. Um, Any thoughts on 250?
Yeah.
250? Yeah, Senator McDonald.
I thought it was a coin flip when we, whether we get it wrapped up when we took recess back in March. And I think it's impossible to deal with at this point, to deal with responsibly. The trails issue is, if we weren't doing an Act 250, looking at Act 250 bill, that would have come up anyway.
Right.
So I would treat that as a separate issue.
Okay. All right. So is the committee generally interested in in looking into the trails thing, if that's sort of a discrete piece of work we can do going forward with the time we have?
Yeah. If we weren't going to be tasked with finding the inevitable or the end solution, but put a pathway, no pun intended, to get to one.
Okay. Great. Senator Perrin?
No, I think that makes sense.
Okay. So Global Warming Solution Act, that to me is a complicated and deep bill. And, you know, I'm open to working on it. The challenge I see is that it's a major shift in energy policy, and that was developed over a period of months with intense testimony. I have some serious questions about it, and I'm guessing you all do too. And so, although I'm open to, if it's a committee priority, to working on it, just to be direct about it, I don't see that we have the capacity to dig into that at this point and pass that, unless we're going to get a lot more committee time than is my current understanding. What are other people thinking on that one?
I agree.
I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on.
Right.
I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on. I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm working on it. It's showing live.
The thing about global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
What happens when you put
I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
That's the third time. Many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube feed into Zoom?
Yeah, there's some problems. I'm trying to figure it out.
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just to make sure. I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
What are people thinking on that?
I agree.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube?
This is around.
Yeah, there's some problems.
Greetings. Welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. This is one of our first shows during the COVID-19 crisis, and we're trying to get back on track and talk to the policymakers and people in the news here. Today, we have a special guest. We have Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Mike. Nice to see you.
Good. Good to see you. David, most people know, and I don't want to assume it though, that you're a farmer. It's early in the morning, so I'm assuming you've finished chores for today.
Well, I've done
Good
some
morning.
myself, and I've got a couple crew that come in to do the pigs and getting some plants started. Some of the crew are here, but yeah, I was up around 5 setting up the chick brooder. We had a new arrival of 275 meat bird little yellow chicks. So we give them fresh shavings, clean water, a good start with heat lamps, and I went to the post office and picked those up at 6:30, and nicely nestled in today.
Yeah. So wanted to ask, as a farmer, diversified farming seems to be the future of ag in Vermont, at least a growing part of it. Can you tell me what kind of things you raise on your farm?
Sure. I know that actually your county, Windham County, is the most diverse ag county in the state, which is a nice little hallmark to have. Obviously, I think we still want dairy to thrive and need to figure out how to remedy the multi-year challenges that they've been facing. But on our farm, we grow about 50 different types of crops, maybe even 150 types of cultivars, because there's, say, 3 varieties of carrots and 12 varieties of tomatoes. But we also raise meat birds. We do this year, we're going to do about 1,300, almost 1,400 meat birds. And we raise some hogs. We sell piglets in the spring, probably about 100 this year. And we've got some laying hens, not as many as we'd like, but we grow a range of things. We don't do any cheese or dairy at this point, and probably won't, because we're pretty full busy. And we also grew hemp for the first time last year, and now we make some salve and sell hemp flour as well.
Yeah. The question leads to a question that I get a lot. Can Vermont feed itself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill McKibben visited my farm over 20 years ago when I was in the Intervale. And I said we can. We certainly have the land. We have the equipment. We have the ability. We would need a big shift in our systems to do it, however, because right now it would take far more labor than currently works on our farms. And we would probably have to import some more vegetable or grain type equipment because we have a fairly dairy type equipment focused situation. But as far as having the land open and ready to be planted, I think we certainly could, but it would be a transition. Some of those hay fields and corn fields would need to be a wider range of products. But we're seeing that experience and expertise grow in the state with some really innovative farmers and grains, even a rice farmer. And then our extension agency is having a broader and broader set of knowledge. So if we had to on a dime, I'd say with 1 year notice, and we could get our hands on the seed, if people were ready to get out there and work or volunteer to get that food grown, if we were in a we need to produce our own food moment, we could, but it wouldn't happen on a flip of a dime.
Now, we've got some, as you said, some amazing growers down here in Windham County. People like Paul Harlow in Westminster, Jack Mannix at Walker Farm in Dummerston.
Yeah, great.
And one of the things they mention is we would need to boost our storage.
That's absolutely right. That certainly to maintain food throughout the year, we would need to be able to put it up, whether it's root cellars, whether it's canning, whether it's freezing. You know, we have some pretty big storage units on those apple farms, but when you actually think how much food we eat, I'd give you an example. Our farm, we're pretty excited in the fall when our 3 coolers in our warmer room are full. We probably have 100,000 pounds of food, and it's mind-boggling to look at that much food. But when I do the math, I live on the very edge of Chittenden County and Addison County. That's less than 1 pound of food for all Chittenden County residents for 1 day. And I'm not as big as Paul Harlow or Pete's Greens, but I think according to the Farm to Plate survey, I'm in the top 5% scale And so if I've got not enough food for, a sixth of the population to have 1 pound for one day in storage, then that really, I think they're absolutely right. That is a massive pinch point, and we would need to construct significant storage.
So as we look to get our economy rolling again, especially ag, as you mentioned before, dairy is struggling, and dairy certainly has its challenges. For a while there, last year, milk prices were finally up around $19, $20 a hundred, but now they've crashed, and we're looking to help people diversify. Is this the way to help the ag economy forward?
Well, I think there's a combination of things. I don't know whether we try to differentiate Vermont's milk from commodity milk. We do that with our amazing cheeses, and we've differentiated that value-added product from other cheeses around the country and the world. We're getting awards from around the world, competing with France for the best cheeses in some categories. And I think our dairy can continue to thrive if we differentiate it, including our fluid milk, and if we put some parameters around grass being a bigger part of their diet, live grass, field access, and worker conditions. I think there's a southern New England market that would pay a premium that could reward our farmers for their work. At the same time, I think we have a real opportunity in diversification. This current pandemic is putting a big spotlight on what are the most critical and basic things that we need in society, and obviously food and healthy food is about as basic as it gets. And so this reliance on the global system, while it is a very good system, I think we've tipped the balance a little too far in the ability to ship and move everything wherever we think we can around the world. And maybe we should build a little more resilience into our own local food economy.
Yeah, well, getting the economy going is a big thing. Any other ideas on what we can do to kickstart our economy?
Well, I know right now there's the beginnings of the conversation between some restaurants, some food shelves, and food distribution networks that I've been working with. And the Skinny Pancake was one of the first folks that did it. They're doing, I think, over 4,000, almost 6,000 meals a day is their plan to produce and distribute to people who are food insecure. And maybe, and this is a topic of conversation to figure out, with the COVID relief money, an expense created by COVID would be the need to deliver food to people. So what if the state were to buy, at this point, commodity food, because our farms don't have it, we're at the end of the storage season, but if they were to buy food in, give it to the restaurants who are larger facilities to then make meals and or can, freeze, and store food, and then the employees of those restaurants who right now have no jobs could be delivering those. And maybe the COVID money could also augment that pay, because restaurant staff workers' pay is a fraction of the minimum wage. And so the PPP money doesn't go far enough for that. So maybe there's a way to create at least a short-term feeding program with the federal money that would put a lot of people back to work, so that when doors started to open, those restaurants would still have their employees. Some restaurants could shift over, we could sequence it, and the restaurants would have income from this project to pay their other bills, because we really don't want our restaurants to go out of business. There's a huge concern about that. Then we have the opportunity with the unfortunate, obviously, situation around schools and unequal education right now in rural areas where broadband doesn't reach. Teachers might not have good hookups. Students might not have good hookups. And we certainly don't want to become reliant on a remote education system. I think there's so much more learning opportunity and socialization in the classroom and all the dynamics that happen. But certainly could pay a lot of people who have either engineering or mechanical skills to run that fiber up and down the valleys and into the nooks and crannies of the state of Vermont, and not only get that education opportunity back up and running, so that if in the fall this continues or re-continues, but also that would be a huge boost for the economic opportunity for people throughout Vermont to take advantage of being able to bring high-skilled work into their home with clients in Boston, New York, Connecticut, just a few hours away, especially for you in the South, where, once a month, once every 2 months, they could drive a couple hours, meet with clients for 2 days and a night, and then live in Vermont for a month with their kids and their families.
Or bring more people to Vermont, knowing we have that infrastructure for broadband.
That's right. That kind of job, that kind of lifestyle would be possible. And I think that could really help, especially Southern Vermont and actually up in the Northeast Kingdom where the 89-91 corridor gets people pretty fast, because there's a study out there, a Harris poll, that shows 39% of urban dwellers are rethinking whether they want to live in urban areas or move to rural areas after this crisis. And we only need 5,000 or 10,000 or 20,000, which is a fraction of a percent of the people in Southern New England.
Yeah, it's interesting that after 9/11, we had a similar bump.
Exactly.
Where people started looking to us, and then there's a lot of speculation that climate is going to have people looking to a place like Vermont for a safe refuge. So we need to be ready for that.
Can I touch on that for a minute? One of the things, being ready for that is a critical point. We have had an economy that had been doing, pretty well with low unemployment, although half our state was living paycheck to paycheck. So for me, that's not the definition of a good economy. But we were doing relatively well. So we could sort of coast on that. And I think our administration did coast on that. But if you're thinking ahead and you're planning for the future, you've got to be doing more. And one of those is, if there's a big influx of folks to Vermont from other places, if we already think housing is too expensive now, our housing market is affected by pure capitalist models of supply and demand. And people that are coming from Boston or New York or New Jersey, they can sell a 2,000 square foot home, and up here can buy a 3,000 square foot home with 30 acres for less money. And so the affordability that the governor talks about for Vermonters, it's going to be like a statewide gentrification. We're already seeing that. So unless as a state we put in policies to really invest in affordable housing in our village centers, and even perpetually affordable housing, more than just straight up affordable housing, so that Vermonters don't get displaced by that migration with higher money, then we're really doing Vermonters a disservice. And that takes planning, foresight, and investment. And that's part of what we need to be doing.
Oh, well, I totally agree. And it touches on something I wanted to bring up as well. One of the things we've been burdened with that slowed down some of the work in the legislature is we've had to fight back against Trump policies where they've pulled protections for the environment, attacks on women's reproductive freedom. When we have to backtrack and try and push back against Trump policies, we can't move our own agenda. But you make a good point. When I think the Times just released a list of 100 places where Trump has pulled back EPA protections for the environment. In your administration, where's the place of the environment balancing those pieces you just mentioned?
Well, I think actually it's right up there. When I announced I was going to run, one of my top items is the climate crisis in our rural economy. And I think we have tremendous opportunity. One of the things about Vermont that is great, but is also a challenge, is that we are one of the most geographically spread out populations of almost any state in the country. And so doing that means we have higher per capita mileage on our cars. It means that distribution of key goods or public transportation is more difficult. But if we were to rebuild all of our village centers, or invest, not necessarily rebuild, but build in those village center areas and have, 6 and 8 and 30 unit dwellings, built into some of these village centers, you would have an economic opportunity to have enough people living in the area to have a coffee shop or a gas station again. If you have good broadband, you would have people not having to drive the kind of mileage that people have to drive, which is both an environmental solution and it's a personal, better life situation. If you have to drive 40 minutes each way to work every day, think how many hours of your life are spent in a car. Whereas if you could work out of your living room or a community technology hub in each village center, maybe at the schools, turn our schools into community centers that include a health aspect and or agency of human services connection, so that the schools wouldn't have to carry all the social service costs, but have that be on the broader tax base. There's a lot of ways that we can make our villages really thriving, that would allow the whole town to thrive in a reborn kind of way, but in a climate conscious way. And part of the climate conscious way also includes our agriculture. We actually, across this country, the greatest opportunity to take carbon out of the air is through agriculture. It's through growing plants that breathe carbon dioxide. And instead of just burning those plants off or taking everything, put those cover crops back into the soil. Grow more no-till crops. There are ways that we can actually help the climate crisis fastest by really shifting agricultural production. And I think Vermont can be a model for that. And that also would mean we would have a value for our product, because there are people out there that recognize that they have to put their money where their mouth is to save the environment.
Yeah, and right along with that village development, I think the Transportation Climate Initiative would help us develop a public transportation system we don't have right now. And it's a little disappointing that this governor has been so reluctant to get behind the Transportation Climate Initiative. What's your thought on the TCI?
Well, one of the things that has not been made clear is that if the TCI goes through in the general region and Vermont doesn't participate because the governor says we're not going to do it, our prices of fuel are still going to go up because we are part of this regional cost system. And so the wholesalers aren't going to suddenly, figure out how to sell the Vermont trucks less costly fuel. So we're going to pay for it either way. But if we join it, we would actually get the receipts from it to be able to put back into the community. Now, I happen to think we should make sure those who are working class, struggling Vermonters, rural area folks, they ought to get a rebate or a deduction on their paychecks, so a deduction of the taxes on their paychecks, so that they are made whole. Because it is a difficult tax for working class paycheck to paycheck people to pay. And so we do need to make sure they're maintained and whole. But it will still give us an extra chunk of money that we would be able to invest in things like public transportation or recharging stations or various other climate-friendly transportation alternatives and adjustments.
Yeah, it's a win-win situation, I think, for us. But you pointed out the challenge is how to make this so it doesn't feel regressive on working Vermonters.
That's a key piece for me. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, David, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. One of the other things we've had to push back hard against with the Trump administration is their relentless attacks on women's reproductive freedom. Vermont has consistently supported a women's right to choose. We trust the women of Vermont to make these decisions themselves, and yet in state after state, the Trump administration has organized efforts to put that aside. Where are you on this issue?
Well, I've been a staunch supporter of women and women's reproductive freedom since before I can remember. My mom was a strong leader and actually did biochemistry work back in the 60s researching women's endocrinology. So it's been a topic in my household since before I was ever in politics. And I've supported every Roe v. Wade resolution and each bill that we move towards women's reproductive freedom, autonomy, as well as economic situations, because actually women don't make as much as men in the same jobs on average, and therefore they're also not as well situated to be able to have the freedoms and autonomy that some men have. But ultimately, we've also just passed in the Senate, and I think you passed it in the House, Proposition 5, which is to enshrine in our Constitution those rights for women, so that no matter what happens at the federal level, with the federal courts and the stacking that Mitch McConnell has just done in an egregious way, that we would be able to protect women here. That may be another reason people actually consider moving here, is based on some of these just draconian policies of the Trump administration that have really been such a step backwards for the progress we have been making, not only on women's issues, but like you said earlier, on the environment, on human rights, and so forth.
And a fair economy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the the Trump administration tax cuts, they primarily benefited the wealthy. If you look at the Vermont supposed savings for Vermonters, it was about $500 million, of which the top 5% was about 250 million of it. The top 10% was about 350 million of that. And so, this trickle down theory of Reaganomics that we've been living with for all of my adult life, the past 40 years, has clearly failed working people. And there's a reason working people are angry. I still don't get why they flock to someone like Trump in terms of for the solution, because it's the top down financial policies that Trump is the epitome of that has left working people stagnant for wage growth, while the upper, middle, and top class have grown and grown under this trickle down. I mean, the way I explain it is, if someone already has a couple of houses and pools and nice cars, if you give them more money, they're not going to buy another pool and put that in. So this idea that wealthy people will create jobs by expanding what they have. When I look at the current situation with the direct payments to people under the stimulus plan, when people have money at the bottom level, they buy food, they pay their bills, they pay their rent, they pay their car payment. Well, that means the person that works at the auto dealer and all these different places, they get paid, and then they get paid. So the money actually bubbles up far more through our society when it's down at the bottom than when it's inserted at the top. It doesn't really trickle down. And we've experienced this for 40 years. We can't keep drinking that Kool-Aid and thinking it's going to taste different.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that how we would do well to help people down at the lower levels. And one of the things we did in the legislature this year, or we tried to do, was pass a Paid Family Leave Act. This went through the Senate, went through the House, but the governor does not support this. And at a time like this, it shows how important something like this could be. Now, where are you on paid family leave?
Well, it's interesting. I would put paid family leave and raise the minimum wage in the same boat as far as the governor vetoing bills that would have put working people in a better position to weather this storm. When you don't pay people enough that they can barely meet their basic needs, the minute the economy crashes, whether it's 2008, whether it's a pandemic, no one could forecast a pandemic. I don't fault the scale of the situation at all on this governor. I don't think anybody can or should. However, in a regular economic downturn, our systems would have failed. Our UI system didn't have the computer system and the resources to deal with it. I get that some of that's federally based in terms of how many employees are there, but the ramp up of augmented supplemental employees was very slow. I know that's a slight sidetrack. We can get back to that in a minute. But if we had paid family leave, the number of people that would have been immediately backlogged in the UI system would have been fewer, because some of those folks who are trying to take care of or protect their vulnerable family members would have had the opportunity to potentially use paid family leave as an economic augmentation for those first few weeks while the UI system was dealing with the backlog. If you had a higher minimum wage, 50 cents an hour is $1,000 a year more in someone's pocket. My understanding is the 2-year raise that was going to happen, that we overrode the governor, but is about $5,000 over those 2 years. Well, he had already vetoed a minimum wage bill last biennium. So you add that on, how many people would be better off today if they had made $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 more in the last 2 years? Quite a few would have gone into this situation less precariously on the edge. So these decisions have impacts, very real impacts.
Yeah. And the reason for paid family leave is for unexpected events.
That's right. That's a good point.
David, we've only got a few minutes left here. I just wanted to say I appreciate you taking the time of going back to when I first came into the House and you sat behind me in the House. I've appreciated working with you, and I just want to say that I look forward to working with you as governor, and I want to offer my support for your candidacy and hope we can move Vermont forward in a way that that brings you and the values that you want to share with Vermonters. Are there any last words you want to share with the people of Windham County here?
Well, certainly, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And I also want to just say, recent news broke that your district mate, Nodder, is not running again, which I think is really unfortunate. He brought a lot in this one term. I think his wisdom and his breadth of knowledge and his measured thinking process and presentation were just really an asset for the building. And I hope that there's an opportunity for him to return someday, because your district really had a gem there, along with you and of course his predecessor, David Dean. But so I want to thank him. I want to thank you for both the endorsement and of course the work that you're continuing to do. And I look forward to it. I think what we could do with a deliberative, thoughtful process looking towards the vision of Vermont and sort of the rebirth from this pandemic is really a unique opportunity that we could do amazing things with.
Yeah. Well, thank you, David. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you down here in Windham County.
And if anybody wants to visit, it's zuckerman.forvt.com. And you can get information about me. You can reach out to the campaign and learn more about what my vision is. You can, of course, contribute, but zuckerman4vt.com. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
And thank you to the people at VCTV for bringing this to the viewers down there. So have a great day. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
want to welcome anybody who's out there watching to the House Energy and Technology Committee hearing today. It's actually not a hearing. We don't have any witnesses here. We are joined by Maria Royal, our legislative counsel, but it's going to be more of a committee discussion about a couple things that I just want to give some context to. The Department of Public Service this week put out their broadband action plan, and some of us have had an opportunity to take a look at it. We're going to be having a joint hearing with the Senate Finance Committee on Tuesday to discuss that and have a presentation from June Tierney and Clay Purvis. Just some context I want to set here, and a lot of unknowns from where I sit and maybe where the legislature sits, generally speaking. One of the things that we have in front of us as a committee, I believe, is a question of if we have CARES Act stimulus money accessible to the legislature to appropriate and direct towards some of the connectivity challenges that we face in our state. This committee and the legislature generally is going to need some direction to our appropriators as to how we might direct that funding. I won't speak for the department to say that the plan that they put out is a plan, a recommendation, a suggestion as to how we might appropriate stimulus funding, but that certainly could be at least the beginning of a blueprint as to how we might direct resources. And I certainly don't have any inside knowledge as to how much money might be available to the legislature to appropriate for this type of work. It's as conversations I've had with other legislators, I've said it's somewhere between $500,000 and $500 million. So that clearly would affect the scale of some of the recommendations that we might get to. Another unknown, I would say, and this is purely out of my ignorance, there are folks out there who I think do have a better understanding of this, perhaps at the Joint Fiscal Office, as to how, if we did have federal stimulus money to direct, how quickly that money would have to be deployed, committed, spent. And there are probably different definitions of how you characterized committed or spent. So, there's a question of, do we have stimulus money? If so, how much and how quickly it would have to be deployed or spent? And then I think related to that would be, are there statutory changes that we would be looking at in the coming weeks as we would consider different ways of deploying money to try and affect the connectivity challenge we have as a state. There are things we have to do, and included in the department's plan are some recommendations as to some statutory changes. So this isn't just a matter of making recommendations wrapped around a plan that we would present to the Appropriations Committee. There are also some statutory changes that we would probably need to consider as well. So, Mark, did I see your hand go up?
Yes. Another thing that I was just thinking about, again, I haven't read that particular plan, but you might have seen, I believe it was a press release that just came out about Comcast expanding coverage to 430 addresses that's in unserved areas. A couple of them are up this way a little bit. But again, and what you're talking about, I think it's going to be important to make sure we understand from these providers what their intent and interest is and plans are, so we don't kind of double the efforts or I just think that should be a part of it as well, to make sure we understand what they're thinking about.
I think it's a really good point, and one that I've heard other people express privately as well, Mark, that we have such a big task in front of us that kind of the redundancy in effort is not something we can really afford to do right now. It's and my opinion on that is, how do we and this is, I think, a task for this committee as well as the department. How can we provide the direction so that we have accountability that this task is going to be completed? And there are a lot of different players out there who I think have very good, have a mission that aligns with getting more connectivity out there. But how are those players coordinated? Again, whether it's the traditional providers, the Comcasts, the Consolidateds, the Vermont Telephones, that maybe less traditional providers or players, I'll say, not providers, which is how does the electric utility sector play in this? Because I think there's some interest there. And then there are some new folks on the scene, not new in my area, but in terms of the CUDs and how they may play a role here. So I think it's a really important question. So I saw some other hands go up. Let me get to you here. Robin and then Mike.
So I agree completely with Mark's question about, or concern about clarity and not duplicating efforts. And the particular rabbit hole that has led me down is about the ILEX and the requirement to provide connectivity. And the whole premise of that, the high cost program is us supplying funds to the ILEX to provide that guaranteed connectivity. And yet, so we are providing funds to different carriers without any obligation to do that. And I'm wondering, just is there a nexus there? If Comcast, which has a monopoly territory, they have designated territories, and if we're giving them money to expand, is there an obligation to provide connectivity to all people in that district, for all households or businesses? And I guess, so that's leading me to thinking about what is this guarantee of connectivity? Who has to provide it? And what is our role in subsidizing that provision? And I'm kind of tying myself up in knots around that concept right now.
Yeah. So I think, again, I'm going to let the department speak for themselves. I think it's a really important concept. And what I read into the department's plan was that dollars that would be allocated, in this plan, it's through an auction process, but that it would be allocated per a town or a region. There would be geography around it, and that everybody in that region would have to be served if you're going to get that money. I think there's some questions about, speeds at which service is provided. Does it have to be 100/100? Can it be 25/3? So I think there's some nuances around the edges of that. But my reading of the plan was, if you qualify for state, public funds, and whether it's through an auction process, that by virtue of taking those funds, you would be committing to serving everyone in that block.
But serving means having the fiber or whatever accessibility be on the street outside your house. It doesn't include that service drop, I think.
Can't speak to that, but yeah, it's so. I mean, these are questions I'm writing down.
Yeah.
Mike, I had you next, and then Scott.
Okay, so one thing that was just mentioned was Comcast and detail, and I don't think we want to discourage them from getting out there sooner than we can actually implement this initiative. By telegraphing, the funding will be available in the future if they just wait. So maybe we need to figure out a way to encourage them to go forward with whatever they're trying to do, and with the hope of maybe tapping into some of this revenue down the line if they implemented it.
Mike, I missed maybe the last 10 seconds of what you said. The audio wasn't connecting well for me. I'm sorry.
Let me
That's
cut
much
off my
better.
video. Okay, so what I said was we don't want to discourage VTEL or Comcast from getting out and doing what they're planning to do by saying that funding is going to be available sometime in the future. We might want to be able to give them some method of tapping into that or work that they've done during this COVID-19 period.
Okay, I got it.
And I also was wondering whether the option 1 and option 2 methodologies, are they exclusive of each other, or can they be done sequentially, perhaps? The option 1 first, and then the reverse bid if nothing pans out there.
And I can't speak to that.
Right. But that's a question I have.
Yeah, and if anybody's listening out there in Department of Public Service land, you'll get that question on Tuesday. Scott, did you have do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I was just thinking about Robin's question earlier about whether accepting money, whether a provider accepting money means that they're signing up to serve every address in whatever region they're serving. It seems to me that we're talking about here multiple pathways of providing service. One might be video cable, one might be fixed wireless, one might be fiber, and so having a single provider. So anyway, we need a way to coordinate all that. Having a single provider who provides one of those things be obligated to provide service to every address. Seems like there's a mismatch there with looking for a way to provide at least 25.3 to every address, and that was another conversation that they started here. Was what we have in statute now is 100, but as the prerequisite to get incentive money, but what we really need is to get everybody connectivity. If we get everybody 25.3, that would be a huge start, and so I guess I'm just wondering about how requiring a single provider who takes money to serve every address connects with the idea of using multiple technologies.
Yeah. I've got Avram and then Laura.
I share, a number of people have said in different ways that there's a concern that I share about multiple providers, multiple technologies, and duplication. I wanted to mention in my reading of the plan, I said earlier there was before we started that it was a quick read through of the plan. In addition to the reverse auction or other methods that might be used to deploy to get everybody in a particular area covered, and that the provider would need to assure that everyone unserved in that area was going to get covered. There's another provision that deals specifically with cable companies that have existing lines and the ability, some incentives to allow them to basically expand slightly, as I read it, through line extensions off of their existing service. So that in my area, Comcast has service up Route 12, serves a few houses in either direction off of Route 12 and the village area in Worcester, and the same for Woodbury in Route 14, the Route 14 corridor, and maybe a few houses in either direction off of that road. So this would allow, and when there is a line extension, that is a shared cost between the provider and the customer, and this would, as I read it, incentivize this by either lowering or eliminating that cost for someone that wanted a line extension. But you're still only talking about, as I see it, a slight expansion of of their territory. And that brings me to my first point, which was, well, then how does that fit with the attempt to provide service to everybody else in the town, and having multiple providers and sort of competing deals for people?
Yeah, and I read the same thing, Avram, and my sense was that, and again, we'll get into this more on Tuesday, I'm sure, that the kind of the section one kind of immediate actions of the plan were just what can we do now to get, you know, hundreds or, you know, a few thousands of people attached in the very near term. And then the kind of the section two universal broadband access deployment things were the, you know, what are the long-term kind of 2 to 4 year solutions. And I think you characterized the cable line extension fund exactly right, which is my experience has been, and I've talked to the department about this, is that oftentimes the cable line extensions that individual residents ask for are prohibitively expensive for, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 households. And it's that subsidy that the department would step in. And I think you gave a good example. You know, you might have, you know, Comcast going a quarter mile off of Route 12, where if they went 3/4 of a mile or a mile and a half, they would be able to pull in 12 more households. But that line extension, without commitments from subscribers, is prohibitively expensive. But, you know, how can you buy down that cost? So yeah, it's not an answer. It's simply of, you know, what's the medium, you know, the immediate solution to get more people online in the next 6 months, I think. Laura?
So I just want to weigh in off on Scott's reference to speeds and the reference in the plan to speeds and a possible exception to our policy goal that we put in place last year of 100. While I would acknowledge that we may need to make some sporadic exceptions to that, I am absolutely not willing to get behind any kind of wholesale lowering of that expectation. This is potentially once in a lifetime funding. So I'm not really willing to have it invested in technology that's going to be outdated in the next 5 years.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a couple more hands up here. Mark and then Robin.
Yeah, this goes to what Laura had just mentioned. You know, maybe I'm in a unique situation, but I don't even have 2/1. You know, you can go on Google and do a test. So I'm Zooming right now. My wife's working remotely at home as well on email. I can check my email while I'm Zooming. You know, that's enough for me, and I'm assuming that it would be enough for a lot of school kids too. And then if I could, I just mentioned that I did reach out to all my school principals, and I actually, John Peters from the North Country Supervisory Union, he's the director of technology up there. At least in this area, it sounds like you could get pretty detailed information as to where these folks are that either don't have any coverage at all or ones that have limited coverage. And it seems to me like, just for an example, J. Westfield School, 7 families and 2 staff members that have internet issues. It doesn't say they're without internet. You go to Troy, out of 180 students total, it looks like 5 students with no access, 20 families and staff that have intermittent and spotty. It gives, you know, what they might have for coverage as well. A lot of them look like the ones that are especially spotty are going through phone. Lowell, 3 families with no access, 15 families that have some sort of access. So again, I would think that, I mean, I suppose it would be difficult to find out just what covers the certain areas, whether it's New England Wireless or Comcast or whatever. But I'm assuming that there's other towns that have that sort of information as well, and hopefully that could be used to, like you had mentioned, Tim, get to the folks that need it at first, I guess. And of course, people move all the time, so that would change. But again, I think there is information out there now.
Yeah,
and I guess the question.
Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
The question am I wrong? And again, I'm not a techie guy, but 2/1, that's my understanding from listening to all you folks and everybody else. That's nothing, but I've had no problems with my connection on Zooming, and I'm not even sure, but I think Kathy and I have both Zoomed together. So why is there such a reluctance to possibly go down to 10/1?
Well, just statutorily, 10/1 doesn't meet the federal broadband definition. So, I mean, that's not a technical answer, but that's a statutory answer. So I think probably the more immediate question gets at the comment that Laura shared, which is, I think there's a lot of folks, and I'm probably in this camp as well, that 100 symmetrical is, I hate to use the industry term, but it's future proof. We put that out, and we're gonna be using that decades into the future. I think, are there other technologies short of that are also going to serve us well into the future, so that we're not, constantly changing out technologies or changing out infrastructure? That's a question I have. I know where my bias is. And, infrastructure that we installed 10 years ago is probably not serving some communities well. It did well 10 years ago. But anyway, I think this is really a fundamental question that we're going to get into in the next week, is, what this money can be used for.
And the other thing is, I know through New England Wireless, I have the ability to pay more a month and get faster service, and I just have chosen not to do it because I don't need it. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, good. Robin, and then Seth.
Thank you. I want to echo Laura's comment about this being probably if not once in a lifetime, once in a decade funding, and wanting to make sure that we get the maximum future proofing that we can, while also recognizing that in some cases, wireless may be the cheapest functional alternative. And if, where we can't build out fiber or cable, wireless may be a solution. It's one I know almost nothing about, but I'm interested in learning more about. So, not an opinion there or a solution, just more questions.
Yeah. Well, and this was something that we've, we'll call back to H513 last year. There was some wood that we chopped on this issue then. I wouldn't say that the funding stakes were quite as high in that discussion. They're a little more pronounced here, depending on what kind of money we have at our disposal. So, Seth, I think you were next.
I'll try not to nerd out too much on it.
Good luck.
A couple of technology aspects. I encourage folks not to get hung up on just speed, because there are different types of usage of technology, right? So speed is great for a file transfer. It does nothing for the quality of service, like for video conferencing, any real-time sort of activities. Like what we're doing now is very low bandwidth intensity, but it is very susceptible to latency, packet loss, that sort of thing, the quality of the connection. So as we're discussing these things, speed is definitely a a good indicator, but it is not the only measure. And traditional satellite like HughesNet right now, you can get decent download speeds, but the latency is so high as to be non-functional for what we're doing here, the video chat. Wireless, there is a lot of people have had experience with wireless in Vermont. That's more of an indicator of the company itself than necessarily the technology. Wireless is what a lot of nations are using who didn't have the historical legacy infrastructure of phone systems. So they just skipped wireline and fiber and go straight to wireless, and they're having gigabit symmetrical speeds. Chair Bergen, you mentioned 100 meg symmetrical being future proof. Yes, for a period. It's not going to lock us in. So the ability to scale it is going to be what's key. We're seeing exponential growth as far as the requirements of what people need in order to be able to fully participate in the online environment. I would also offer the suggestion that if we use the analogy of roads, there's dirt roads, there's paved roads, there's highways. The more we build out the highways, the shorter that distance of secondary road is. The more we build out the paved roads, the shorter distance that dirt road is. So just because we're able to reach a customer with only 2/1, as Mark was mentioning, then that doesn't necessarily mean that that's not building up the infrastructure to help everybody, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not functional in the future. So it's more of a holistic picture to look at, but it can be both.
Got it. Good. I want to throw something else out there for because it was mentioned in the plan, and I have a soft spot for this issue because it was such a huge issue locally in the Upper Valley as EC Fiber was kind of doing their work in the last 10 years. Something that's mentioned in the plan is how we address issues related to pole make ready, and it's an incredibly unsexy area, and frankly one that probably not a lot of folks dig into beyond kind of policymakers in this area or folks who are actually kind of living in this world. But my sense from any provider actually is that if they are going to do new work out there, that a path towards accelerating that work is making the make ready process work better. Whether it's some of the work we did in the broadband bill last year, which I think did do that, though there's more to do. And it is something mentioned in this plan. And I think I just want to flag that for our committee as, if we are interested in accelerating the work of CUDs and other prospective providers in Vermont, that is I think that's a critical path to solve, if you will. So again, that's just something in the plan I want to flag. I see Mark's hand up and Mike after Mark. You're muted, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize again for not reading that plan yet, but I was able to look at the Senate's meeting last week where Maria was able to talk about all the different money coming down, and that's going to be a tough nut to crack in itself. As far as it seems to me as though there's a lot of different sources as to where this money's coming from and whether or not you can even use some of it for this. So that's going to be an issue in itself to try to figure all that out. I don't envy Maria trying to solve that one, but yeah, there's a lot there.
And Maria, I'm going to ask you to, I'm just going to give an introduction to you, Maria. If you could just speak for a couple minutes on this, but my understanding is the kind of my introduction to this discussion today. I was talking about something a little different than I think some of the things that Maria was focused on. I believe in the CARES Act, there were very specifically appropriated funds that went to federal programs that support, all sorts of connectivity initiatives. And that is very specifically appropriated funds. And while I think that is potentially something that Vermont can take advantage of, and I'm hopeful we can, that is absolutely a tricky nut to crack, to use your analogy, Mark. What I'm talking about more immediately and more specifically here is the $1.25 billion that has come to the state of Vermont to address a whole myriad of issues related to the COVID-19 crisis. One of those issues has been an exposure of the massive problem we have in our state in terms of connectivity and inequity in connectivity, and how we might be able to, and I'm underscoring and putting in bold might be able to use some of those funds to address this issue at the state of Vermont's discretion. And ultimately it's going to have to be signed off on by the feds, but I'm talking about two different things, and I'll hand that over to you, Maria, as to fix anything that I've mistaken here.
No fixing necessary. You actually explained it really well. That chart that I prepared explained or summarized about, I don't know, maybe 12 different appropriations to various federal programs through the CARES Act, and highlighted some of the money that may be available for connectivity, ranging from subsidizing subscriptions to potentially actually for network infrastructure. But there are a lot of variabilities, and they flow through education entities, economic development entities, FCC's telehealth programs, just a broad range of funding streams. So some of that money may trickle down through various state entities and to providers, but that is different, as the chair just explained, from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the $1.25 billion that's coming to the state of Vermont. Obviously not just for broadband, but there are 3 conditions related to that money. These are expenses that were caused by or related to the pandemic. The money can't go to basically backfill state budgets, and the money needs to be for any expenses incurred from earlier in March of this year to the end of this year, December 31st, 2020. So whether or not broadband is consistent with those conditions is something that's not definite yet. But assuming that you could use some of that money for broadband, then the question is going to be, what does it mean for that money to be incurred or expended, as the guidance that the Treasury Department released explained this year. Obviously, like the department's proposal, when it looks at the reverse auction, is talking about a deployment period of potentially 3 years. So is there a way of maybe committing that money and dispersing it over a longer period of time? Maybe putting it in an escrow account? Does that meet the definition of incurred for purposes of the relief fund? I think those are things that are, I know I'm looking into and others are looking into as well, to the extent you might want to use some of that money. So I hope I didn't.
No, that's helpful. That's really helpful. Again, I'm going to leave it to people who can better interpret these things than I can. And you are certainly one of those people, Maria, to kind of give us a sense as to what our capability is here. From conversations that I have had with the speaker, the head of JFO, the House Appropriations Committee, there is a real interest at kind of the leadership level if we can use this money to direct it to these things. And I see the kind of the work of our committee to be prepared to make the best recommendations as to how to deploy those resources if given the opportunity. So that is the work task in front of us. We're going to Mike and then Scott and then Robin and then Laura. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so first I want to ask if the chart that Maria referenced, is that available on our website or in an email or something?
I will send it to you all directly, and then I will also send it to Faith, and she can post it on the website.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is a number of types of legislation have been proposed by the department, and I know that some of it is in bills that we're working on, or that we have in our committee anyway, as well as Senate bills. And I'm wondering who's going to take the lead. Are there any bills that we're going to take the lead on as the House versus what the Senate is going to take the lead on?
Well, I'll give you my view of that, Mike. One thing we've talked about in recent weeks, and I don't have an update on this, but is S301, which I think from a lot of people's perspective, maybe universally, it's considered must-pass legislation in terms of how it deals with wireless deployment. So that's one thing. It's on the Senate calendar right now. What I don't have an update on is what the timing is on that coming to us. So that is one thing.
Does that have to do with Section 248A?
Correct.
Okay, and we have a accompanying bill.
Yeah, and this is kind of going on above my pay grade in terms of the Senate and House leadership trying to figure out, just kind of traffic copping, if you will, which bills are going to go where, when. I think it's very much on the speaker's radar screen that is something that has to be dealt with, and it's noted in the department's plan. In terms of other legislation, there are some other things that are mentioned in the department's plan in terms of potential statutory changes. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
One has to do with the make ready that you were referring to before.
Yep.
And another has to do, I think, with permitting process for the PUC to fast track permitting of full.
Yeah, and I'll just say that is something new to me. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I don't know what that means and what that would involve.
Right.
So that is something I'd like to hear a little bit more about on Tuesday.
Right.
And then a third thing, which I think would be an issue that if it's something we want to touch on, we would, I'm guessing, attract a lot of interested witnesses, which is the department in their third point in section 2 of the plan talks about modifying 30 VSA 8091, which is to provide open access to middle mile fiber owned by Vermont's electric distribution utilities. So, that would obviously require a statutory change, and I expect there would be a lot of different perspectives on that. So, Scott, and then Robin, and then Laura.
There's too much to learn here. I guess thinking about the CARES money and what we can do with that, if we can do anything with it, it seems like this is really focused on sort of short-term or quick solutions. And while it makes sense to me that we do want to get to 100, and that when we pick that threshold basically to roll out video cable, to say we're talking about fiber or something as fast as fiber. In the short term, we're not going to be able to build out fiber. So I mean, we can. That's not a 6 month or even a 1 year or whatever short term solution. So it seems to me that well, actually, a question that I have for Seth, the consolidated man, is: Are we eventually going to build fiber to every address? In 15 or 25 years? That seems like we're not going to be building copper to any addresses anymore. But be that as it may, the short-term solution is getting people something. So and the question to me is, what can we do that will get people something?
Yeah, and it is a fundamental question. And this week I've had conversations with a few people, and I'll share with this committee now, because it's a data point, and I think it's a very credible one. And it's also just kind of gives folks kind of a rough sense of what's possible, I think. And then I talked to the EC Fiber folks about some of the work that they've done in recent years. And there are, and again, this is a fiber, this is not speaking to wireless, but EC Fiber in recent years has been able to roll out about 250 more or less miles of fiber per year. And they would acknowledge that some of the constraints they've had have dealt with work, kind of make ready issues. So, maybe they could have done 350 a year. But if we've got 70,000 unserved households a year, and a rough density statistics suggest that in the EC Fiber area, which is probably medium density relative to what the rest of the state is, some very rural areas and some downtown areas as well. But there's about 14 households per mile. If you've got 14 households per mile for those 70,000 unserved or underserved homes, that's 5,000 miles of fiber. And we're talking about EC Fiber, doing, call it 250 to 350 a year. So, if you've got 5 EC Fibers out there working, or 5 providers kind of working full time to get as much fiber out there as you can, so call it 1,250 miles a year, it's 5 years to get to those 70,000 households. And I think there's also questions here as to what is literally as fundamentally as, what is the bucket truck capacity in our state? What is the construction capacity to actually roll that amount of fiber out? How long does it take to plan a mile and do that make ready work? So I think you're fundamentally asking the right question. And again, to kind of bring it back to the appropriations question that I think we've really got to wrestle to the ground in the next 3 or 4 weeks is, do we only have until December 31st this year to spend money? Because if that's our task, I agree with you. We're not going to get a lot of fiber out there in the next 6 months. But if it's a question of, do we have money that we can commit that satisfies the appropriating need, and that money can actually be deployed over 3 or 4 years, then I think we've got a better chance of doing some of that work. So again, I just wanted to share with you some of the statistics that I had that kind of gave me a sense as to what what's involved here in terms of literally the construction work of rolling fiber out. So I had Robin next, and then Laura.
Thank you. So I have a whole lot of questions. I'll winnow them out, but kind of going in reverse order. As the chair mentioned, those 5,000 miles to build out it's a figure that I've seen in a few places. But I'm wondering, do we have any idea whether electric utilities have run fiber on any of those 5,000 miles that is, at this point is not part of an internet provider scenario, but could be under the scenarios that we've been looking at with the studies. Because I've never heard, I wonder how many of those 5,000 miles were potentially built out already, but need access.
Yep. It's a great question. I don't know the answer.
Another concern, I guess I've been thinking about the federal allocation process based on census blocks, and my concern there being, we've been working, we've been trying to provide a lot of support to CUDs, and the concept, the viability, and I'm wondering if in a census block application process, will traditional carriers cherry pick the most viable census blocks that are unserved, further undercutting the viability of CUDs? And is there a way to try to avoid that, keep that from happening, which leads to a question for Maria, I guess, in our allocation or reverse auction process, can we define the terms of the contracts away from census blocks to communities or to groups of census blocks, or to try to avoid cherry picking?
So under a state reverse auction, can you have set up different terms and not base it on census block? I think you can certainly do that. I think you can put into place whatever geographic areas you think are most suitable for the expenditure of public dollars. And I think I have to check the department's broadband action plan, but I think that they do it, if I'm not mistaken, on a town-wide basis, and maybe
it refers to
in some
towns.
circumstances a regional basis if there isn't. So I'd have to look at that more closely, but I guess the short answer is yes, you have flexibility to decide how you want that money to be expended.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the last thing is just to raise a point with the chair talking about S301 or other bills in the lineup, that we do still have the ability to introduce committee bills if they're approved by House rules, because they're after the crossover deadline. But that's how we're operating this year.
Yeah, and to kind of get into the rule stuff, and I'll ask you, Robin, because you are more involved in those leadership meetings. I don't know if we have the ability at this point to take a bill off, a House bill off our wall, and pass something, for example, that would deal with 248A if we're running out of patience waiting for S301.
No, it would have to be a committee bill.
Yeah, it would have to be a committee bill.
Yeah. And would have to be approved by House rules.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Laura, I think you were next.
Thank you.
And then Mark.
I just wanted to address a couple of things, kind of going all the way back. Seth comments on widespread wireless, and a number of countries having utilized that to take care of their problem. We have tried that in Vermont, and we've had a pretty majorly funded project try that. And one of the problems is line of sight with that, particularly in areas like southern Vermont, outside of the Champlain Valley, where things are not flat. So I am not opposed to wireless. I just want to kind of baseline this. I'm not opposed to wireless pieces. I think we're going to have some pieces of wireless in certain areas, but, wholesale wireless is not, it'd be hard to support or any kind of large scale wireless proposal to solve this. Particularly, I don't know that we have any reputable wireless providers that are capable of doing, wholesale projects in Vermont. Maybe. I want to just remind us all that we last year said to, our towns and Vermonters that nobody was coming to save them, that we didn't have the money to save them, and that the way to save themselves was to form these CUDs. And, here were some tools that we have to help support you, and hopefully we'd be able to bring in more tools. So we had an opportunity to hear from the CUDs, and I just want to remind us all that I think we need to make sure that we keep those guys front and center in front of us, whatever we do. These are Vermonters who have stepped forward to volunteer on building critical infrastructure because nobody else would. So,
and Laura, I will also point out, and again, we'll hear more about this on Tuesday, but there is a point in the department's plan, the fourth point in section 2, and this is kind of the longer term, to provide direct financial support to CUDs. And we are already doing that through the BIG grants, the broadband innovation grants. I'm presuming what they are getting at here is to increase that support. And again, just to reiterate what Laura had said that we had heard, I think it was 3 weeks ago when the CUDs were testifying, that the support that we have given them through funding a position in the department has been it has been very successful and overutilized. I think Rob Fish is operating at 110% capacity right now. So I think that was money well spent and is being used to its fullest extent right now. Mark and then Mike.
Wait, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry, Laura.
I'm sorry. As always, I just have a little bit more to say, but I'm almost done. Okay. To touch on Robin's really valid point, I think, about if the existing providers come in and try and cherry pick, even within the CUD areas, does that further undermine the CUDs? I would just say I think the CUDs are aware of that possibility, of their vulnerability, and I'm aware that they are trying to advocate for themselves. So I think that's a fair point, and I think it's something that bears watching by those of us who have asked them to do a really hard job. And then the last piece I would say, Scott, with regard to speed to lay fiber, we certainly are not going to put fiber down, all 5,000 miles by December. But I don't think that we should presume to know how much could be done by December. There are CUDs and other projects, even other projects that have been proposed to the department that haven't been funded in the past that may be able to be rolled out quickly. So I would just ask us to maintain some curiosity about that rather than being willing to kind of shift down into something that's less than fiber. So, okay, I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and something I'm just going to tack on to the end of that I had asked the department for, which is through the connectivity initiative, which are grants that, and they're kind of smallish grants that go out to support kind of, last road or, kind of end of the road, smallish projects of supporting connectivity to, as small as a handful of homes. There have been a number of applications for connectivity initiative grants in recent years that we haven't had funding for. And what I've asked the department for is, if there's a file cabinet full of those kind of shovel ready projects that are things that can be done quickly by, providers who have put in for funding, but that funding didn't exist. That's something that I want to make sure that we're aware of. Let's see, who did I have next? Avram, I'm sorry, Mark, Mike, and Avram.
Yeah, this is a question, I guess, that goes towards the flexibility of awarding some of the federal build-out money. I've heard some other folks mention this. What are the possibilities, or has it been discussed, that these bigger companies, consolidated, whoever it is, that maybe wins an award, that they have to pay some of that back in a sense? If this is our money, this is our money that we're putting out there to build out this infrastructure, and they stand to reap the benefits of possibly years of monthly payments. Is there an ability to write something into that they should return some of it, maybe even in the form of other build out somewhere down the road?
I can't speak to that. I don't think it's too high of an ask. I mean, there's a reason why these build outs haven't been done, because they're not, they're not economical, or they're not, they don't meet the financial parameters that a Comcast or a Consolidated or a Vermont Telephone, have as a goal. And that's not to say that a CUD can't do it, or that, another potential provider can't do it. But, the reason why we're talking about public money to support these things is because, the quote unquote market hasn't seen adequate return to reach these end of the road places. And, so I don't have an answer for that. I think it's a question, I think, worthy of understanding. So let's write it down for Tuesday. I had Mike next, and then Avram.
Okay, so I just want to add my voice saying we should avoid undercutting the CUDs, maybe by prioritizing any existing CUDs for funding with the precise definition of the territories they serve, and that way they can continue operating and not be impacted by cherry picking by the larger companies.
Yeah. Thank you. Avram?
I just wanted, in terms of some of the concerns that have just been expressed, including the cherry picking concern, I'm looking at the department's plan, and this is concerning the description of
You're a popular guy today, Avram.
Yeah. The description, hold on, the description of the reverse auction, and I'm reading on page 9 of the plan. It says, significantly, CUDs would have decision-making authority over whether bids for projects in their service territories would be awarded funding, unless the CUD itself chooses to participate in the auction. So I think that I'm going to assume that if where there is a CUD, that the issue of cherry picking would be a prime concern of theirs, and that they would want to, if they have authority, some approval authority here, they're not going to approve proposals that cherry pick. That's at least in those places where there are existing CUDs.
And I expect there's going to be a lot of discussion on that point. And, similar to some of the discussion we've had this afternoon, I am very much in favor of supporting our CUDs and making sure that, all this work they're doing to support a particular geographic area or group of towns, that they can do that work. The other side of that coin that we're going to hear is, if an incumbent operating provider is ready to serve a part of a town or a census block or whatever, and is ready to go, even if that's cherry picking, and the CUD says, no, that's not going to work, but we're going to get to that census block, probably in 18 months or a couple of years, that's not an easy conversation locally to have. I certainly understand the holistic benefit of making sure our CUDs are, you know, in a position to succeed. But I think that is a provision in here that I'm interested to hear more about. Yeah. Got Mark and Mike. Mark, is your hand up? No?
No, I'm sorry. I just forgot to take it down.
No? Okay, good. We don't have any more hands up. Scott, you got your hand up?
I'll ask another question.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm really trying to get straight in my head is who's going to be in charge of this? And I guess it's the Public Service Department, but maybe it's the Public Service Department and the CUDs, where there are CUDs, about somehow figuring out where to direct the money, in terms of technologies, and also providers and what their capabilities are. So if Tim, you mentioned maybe we could commit money for a period of 3 or 4 years. I would be really surprised if that length of time were allowed. I mean, it seems to me, with what limited experience I have with federal government funding, that they want the money spent when they want it spent, and if we can get them to agree to the definition of spent means you have a signed contract, that would be a pretty big victory. But anyway, so I'm imagining that the money would have to be spent within a very short period of time, 6 months or a year after December 31st. But anyway, be that as it may, whatever the time period is, there'll be a limited amount of stuff that we can do, and we'll have to utilize a variety of technologies to do it. I'm certainly in agreement that we want to get to 100, but in the short term, I just don't think we're not going to be able to get to 100 universally. So what can we get to universally? It seems to me universality is the goal that we're talking about here, because the digital divide is the real social problem.
Yep. And that's what the CUDs are focused on. That is their commitment.
What the CUDs are focused on. And so I think what we're talking about is there's an entity that isn't a technology provider that's going to have to make the decision about which providers and which technologies to use this money to support. And so it would have to be the Public Service Department, statewide, but then where there are other entities locally, they would be the people who would do that kind of decision making.
And my sense from this plan, and again, I think we'll get more background on Tuesday, is that the CUDs, where they exist, and there's only 5 in Vermont right now, are going to have a stake in that decision making.
Right.
So after Scott, I've got Robin.
Thank you. I'm going back to your comment about the probably a very robust discussion about middle mile fiber and access to it, open access. But I'm looking specifically at the bottom of page 15 in the department's plan, where they talk about state-owned fiber networks, and says the department owns or holds license to roughly 340 miles of open access dark fiber optic cable in Vermont. And I guess my question, when VEIC was in testifying, they were talking about, they have 1,600 miles of fiber backhaul, something?
VEIC does?
Velcro?
Velcro, sorry.
Yeah.
Velcro. And I know VTrans has a bunch. And I guess so this mentions specifically what the department owns or controls, but doesn't mention other state or state affiliated resources. And I'm just wondering, so is there is there an inventory of those resources in one spot, and different rules of access to them?
Yeah, it's an important question. I know this had come up last year with regard to VTrans fiber, which there is some, and if any of that is available. So, Did you have a question, Laura? Laura?
I think that the department has all of that. I think this is a long-standing request from one of our advocates about and I think the department knows where this fiber is, and I think there's some proprietary issues with releasing all of this information. But I think that the department has this information. So if the question is, do we know where all the fiber is? I think the department does.
Somebody knows.
I think the department knows where it is. Yeah.
Higher than this pay grade on this committee. Okay. I don't see any more hands up. This has actually really been helpful for me. I've taken a page of notes and questions, and perhaps somebody from the Department of Public Service is listening, and we'll be getting the questions for the exam on Tuesday ahead of time. But I just want to mention to members and kind of reiterate what I think our task is as a committee in the next 3 weeks. And I will also preface this by saying, we might get a call from the speaker or from the head of the appropriations committee in 3 weeks saying, just kidding, we actually don't have any money. But I think our task is to, be ready to highlight and prioritize where we think public dollars should be deployed in the near term and potentially the intermediate term if we have that flexibility. I think that's work that we need to do, pretty quickly. As I said, by the end of the month, we may be waved off the runway. But I think regardless of what you think of this plan that the department has put together, it is something on the table to react to. And I think it gives us some important things to debate. And I think there are also some things that can be added here, again, depending on what kind of funding flexibility we might ultimately have. So I would encourage folks to do a close read of this between now and Tuesday. And Laura, did I see your hand go up?
Yeah, well, I've actually just gotten an email from potential, just something to throw out there for us to think about. And Maria, CUDs that have not formed yet. So there are areas of the state that are not in an area that's considered contemplated for a CUD yet, but there are folks working on those, and their ability to form without being able to have a town meeting. I know there's a number of town meeting issues that are going on, but that is another one that we need to add to the potential legislative list. There are folks looking to do this.
Yeah, specifically, I've heard from Representative Rogers, and I know that in her area, which is kind of the Cambridge, I don't know how many towns are involved in that discussion, but kind of to the east of Burlington, 20 or 30 miles. I know that area is considering one.
And Addison as well, which makes me very happy. I hadn't known.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, me either.
Okay. Well, the other thing, just as an aside for if those two, depending on how close those two CUDs are to formally forming, that timing could be important relative to what work we would potentially do here in the next month. And again, potentially following some of the things in the Department of Public Services plan here. So, okay. Laura, do you happen to know any what those Addison County towns are, if there's legislators who are specifically involved in those?
I do not. I know Stephanie Jerome has had been talking about this during the session. I know they're talking to Rob Fish, so they've already connected to the department. So that's, I think we can work through them there.
Great. I don't have anything else for the committee. I'm happy to spend more time. My iPad is telling me I have 7% battery left, so it can't be too long. But if there's nothing else, I'm happy to adjourn our meeting for the day. And thank you all for joining me. This was very helpful for me, and I hope started to frame people's thinking about our discussion on Tuesday with the Senate Finance Committee and the folks from the department. So if there's nothing else, have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day. Take care.
Welcome, everyone. We are just beginning our meeting. We're just getting settled. This is House Corrections and Institutions Committee meeting. We are continuing our work on S338. And we are starting today. We have with us some folks from Corrections as well as Bryn Hare. And we are also going to begin our day with taking some testimony from Jessica Barquist. I think that's how you pronounce your last name. Jessica from the Vermont Network on Sexual and Domestic Violence. And she wants to focus in on for parole consideration, a term of compassionate release. And I believe it's on section 6 is what we came with. So if we can go to that section. And Jessica, I'll turn it over to you. If you could just identify yourself for the record and then begin your testimony would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you all. I've been following along on YouTube, but it's definitely not the same as being in the committee room with you all. So happy to be here today. And you are right. The section I wanted to focus on today is section 6. It starts on page 12, line 19. And before I dive in there, I just want to say that generally, we sent out a memo last week. We were unavailable to testify in House Judiciary, and I forwarded that to your committee as well. Generally, we're so supportive of this bill. We were part of the original working group with CSG, and we're just really grateful and appreciative that you are continuing this work, even in these challenging times. We're really, really grateful for that. The one section, this is kind of the one piece where we do have some concerns with the language, and this language was not in the original CSG recommendations. And our big concern is that that this could potentially be a really short window for victims to have to then go up again to a parole hearing. And so what this language says, as it's currently written, is that any individual who is over the age of 65, convicted of any crime, serving any sentence, with the exception of life without parole, could be eligible for parole after 5 years of their sentence. So even if they haven't reached their minimum. So if you have somebody who is around the age of 65 and they have kind of a longer trial, maybe it takes 2 years and they're getting time for that while their trial is ongoing, it could be a really short window of just a few years between when they're sentenced to when a victim would have to kind of go through the process again and a parole hearing. And this is, when we talk about these parole hearings with victims, they're not just an administrative review. The victim has to kind of go and talk through it, and it can be really psychologically traumatizing and intense for a victim to go through that process again. So we just feel like, this is obviously a policy decision that you all are going to have to make. I know that James Pepper spoke with you guys a few weeks ago and had some suggestions for how to change this language that we would be in support of. But really what we're hoping is that, just some either narrowing of this provision to specific crimes or lengthening it up would give victims some more space to have that time to heal in between trial and parole hearing.
So Jessica, what, if we narrow it to specific crimes, which ones, I don't know which is the best way to answer this, which ones would not be included, or which crimes would you include?
Yeah, that is definitely not my area of expertise. I do believe that in James Pepper's proposal from the state's attorneys, he had some suggestions on what to do with that.
Trying to remember his testimony. Could you highlight some of the things you agree with in his testimony?
Yeah, and I can also, I spoke with him yesterday too, and he mentioned that he could follow up with you.
Okay.
I think, and I don't know exactly, but it was something around the lines of like Big 12 or listed crimes, something to that offense. You know, really what we're most concerned about, obviously, given the nature of our work, is some of the more serious sexual offenses. You know, for most criminogenic behavior, people tend to age out as they get older. And that doesn't necessarily hold true for like child sexual abuse or things like that. And we, you know, this was addressed a few years ago in the legislature as we increased the statute of limitations to kind of allow for that longer process to happen. So.
Questions of Jessica? Sarah.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Jessica. You also sent a memo to our committee, and one of the things that I had a question about, would including something about some language about an offender reaching their minimum before being parole or compassionate release being available to them, would that answer one of your concerns? You alluded to that a little bit in the memo that you sent us, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, so I think that this, you know, is unique in these provisions that we're looking at, in that it allows them to be eligible for parole before they hit their minimum, whereas the presumptive parole and the other things that you guys have been grappling with are at minimum. So yes, I think following that process would certainly answer our concerns.
In a way that would be, it would be then consistent with the other provisions in this bill without thinking.
Did she just freeze up, or is it my internet?
I was just wondering the same thing.
I think you froze up, Sarah.
Yes, she did.
Okay. You froze up.
Okay. Sorry. I can see you all. I can see you now, but can you see? Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my question was, if and we've been hearing a lot of testimony about over this for this bill, and in connection with with earned good time, how challenging it can be when there are different ways of handling different statuses. So my question is part of, you know, if we were to have a kind of a even-handed approach throughout the bill, that that might be a solution rather than having it connected with different kinds of sentences.
Yeah, we would definitely support that.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, Butch?
Thanks. So I did go back to the original as-passed version from the Senate and kind of looked up at my notes on that. And there is some comments from James Pepper. I'm trying to remember what my notes mean now, because this was a while ago. But for one of the first things that I learned, that this is not a CSG recommendation, and James did allude to that when he testified. So just throwing that out there. Then I also have a note that says recommend that it's only limited to non-listed crimes.
That might be Pepper.
That is James Pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and only limited to, never mind, that note doesn't make any sense. So anyway, yeah, we really need to talk to James again to see how he feels. And I want to be really careful with what we do with this, because we turned ourselves inside out when we passed the bill back in 2018 to make sure that we were doing the right thing. It took us almost a whole session to figure that bill out, that language out. So I want to be really careful what we're doing here, that we don't stumble in our desire to get people eligible for parole consideration.
Well, what we could do is have the two sections, two pieces in the parole law that conflict, is what it may look like, because we have to go to 502A, because we do have a compassionate release under parole there. Marcia?
What was back in 18? What bill was that on? So that I can just read it.
This is what Butch sent to us just now on our legislative email.
Mm-hmm.
It was H-150. It is Act 91 in 2018, and it deals with Section 502A, which is on page right now of our current. If we go to Section 12 in our bill.
Yeah, I'm there on.
And everything that is not underlined is, you want to go to AD. It talks about a person would be eligible for parole for a person who is serving a sentence, including an inmate who has not served the minimum term of the sentence, who is diagnosed as having a terminal or serious medical condition. We added serious medical condition in our Act 91. And it's render the inmate likely to be physically capable of unlikely to be presenting a danger to society, may be released on medical parole to a hospital, hospice, other licensed inpatient facility, or suitable housing accommodation as specified by the parole board. So the parole board could determine that the person could go home if the parole board determined it was a suitable housing accommodation. So the person could go home. And we added back then that the next line, provided the inmate has authorized the release of his or her personal information, the department would promptly notify the parole board of the inmate's diagnosis of a terminal or serious medical condition. In medical condition, serious medical condition does not mean a condition caused by non-compliance with the medical treatment plan. That's new language that we put in 2018. And then we also covered that same language for furlough, under medical furlough. It also says under medical furlough that the offender could be released to a hospital, hospice, other licensed inpatient facility, or other housing accommodation deemed suitable by the commissioner. So the commissioner of DOC could say, you're under medical furlough and you can go home if they deemed it suitable. So that we already have a compassionate release mechanism in furlough and in parole. And I don't know if this new language conflicts with that, because it does say right now they do not need to meet their minimum. But they have to be rendered, the inmate would need to be rendered unlikely to be physically capable of presenting a danger to society. So they may be released on medical parole or medical furlough. So we have that in place right now. And we did that in 2018. So I don't know if this undoes it. I don't know if it builds another layer. I don't know if it conflicts.
Representative Emmons, would you like me to comment on that?
Sure.
So the Senate, when they were taking testimony on this portion of the bill, what they termed the compassionate release provision, they did talk about the existing law that provides for another type of compassionate release that's triggered by certain clinical factors. both for parole and for furlough, and they saw this as really being a separate provision that is not keyed or tied at all to a person's clinical status, but rather just their age. So this would just be another mechanism for a release for a person that has nothing to do with their physical state apart from their age.
So it's really not a medical furlough, it's an age furlough.
It's parole, but yes.
I mean, parole.
Yep. And I also just note that it differs also slightly from those medical provisions because it has criteria regarding programming requirements and disciplinary rule violations that the other two provisions don't have.
So it says, once you reach 65, regardless of your crime, regardless how long you've been in there, you would be eligible for parole. As long as you didn't have any DRs and you fulfilled your program requirements.
Right, no DRs in the last 12 months, but yes.
So what if you committed a crime when you were 64 and you were a detainee for 2 years before you got sentenced, so you were 66? Or what if you committed your crime when you were 66 and then sentenced? Would the qualification be that you had to complete your programming first?
You'd have to complete a 5 years of your sentence. You don't have to reach the minimum term, but you have to have served 5 years that's the new minimum term under this provision. And you have to complete any programming requirements, and you can't have received a DR in the last 12 months. So I don't think it would apply in the circumstance you laid out, because you would have to serve 5 years prior to being eligible.
So if you were sentenced at the age of 66, when you turn 71, you'd be eligible.
If those other criteria are met, yes.
Right. Butch?
Trying to phrase a question and I don't know how to do it. So are we usurping other statutes when we change potentially minimum terms? If changes a minimum term, let's say the court gives you a 7 to 14 year term, are we, and now here we're saying, well, 5 years is good enough, and start the process? Are we doing that? Are we taking something away from the courts?
I suppose that's one way to look at it. You do provide, and this is policy that you guys are responsible for creating, and you've created various avenues for when a person is eligible for parole consideration. I would just remind the committee that it doesn't mean that the person is going to be released on parole. It just means that they are then eligible to go and have a hearing before the parole board. So it's not like you're saying that these people are automatically going to be released. There's still that mechanism for what the parole board provides.
So elsewhere in the bill, we provide mechanisms for good time towards people's min and max. And I'm just stuck on this, have we created a special person in this section of the bill as it compares to other sections of the bill? I guess that's the question that's haunting me a little bit.
I'm not sure how to answer that. I will tell you that the Senate spent a lot of time on this section, and there was quite a bit of conversation about it.
And they had that conversation when we passed this bill too.
Oh, yeah.
When we passed Act 91.
So, Bryn, I don't know if it was my internet or yours, but I didn't hear what you said after you said that the Senate Judiciary spent an awful lot of time on this.
Yep, they spoke about this section quite a bit. It came from another bill that was in their committee. That was Senator White's bill. It was a portion of that bill, and that's where it originated. It changed substantially from how it appeared in her bill. But there was quite a bit of conversation about whether it should be tied to clinical factors or other things, but this is where they wound up.
Carl.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just have a question. Did the Senate take any testimony on this part of the bill, Bryn? Do you know?
They heard from, the stakeholders the same way you're hearing from the stakeholders. I can't remember exactly what all the stakeholders' testimony was on this section in the Senate. I don't recall that there being a major focus on this among the stakeholders. I think that they were pretty focused on hammering out the other provisions, like the presumptive parole provisions and things like that. But they did hear testimony from all of the people you're hearing testimony from.
Thanks, Bryn.
I do one addition to that is I do think that the state's attorneys testified in the Senate that it should be limited to certain types of offenses. I think that their recommendation in the Senate was that it be listed to all or limited to non-listed crimes. And the conversation in the Senate my recollection is that it was, they talked a lot about how risk factors are sort of unrelated to types of crimes. So risk of reoffense can be unrelated to the seriousness of the underlying offense. Obviously, there are some exceptions to that, but that was sort of where their conversation landed.
So the way they addressed the risk factors in a way was saying that they had to complete their programming requirements. That would be my thinking. Marcia.
I kind of agree with Butch on this. I think we're setting a precedence, and I think that we should narrow it to Pacific crimes, not just life without parole. That's my opinion. Thank you.
So, Bryn, if we limited this to non-listed crimes, do a lot of those non-listed crimes have minimum sentences longer than 5 years? Or are most of them shorter than 5 years?
I don't think I could comment on most. There are quite a few that have more than 5 years, non-listed offenses. I'm just thinking of sort of the serious property crimes.
Right, those would be felonies.
Right.
But misdemeanors, because quite a few misdemeanors is 2 years or less for minimum, correct?
Yep.
So we wouldn't be getting into misdemeanors with this one. If we did non-listed crimes, would we then be, I don't know how to ask the question, because non-listed crimes, misdemeanors, would not necessarily have a minimum of 5 years in their sentence, would they? Wouldn't there be more 2 years?
Right, it would probably exclude a large number of people if you were to limit it to non-listed crimes, because many of those crimes do have sentences less than 5 years. So you would be sort of reserving this for people who commit a serious non-violent felony.
So Dale, I see that you showed up. Does DOC want to comment on this?
No, not comment, but just kind of give the committee some information that the 65 and over population we have in our facilities, especially ones that would have a minimum of 5 years or more, they're pretty much, I don't want to say I don't have the data right in front of you, but historically they have always been on for very serious offenses, murders, sex offenses. That's generally the population of our 65 and older group, is that they are generally on for extreme, serious offenses, and they've been in there for a while. Very rarely do and it does happen, but very rarely do we have the older population getting arrested and getting a substantial sentence in our facilities unless it is something serious. I believe once we've checked on, oh, I see Monica, she's our data guru, so she might have the exact data, but.
Well, I mean, I did provide the committee, it was a couple years ago, I'm not sure if you remember, Monica Weber, Administrative Services Director, Department of Corrections. There was another bill that was being considered along this line. It actually started with people who are 55 and older, and had different provisions around if you were 55, you needed to serve 10 years. If you were 65, you needed to serve 5 years. And we did provide a fair amount of information to the committee about the people and the types of crimes that they had committed and their sentence lengths. And I could certainly go back and find that, but I know that we provided some extensive testimony several years ago on this very specific topic.
Monica, I remember that, Monica, because I think we were all shocked at what we were looking at when you gave us that information.
Right, and I was trying to, while you were talking, look in my files, and I did find an old document that I'm not sure if it's helpful. I can send it again. It's a couple of years old, but I would, agree with Dale. I think that it probably is very similar in terms of what the population looks like now.
So my best educated guess that if you would make this for non-listed offenders, it would be a very, very slim number.
There wouldn't be very many
single digits at best, would be my guess.
And Dale, for the folks who are serving those long sentences, and you said they've been in for a while by the time they reach the age of 65, what would be the age that they would have probably been sentenced at? 40, 45, 50?
An adult, it'd be the best I could give it. I mean, everything from 18-year-olds to, we have individuals that have been charged for homicide at 70. So it's the entire adult population would fall anywhere within that range.
I did find my document from a few years ago, but like I said,
it's probably pretty dated.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I think that this population actually has remained relatively consistent. I don't think it's too different, but I just wanted to remind you that we did have a lot of testimony about that. I don't think it's changed much. Maybe the numbers are different, but the data itself in terms of the types of crimes is probably very similar.
So I was trying to think how to move forward here.
So Alice, I don't know how much mining that DOC would have to do, and it may be inconsequential, but I'm just wondering if they have a feeling for how many folks might be served by this this section of in the bill. I remember when we did H-150, we narrowed it down so it was down to the numbers of 2, 3, or 4 back then, and I don't know how much of a job it would be for our DOC to come up with some sort of a round number.
But H-150 was medical.
Right.
This is not medical. This is
but H-150 started out like this.
Yeah.
If I remember.
But then it went.
It did.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have another question, Carl. Then you put your hand down.
Butch asked my question. Just how many of those folks are there? But I'm wondering about it just seems weird to be letting people out before their minimum. It seems weird to have a provision to let someone who has been sentenced and is serving time to let them out before their minimum, unless we're looking at some of the medical provisions that are later on. I just think that's excessive, and I'm not exactly a Law and Order kind of guy. I mean, but I just think this is kind of goes a little bit too far, just based on age and not on risk factors. That's all. That's my 2 cents.
So if we kept the age, and if we kept the 5 years, but not their minimum, would we want to really focus in on risk factors, having that more the determinant? And the parole board looks at different risks assessments than DOC. Sarah?
Thank you. You know, I found Jessica's testimony pretty compelling, and that I know we could get into a lot of details about, you know, putting conditions on this, but I guess what Carl said, I would support what Carl's saying. You know, it seems to be giving an avenue and that undermines the sentence without somebody who, you know, they haven't reached their minimum sentence. And I think I'd rather see us not add a whole lot of layers of complication and rules for DOC to have and our parole board to have to sift through. Because, you know, in my short time on this committee, I've heard so much about how complicated that is, having kind of these special provisions. And it seems like we have medical treatment furlough. And also I just find this testimony from Jessica pretty compelling, that we are, and from the folks from DOC, that the folks there are folks in on more serious crimes, that this would impact.
Well, the other option is we delete this language.
Yeah.
But that may bring some real problems. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Carl?
Thanks, Alice. I'm just wondering if there's anyone out there who would offer testimony to us that this is a good idea, and if they could tell us why it is.
ACLU supports it. That's a language, that's what I have. And then the parole board said this is regular parole and it would still need to go before the parole board. So that's what I have. I don't know what other folks have. Everyone's quiet. Am I off? Or is everybody muted? Everybody's muted. That's what I've got, Carl, so I don't know. Kurt?
Well, it is my understanding that there's a particular senator who advocates for this.
Yes, and she's on the committee.
Can we have the senator tell us why her arguments are?
We could. We could. If people wanted that, we could send maybe her an email. It's not like you can talk to somebody in the hallways, like when we're
No,
up.
I wouldn't want to. I'd want to have somebody come in and testify.
We could do that if people wanted to.
That seems to me to be the big stumbling block at this point. So that's what I would think appropriate.
Other folks? Marcia?
I agree with Kurt. I need a reason. I mean, I don't think that just because you're 65 and you did one of the big 12, you have reason to be out sooner. And I need a reason.
Other folks? Carl?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've really sort of been taking CSG's lead here based on the research that was done in JR2, and this seems like just kind of a one-off without any real reason for it. And I would need to hear from someone about why this is a good idea before I would support it.
Okay, anyone else? So if we do ask Senator White, it would be for our next meeting, which would be Tuesday. If we want to do that. Are we okay with doing that, folks? People, thumbs up, thumbs
That
down.
would be fine. And we may get further information this afternoon from a couple of our folks speaking.
Okay. So we'll go forward with that. We'll reach out, Phil, to Senator White. And we're meeting next week on Tuesday from 1 to 3. And next Thursday, we're meeting from 12:30 to 2:30. That's our schedule for next week. And we're tying this bill up. So this is one of our loose ends at this point, but we want to tie the bill up and get it done by the end of next week is the thinking. Because it will have to go up to appropriations. So anything else, Jessica?
That's it from us. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, committee.
Is it fun to be in on our Zoom?
It is not the same as being in your committee room, but it's still fun.
I know, it's so, I just want to get back in our committee room. It's more fun in the committee room.
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you so much.
And why don't you just pencil in, make sure next week on Tuesday, 1 to 3, we'll be bringing this back up.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. So Commissioner Baker is scheduled around 1:15. Is he in the waiting room at all, do you see?
No, he is not at the moment.
So I have a question for Bryn. I was under the understanding that Senate Judiciary was going to look at the Council of State Governments recommended language, particularly about the working group, implementation group, that they were going to look at that yesterday. Did they have a chance, do you know, to look at it?
They did. They looked at the working group and sort of took a general look at all of the report sections towards the end of the bill.
The ones that we added?
Yes.
So what was their take on the CSG language? Had they made, is it just the first walkthrough and they really hadn't made any decisions yet?
They did not make any decisions yet. I think that they won't obviously make any decisions until they get the bill back from the House. I can tell you that the sort of general conversation, they did hear from Commissioner Baker and
they did.
And his testimony, I imagine you're going to hear something similar from him today, was that he was concerned about the number of reports, the amount of reporting that his department would be responsible for. And, you know, I don't want to speak for them. So if Monica or Dale wants to talk about that, please chime in. But I would characterize the conversation as being somewhat critical of the JR2 working group. And Senator Sears did talk about how it would be his preference to sort of reinstate the working group that created the policy recommendations in the first place, rather than create a new working group that would be responsible for this reporting and also sort of getting their hands into what is really the department's jurisdiction, like in terms of case reviews and things like that.
Right. So his thinking is more the group that we had together last fall that sort of helped CSG, where CSG came in and said they've seen this data and this data. Are we in the right direction? That's the group he's looking at.
Yep, that tri-branch group, which I believe is actually essentially the same as what's set forth in that section, whatever it is, section 20, with the exception that the parole board wasn't a part of the initial group, which I believe everybody kind of considered that to be an oversight, that they should have been included.
Yeah, and particularly if we do presumptive parole and we do this work group, they should be in the work group because presumptive parole is an important initiative.
Right.
Right. Okay. Okay, we have Commissioner Baker with us. Welcome to our Zoom committee room.
It's very comfortable here, Representative.
More comfortable than our room, right?
Some days I would have to admit that, yes, yes.
So Marcia has her hand up. I think she wants to ask something or. Marcia?
Yes, Commissioner Baker, I just have to let you know that this morning, Chad Whitehead spoke very highly of you on the radio.
Well, listen, I'm running out of checks to deliver to people. You know what I mean? Speak nice to me. So,
no, he said that your guys had done an exceptionally good job and that you should be proud of them.
Well, I appreciate that, Representative, a lot, but I appreciate that they call me out. But I got to tell you, the staff has been unbelievable.
That's what he said.
We're facing some challenges, and we're going to be starting some more testing next week. But I'm knock on wood where we are right now. I'm not sure we thought we would be where we are right now. So we're
Well,
it
was something
a little worse.
It was something positive for you, so I couldn't wait to share it.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to the day that my name's no longer in the newspaper.
That's what every commissioner of DOC says. So welcome. We are on our second, almost third draft of S338. And the commissioner wanted to come before our committee and just weigh in on the bill as a whole. And there may be some specific parts that you really highlight. So it's all yours, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I think I just heard Bryn finishing up some conversation from Senate Judiciary yesterday. And I don't think I've had the chance to come in and talk about the bill itself, kind of an overview from the commissioner's standpoint, and also from the administration standpoint. But let me just say this, on the issues of presumptive parole and good time and some of the mechanics of the bill, I know that Dal Crook and Monica Weaver have been talking to you about that, and they represent where we are in the department. And as the commissioner, I'm less concerned about that because we're supportive of that and how good time works out in presumptive parole and cutting down on the various types of furlough. We're all supportive of that. Where my concern comes is Representative Evans, you and I have had a couple of these conversations privately, and this is where I weighed in yesterday. A couple of things that concern me about the bill is, number one, the level of number of potential reports that we would have to be involved in. I guess if we were talking 2.5 months ago, I would be less concerned about it than I am now. I just got off a phone call with a committee that we're standing up internally to start the conversation about what's the new norm going to look like for corrections, and not knowing the financial picture at all. But I think you all know that fiscal year 22 is going to be very difficult. That conversation next year will be very difficult. 21 is going to be difficult enough. We thought we had a budget, and now we don't have a budget. Now we're going to potentially a skinny budget with yet a second budget, with a second budget adjustment. And that requires a fair amount of staff time. And I'm not trying to get out from doing reports, but as I said to Senator Sears' committee yesterday, we already missed the April 1st report, which was supposed to be on, sanctions and housing and a couple other points, only because we had this slight distraction called a pandemic, and we've already missed that. And so I am concerned about the number of reports that are in there instead of reporting back. And I think the way the committee was leaning yesterday, and I'm certainly not talking for Senator Sears or any of the senators on the committee, I think what I heard them say is they'd be interested in a conversation about us reporting back on certain key factors to the legislature. Certainly, that's your role for us to report back as oversight. That's not a problem. Some of these other, even the reports like on racial disparity, is going to tie staff down doing the data research. So again, I'm just putting out a kind of a caution light about, take a look at the number of things that we're expected to report on to include what's in the capital budget. And the budget adjustment, the first budget adjustment, and some of the language that is in here. I think I heard part of that conversation about, I did say to the committee yesterday that when I look at section 20 and section 22, so section 20, I believe, is the working group inside corrections. And then you go to 22, which would have been yet another committee working group. There's a couple of things that worry me here. And I think it was conversation broke out in Senate Judiciary yesterday about this. And Senator Sears' recommendation that maybe you use that working group, the original working group, would be fine with me. We would be supportive, we would participate, because again, it's not the issue of the working group as much as the confusion about what's each working group doing. So if you read section 20, it's a working group internally, and then you got an external working group. I would just ask the committee to think about how can you combine that work so there isn't, same work being done in two different locations. I do believe that inside the conversations around why section 22 was put there, I think I understand it, and I understand the reason why. If I understand this right from talking to Ellen at CSG, it's really about forcing the conversation inside all the relevant components in AHS about how do you support the movement to a better, more effective community corrections model than we may have now, especially around the population that we supervise currently, because it's complicated. So as I've done the visits, although I've never got them completed because of the virus, as I was going around to the field, to the district offices, what I heard loud and clear from the probation and parole staff is that their workload is very complicated. There is not the collaborative, and this is not pointed at one agency or the other, there's not a collaborative effort in the field around things like mental health and substance abuse, and the access to those resources are challenging because there isn't local, there isn't direction driven from the top down that those services are accessible or available or a combination thereof to the complicated population that we supervise. So I'm a little worried about too many working groups and getting the conversation splintered instead of a focused conversation on how do we do that moving forward. So, I mean, the rest of it for me is an emphasis to moving towards a better management of the population in the field, taking good inmates to good citizens and not having them return to the system. And I think we're all in agreement that that's what we want to do. I just don't want to get bogged down in reports and processes and not doing the work, if that makes sense. So that's on the bill itself. I mean, we are supportive of the bill, except for those points where we'd like to be thinking about a way to better streamline the effort to get the same result that I think was the intent of why section 22 went in. And I'll stop there for a minute because I'll come up for air and allow folks, Representative Emmons, if they have any questions for me or comments.
So in looking at, Sarah Coffey put together a chart for us last week about all the reports, because we were trying to get our heads around all the reports. We ourselves added 2 reports. There were check-ins. I don't think it really impacts DOC. One is looking at credit for time served on probation. That would be more from the courts. And then the other one would be implementation of presumptive parole. Those were 2 that we added. And I don't believe that doesn't impact DOC. The ones that we saw here, implementation of the rules for good time. One place that we're looking at, it said by October 1st, those emergency rules had to be in place. We are going to take that out and let the regular rules process go through. That was our understanding as a committee last week, correct, committee? I'm not speaking out of turn. So that would mean you've got to continue going on in your regular rules process, which means that good time will become effective. In testimony we received from Monica, she was implying that regular rulemaking would be completed by March 1st. So you wouldn't have that October 1st,
Right.
July 1st, October 1st deadline.
Appreciate that one.
The other is the racial disparity study and all of that goes with it. There's conversations in House Judiciary right now that October 1st seems like a really quick date, and could we extend that out? So House Judiciary is looking at that. I mentioned to the chair of House Judiciary, I don't believe we would have a problem with extending that October 1st deadline out. And they're working on that to figure out what date would work. So I hope that would help a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, anything you can do. I would say even a couple like the effect on time served. I mean, some of that still is going to require our staff for data support. So anything you can do to help would be helpful. You know, again, we're not trying to avoid reporting back.
Right.
Who knows? You know, if you listen to some of the experts, by September of October, we may be right back to where we are right now.
I know.
You know, managing this thing. So I don't. None of us can predict the future. I think, you know, I really think what is missing in the conversation, and you've heard me say this before, is the bill really lays out a process of change, but really where the change is going to happen is the way we do business in the field at the district offices. And I don't want to get in a situation again. And I'm sure by the time this impact is felt, I won't be here as a commissioner. I don't want to set the next commissioner up for a fall, not having a good, healthy conversation about how you're going to implement that, and really think about what corrections is going to look like 5 years from now, and measure that using research-based processes in the field. And so I've started some of those conversations already with folks and with the Council of State Governments and Ellen and David. And, you know, I'm also leaning back on some of the work that was done in Rutland while I was there around the concepts around focused deterrence and how do you do that? Almost like a spoken hub model that looks like the opiate addiction model for treatment. I think there's a model to be followed there, but I worry in the financial climate we're in that the resources won't be there to support this in the field if we don't find a better way to collaborate around that. So I'm hoping this all makes sense to you.
It does. It's how do we get there?
Correct.
That's the point. Correct. So we have a question from the committee members.
Sure.
Sarah?
Hello, Commissioner.
Hey,
Thanks
Sarah,
for
how are you?
good. Good to see
I
you.
I should not be calling you Sarah in a committee.
Oh, it's okay. So I appreciate your comments because as our chair said, I pulled out all the deadlines and who's reporting to whom, and I think it wowed all of us to see it all laid out there. And I appreciate your comment about like your concern around splintering off these conversations. Do you think that the programming conversation can be part of the larger conversation within that working group? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, instead of having multiple working groups having splintered conversations, I think the work that, you know, again, I came into this right at the end, right? So I don't know what the temperament was in the working group, but I understand that it was pretty cohesive, right?
Yeah,
and
it was. There were four legislators, and then there were people from the judiciary and people from the administration, and
so I think Representative Coffey, to answer your question, is that I think again, and I'm not saying what we're doing for programming is not right now, but I do know from and a lot of that is internally, some of it's external when we're supervising people, but I really think we need to dig deep about what is evidence-based and what is the best processes out there. And I'm not saying that I know what I'm about ready to say with any certainty, but I think we have to figure this out. I know when I went in as a chief in Rutland and we first started talking about Project Vision, that people were saying it's going to cost too much money. And at the end of the day, the resources were there to do what we needed to do.
Yep.
Now, the methadone clinic came into play at the time. You know, at the time, Governor Shumlin was the governor, and he put people on the ground in Rutland to get the methadone clinic going. That was a big expenditure, and it had a big part of how successful we were in driving down the crime rate. But a big part of what we did there was our relationship with the Department of Corrections and how we worked in partnership with them to help them supervise the high-risk people. Not in the sense of we were looking to go out and arrest them, but it really was a wraparound process. And I think there's room for that kind of conversation. And I'm not saying I have the answers, because I've never been at this end of the process. I've been at the other end. But I do think, based on some work that was done with academic folks when I was in Rutland, I think we can rekindle that conversation, but have everybody in the room. And again, Secretary Smith has said this several times before the pandemic happened. The issue of how corrections struggles with finding the right support for people we supervise is not just corrections issue, it's AHS's issue. And so I think part of, if I understand this from talking to folks, part of what was trying to be accomplished with this working group was trying to get that cohesiveness going inside AHS. And I think some of that can be done with that working group.
So you anticipated my other question, which was like how integrated it should be with the AHS, because there are almost three, right? The way it currently is written, there are like three separate groups and reports. And so this is.
I just think it's splinters. It's splinters.
Yeah.
And again, I understand why folks are thinking this way. And what I said to Senate Judiciary yesterday is look, I've been in state government a long time. You know, I've been part of many conversations at the legislature, my state police days and my academy days, and now here at corrections. And I'm not, believe me, I know all of you know me well enough now. This is not directed at you personally, but we always do these reports, and the reports take so much time that we could have been doing the work. And I'd rather spend the time doing the work than getting bogged down in reports. Now, with that said, you need to hold us corrections accountable in your role as oversight to make sure that everybody is in agreement on a vision and we're moving in the same direction. And so I get why you want to report back on certain things. And I will agree with what Senator Sears said yesterday. Probably one of the more important report backs was the one that we missed, is that April 1st one. And we just missed it because, you know, we've been in this battle now for 8 weeks. And we started that process and never finished it because it was all hands on deck on the virus.
So I think what you're saying, Commissioner, is the exact same thing that the Council of State Governments is saying as well, in that we really need to look at our community system. And that's the next step that they really want to take. And that's why they were thinking, again, of some kind of a cohesive group to really work with them to bring together those community partners. And one of my frustrations is, and this is just me speaking, not for the committee, but one of my frustration over the years has been that when we've talked about not taking care, but working with an offender that's reentering the community, everyone's mindset is, well, that's DOC's responsibility. And I see it much bigger than that, because the folks who are coming out, either they themselves or family members, are involved with other parts of the Agency of Human Services. You know, it could be with Dale, it could be with DMH, it could be with Economic Services, the gamut, and no one else. When they're working with folks, they're not thinking of the corrections piece. So there's so much pressure put on corrections to succeed, but corrections doesn't have that support from their other community partners. And that's the one thing that Council of State Governments really highlighted in their report to us back in December and January. And that's the next step that they want to take.
You know, and I would add to that, Representative, I would also suggest that it's not only state government, but it's the community too, right? And I think, you know, focused deterrence, the concept of focused deterrence was some work that was done in the late 90s in Boston. And it started out with gun violence and gang violence. And the idea is that you use what they refer to as levers, and you pull levers when you have to pull levers to get people to be compliant. And it isn't a catch you, you know, I think sometimes, you know, and I played part of this game when I was a police officer. Some of this is kind of, can we catch them offending, right? And it's kind of like this game of catch them. Well, that really doesn't help shape them to be good citizens. Now, some folks are not gonna be successful, but if there's a whole community wrapped around them with all the services that community can offer, with all the state government services can be offered, it's made very clear to them, you have this support. We want you to be successful. We're not trying to catch you out of bounds, but here's the support system. But oh, by the way, if you choose not to take part in this and you are not compliant, there's a swift reaction to that and a swift punishment. And the studies show that it isn't necessarily how severe the punishment is, it's how close it comes to being out of bounds. It has to be quick, and it has to be meaningful, and it has to send a message. And so I think I would say to you, I appreciate your comments, because it's easy now that I'm at this end of the system. I was probably one of those people as a police chief and a station commander at the state police that was critical of corrections. But hey, I'm in a different seat.
Why are they letting him out? Why are they letting him do that?
That's right. Who the hell, you know,
What do they know?
Exactly. So I'm at the other end of this pipeline now. And I think my experience in Rutland, and I'll just leave you with this, probably one of the most successful elements of what we did in Project Vision was 2 social workers that were embedded inside the police department that were there as a result of a grant. I can't remember if it was through corrections or DCF, it doesn't matter. That these were 30 of the most high-risk families in Rutland County. The majority of them were in the city. And one of the elements of the grant that required was one of the parents had to be in the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections. And I can tell you several success stories where, working with those social workers, we interrupted behavior and prevented behavior from happening that prevented somebody from going back to jail, that kept that family together and kept that person employed. And so, to me, I'm trying to draw on my experiences there about a vision in line with what, you know, CSG talks about and how we're going to be successful. And, you know, I do think it's going to require some money, but I think the implementation of that's going to take a bigger conversation with a bigger group of people, if that makes sense.
It does, and it's helpful. We have some questions from the committee. Carl and then Butch.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Commissioner, it's nice to see you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
No problem. It's good to see you.
I think we are really concerned about the over reporting, and I appreciate your feedback on where some of these reports might be able to be combined or streamlined a little bit. I guess what I don't want us to lose track of is the part of JR2 that recommended better data collection systems for the department, and in the end, those systems might make it easier to do some of these reports. And I really don't want us to lose sight of that. I think of this as, you know, I have a guy that I did business with for years, and he used paper systems for doing all of his business reporting, while I used QuickBooks. And so I do the data entry, and then I press a button and get a report. And for him, when he needed to come up with that same information, it would take him an awful lot longer. And I don't. That's an oversimplification of the situation, but it's not dissimilar. And I don't want us to lose sight of the need for the department to have better systems for that reporting.
I don't disagree with you at all. I agree with you 100%. And I think, you know, we're actually, just so you know, really starting, we recently hired someone who is very good with data. And we're starting that process now. And some of it's in reaction to the virus and some of the outside stakeholders that want information from us. And we're playing around a little bit with matter of fact, Ellen from CSG hooked us up with a nonprofit that is helping us with some modeling of predictions on when we may come out of the fog based on our data so far. And I think we're really starting to understand the value of data. I think folks understood it for a long time. Staff positions got cut, and data just became not that available. I don't think we can have any of the discussions I just got done talking about without a conversation around how do we keep track of that. And I think the data is the scoreboard, right? The data becomes, my prior life representative, I used to say all the time, if you're not keeping score, it's just practice, right? I mean, if you don't have data and you don't have anything to measure last year against this year, how do you measure if you're moving forward? So I can't disagree with you at all. I agree with you 100%. And I think staff will tell you that I often talk about data and the importance of data. And moving forward, the data has to become much more at fingertips to be able to operate on the basis of what we're talking about for a better community-based correctional system.
Great. Well, I understand those steps forward are incremental, and I appreciate your taking them. Thanks.
Thank you.
So another question is Butch.
Hi, Commissioner. How you doing? You're looking better today than you did a week ago or 2 weeks ago. But a couple personal things on a personal note, then I'll ask some questions. Yeah. So I want you to know that Captain Matt Prouty has taken your position in Rutland of walking up to me and saying, "Why are you letting those guys out?" every day. So, and I also want you to
I don't know why he's not calling me representative.
Yeah, okay. He knows better.
Yeah.
And also there's an opening in Pittsford for a very nice job that may have been vacated by you a little while ago, a few years back. It's open again. So if you'd like to apply, we'd welcome you to apply for that when you're done.
I love all of you. I love state government, but this may be my final horse ride.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that before too. So thank you. But I have two concerns. Sure. Basically, there was money in this bill to begin with, and the money was removed for certain reasons. And I'm afraid now, under the current climate that we're in, that getting that money back in according to whatever plan that we had may be problematic. And I don't see success for this bill without building up our community assets to take people that are coming out on presumptive parole and need those type of wraparound services. I'm sure you've thought about it. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, well, look, I think I know that. I mean, you know the position I'm in, right? Because
yeah, I do.
As the commissioner, I'm not going to advocate for dollars because I represent the governor, and the budget was what the budget was back then. What I said before about this is that, and I think one day that I was actually physically in your committee, and we were just talking in general about corrections. There is going to have to be an investment in corrections at some point, and I think it was around me talking about what we thought was going to be 21's budget, right? There's going to have to be an investment. And I think before you make that investment, from my standpoint, and I'll use the analogy of when I did go into Rutland City Police Department, the first thing people ask me is, how many more police officers do you need? And what I said is, I don't need any more police officers now until I know what I need. And I think, going back to the conversation earlier here about what should a working committee look like, I think once you define what people feel like that community supervision should look like, is when you start talking about how are you going to finance the program. What concerns me a little bit, and we got ahead of our skis a little bit early in the session, where we were asked that question, and we put some stuff together about, it's not as simple as asking, for me, it's not as simple as asking for more money in positions. It's about what are you trying to do, and then determine a science-based process moving forward. What is the absolute best practices we can put in place, and then figure out the cost of those, if that makes sense. Because I think otherwise, it's classic state government. Give us more money, we're going to spend it. I'm fully aware that part of what I just charged this committee on taking a look at opening up corrections again is really what I said to them in charging them with this committee work, is that, the revenue, you all know this, the revenue estimates for 21 are, we're talking $500 million left revenue. I mean, that's, every time I say it, I can't believe I'm saying it. So I think we still have to run corrections and we still have to do a good job. And I think the only way you do a good job is step back from it and figure out, is there a better way of doing this community supervision than we're doing it now? And I'm not saying we're not doing a good job of it, but no one should sit back and say, we're doing a good job and there's no need to talk anymore because we're doing a good job. We need to figure out how to do it better and then figure out what that's going to cost.
So I get that, Commissioner, but again, I just say, should this bill prove wildly successful and we start letting people out on parole more than the system can handle, and we haven't ramped up to do whatever we need to handle these folks coming out and give them the services that they need, what's next? What happens? Do we fall? Does this whole bill fall under its own weight?
Well, I think what will happen is, and I think we're going to see some of this now. It's not that we really loosened up the reins on who we decided to put out, because that process pretty much followed our process. And look, I'm going to say something that people probably get a little nervous, but we're not supervising in the field the way we were prior to locking down for the pandemic, because we had to take a lot of folks from the field and move them into facilities because of sick leave. And people were out on leave because of childcare issues. I mean, once daycare shut down, we saw a drastic uptick in people that took advantage of the state's COVID leave. So we had to pull people in from the field. The last 2 days I've been having conversations about, we're gonna have to start pulling the reins back a little bit. So I think we're seeing a little bit of an experiment about this now, but I think the problem is if you don't have the support in the field, corrections will get blamed for it, which, okay, that's the perception issue. But I think you're gonna run the risk of harming community safety and harming, sometimes it's not even safety, sometimes it's chaos, right? Adding chaos to the community. That without that type of support, I think those are what's going to happen.
Thank you. And then just for my last question or comment, and this may be out of your wheelhouse, but I want to talk a little bit about credit for people on probation. And there's certain things that keep me up at night, and this bill does. I want to make sure that we don't miss anything, and if we just want to make it a good, strong piece of legislation. And I was wondering, when we did good time, we asked the department to help us understand who should receive good time credit and who shouldn't, and when it should start, and who would be eligible, and all those various things. And we set up this really neat committee to come up with those answers. They brought it back to us and said, figure it out yourself. And we did. I think we have in this bill. But probation, the question I raised to myself, and I had a conversation with the committee about it really early, and you were the one name that came up for today, was that who should get credit for time served on probation? When should it start? Should it be retroactive? Should it be available to everybody going forward today, or should it only be available to new people coming in on probation? I'm not going to hold you to any answer because it's probably way I do it.
Look, here's where I am on good time, right? Because I probably understand it less than you do. And so my comments earlier about, I don't necessarily have a problem with the way the bill is written now, as it's explained to me by Dale and Monica, right? And I know probably for my conservative friends in the law enforcement world, if they're listening, they're all shaking their head about what happened to Baker, right? I believe if you go back to this concept of focused deterrence, where you can use good time as a lever, as a result of, it can be used as an incentive to better program people, but you can't program people if you don't have the programs. So I don't I know I'm not really answering your question because I really don't understand it completely. The good time and how it works and the calculation. I understand what's in the bill. But what I'm saying is in concept, from a community correctional standpoint, you could use that as part of the focused deterrence as a lever to get people to be compliant and participate in the support that they need to get themselves where they need to be. I'm not sure. I get that the conversation's about going backwards on good time. I think that's your question. I guess for me, it's always been about when a bill happens and legislation happens, it's moving forward. I think backwards and calculating good time is going to be a huge burden for us, staff-wise. I'm willing to accept whatever the legislature decides they want to do, but I do think it's going to be a big burden for us, Butch. And I think, there I go again, calling someone by their first name.
That's fine. So
But
what I'm going to do.
let's clarify, Butch, before it's
Right,
for the
right,
good time, it's not going retroactive. It
Right.
is, it would be applied to those folks who are currently sentenced
Right.
going forward.
Right.
Going forward, so it wouldn't do anything going back.
So I'm going to extrapolate that up to probation and use your answer up on the probation question to inform me that it's this tool that's available for people that are within our correction system, in our judicial system, is an important tool to get people to help people change their lives and help people move forward. And it can be used by folks in your department as kind of a tool for behavior modification.
Right. And again, if being a student of, being a student of what I refer to as focused deterrent, it's another lever. I mean, I see it as a way of helping in a bigger picture. It's just not good time. In a bigger picture of making people understand, if you work hard at what you need to do, there's going to be rewards for that, and we have support here. But I think that goes back to my earlier point with Representative Emmons, is that the support of the community. Representative Shaw, you probably, Rutland has a lot of folks that participate outside of what the system is around these issues of bringing people back into the community. And I see good time as one potential lever for folks to have an incentive to change their lives. Because at the end of the day, it's really up to them to do that, not us. Our job is to provide them with the resources to do it and the level of supervision and the carrot and the stick to get them to where they need to be.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's enough.
So we have another,
just don't ask me to calculate good time, Lauren.
no,
Okay.
that's other people. So we have
That's
another
up to Monica
question.
and Dale to do.
That's right. So we have another committee question.
Sure.
Kurt?
Yeah, I'm looking back to January or
That was
back
a long
there
time ago.
a bit. I'm trying to, when you first came on, and the idea was that you're an interim commissioner, and by April or May you'd be leaving.
April 30th, actually.
But okay, by April 30th you'd be leaving, and you'd have some recommendations for the department and a way to handle a bunch of issues that we were facing then. And there was a CRCF investigation that had started. I'm wondering where we are on all those sorts of things. What's your thoughts on the future for yourself, or if there are any, and will you still be presenting some sort of recommendations for the DOC as a whole? And where are we on the CRCF investigation?
Well, I'll take the last first. Really, once we locked the facilities down, the ability for investigators to interview kind of came to a halt, right? So I can't say with certainty what Tris Coffin is thinking as far as starting up again, but that is part of what happened there. To get to your second question, and I will, in fairness, I should circle back with Tris anyway, and talk to the secretary about where we are with that and what our thoughts are, especially as we start to think about loosening things up a little bit, not so much in the correctional system, but in the rest of the world. When the pandemic happened, Secretary Smith, I had a quick conversation about my shelf life. And what I agreed to is that I would stay on. I wasn't going to leave on the 30th. My letter of employment ended on the 30th. This is too complicated right now to bring in a change of leadership in corrections. So I agreed to stay. I'm here right now through the end of June. I do plan on writing some version of a report or a memo or suggestions back to the secretary about some of the things that I think has to happen inside corrections. But I got to tell you, I've said this a couple times, and I may have said this to folks privately. Some of the things around cultural stuff, Representative Taylor, that I thought needed to happen are happening right before my eyes because of the pandemic. So don't ever waste a crisis to make change is a theory I've always had. And some of that's happening now. And what I plan on doing is documenting some of that. And there are suggestions that I need to make around hiring processes, how we handle internal cases for investigation. You heard me talk about this before. And so there's a bunch of other stuff, things that I think around racial disparity, fair and impartial supervision of people we're responsible for. Those are things that I've been talking about off on the side since I've been here. And I will leave behind a document that lays out what I think needs to be addressed.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad to hear that you're staying on through the rest of this crisis. So good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the support.
Any other questions from the committee or comments here? Because I'm sure Commissioner Baker needs to move on to taking care of some bigger issues. We don't want to hold him up any longer. But
yeah, my next thing is a budget conversation.
Oh God. Oh God.
I think he would rather stay with us than do the budget.
Probably.
That's clearly a voice I hear coming up the road from Bennington there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So this is helpful, Commissioner, and what I'd like to do now with the committee is really talk about the working group and work with Bryn in terms of coming up with new language to incorporate what occurred in the Senate yesterday and here today.
So, and again, thanks especially to Phil squeezing me in because I went back and forth with him a couple times. I appreciate your patience with me. Thank you.
That's fine, no problem.
Anytime. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So while it's fresh in our minds, what I'd like to do is we've got a draft sort of in the works, another draft. We're also waiting for Senate Judiciary on this. I mean, House Judiciary. But I'm wondering, Bryn, if between what you heard yesterday in Senate Judiciary and the testimony just now from the commissioner, if there could be new language, gave enough direction for some language about reinstating the group that was together last year in the fall and winter that worked with CSG. And also incorporate within that looking at maybe the graduated sanctions, reentry housing needs, the community piece, behavioral health piece, is kind of consolidate all of that. Does that make sense, Bryn? Or is that too much?
No, I think that makes sense. Does the committee know what it wants to do with the Agency of Human Services report? Is that something that you want to consolidate with this sort of overarching JR2 working group?
I was sort of thinking about that, but I'm not tied to that. Other folks, because they had there was for the Justice Reinvestment 2, that was on section 22. which is reports on findings and any recommendation for legislative action. And then the Agency of Human Services, with the assistance of Council of State Governments, would be gathering information on mental health, substance use disorders, and assessments for incarcerated individuals, how screening informs case plans for sentencing individuals, and existing behavioral health care coordination and case management protocols. So that was more data collection from the Agency of Human Services.
Yep, so you want to leave that one as is then and just have them report to the working group?
I would say so on first blush. And then in the working group, incorporate the issue about strengthening graduated sanctions piece in reentry housing.
Is that the Department of Corrections program working group?
Yeah.
Section 20?
Yes. That was 24.
Oh, okay.
Or section 20. There's also section 20, but that's not, is that connected? Yeah, that is connected with the
Yes,
Council of
it is,
State
yeah.
Government. Yeah, I was thinking of that working group, section 20.
Right. That was my understanding, to consolidate that programming piece with the JR2 group. But are you asking that the section 24, that language that passed in the Budget Adjustment Act, would you like that to change as well?
Well, that's what I'm sort of looking at, because that's another one of DOC. I'm wondering, could that be part of that working group in section 20? I don't know. I'm just putting those out as thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, so Kurt, you have your hand up. Sarah gave a thumbs up. Kurt, is your hand up still? Is it new or is it from the previous question?
No, it's waving.
Okay. Okay, it's all yours. You have something, Mary, too?
Yes, my hand's up.
Okay, so Kurt and then Mary.
There's an awful lot of working groups being tossed around, and I'm not sure the composition of each. And we seem to be talking about taking the original Justice Reinvestment 2 working group and substituting it for this Justice Reinvestment working group, but I'm not exactly sure who the members were of the previous one and what their charge was and how that differs from this one.
The one that was involved last year had a tri-branch. It had to be tri-branch because this was a work of justice reinvestment where you had agreements from the three branches of government. So you had 4 legislators on there. The Chief Justice was the chair. You had DOC, you had mental health. You had law enforcement with the state police and also municipal. And you had some of the advocates, like Jessica was there for the network, ACLU was there. The courts were there. Pat Gable was there for the courts. I think Judge Pearson was there. I mean, we can get a list of that.
But did it include the parole board?
The parole board was not included in that, which was because they were looking more at the front end and looking more at people who are incarcerated.
Right. So we've got the parole board on this one.
Right. And they should be on this other group, that they should be included, because now, particularly with presumptive parole, they should be there.
And this one has.
But we met maybe 4 times, and it was really it was a check-in that councils of state governments used in terms of, this is the data they're getting to date. This is an issue we're getting with one entity or 2 entities. We're not getting the data. Can you help us put some pressure on them to give us the data? It was a way of saying, well, you've received the data for this. I remember in some of the meetings, I would say, well, are you looking at the women's facility? Are you looking at the women who are on probation, who are on furlough? You know, let's see if we can break it down by gender. So the next 2 months that they did the work, they would incorporate that and then come back to us. So that's how it worked. We didn't get into the minutia. It was a vehicle for council of state governments to do a check-in and say, are we on the right track? Are we looking at the right people? Are we gathering the data that you were hoping to get? Is this going to help you in making decisions? That's what the check-ins were all about. We were not making recommendations on policy. We were waiting for council of state governments to do that. So my thinking is if we use that same group, they have the background of what we did. And also it's a way for council of state governments, again, to have those check-ins to see if they're working in the right direction. I have a cat that's rolling over in all the papers.
I guess I need to be able to think about with the different makeup of the group, whether the powers and duties need to change and things like that as well.
I don't think we need to overthink it. I don't think we need to overthink it.
Well, determining their powers and duties, how's that? Huh? I mean, they have to. What are they going to be doing? They're not going to be doing the same thing they were doing before.
Well, it's a way for the council of state governments to check in and also look at how DOC or the community is implementing presumptive parole, the different types of furlough and what's coming in. It's how do we take those next steps in justice reinvestment too. So Butch has his hand up. Butch?
Thanks, Al. So I'd like to think this proposal that the Senate put out yesterday is kind of a compromise proposal, because the working group that we have in our current version of the bill probably wouldn't live through another look from the Senate, because I don't think Senator Sears was his initial reaction is, we'll just let justice oversight do it. And I think that.
You mean the one from Justice Reinvestment?
Yeah. That whole section of the bill, he was not in favor of it all. So I think this is probably a bit of the Section 20 working group. I think this is a bit of a compromise from them. So we have to, I'm going to look at it that way a little bit, I think, and try to figure it out without monkeying it up so much that it's not going to work.
Kurt?
Well, I think Mary had a question, didn't she?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. I am sorry. Thank you, Kurt.
That's all right. I think my question was answered because I was trying to define what the committee looked like it had done and that. So I think my questions were answered.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm looking on the chart that Sarah made, and for the working group proposal, it's made up of pretty much the same people, though a smaller group than what was there before. Kurt?
I think I'd like to hear from CSG about what they think of it, because it sounds to me like, well, this original working group has a lot of hands-on working that it was going to be doing. And I think that's what the commissioner was saying. It looks into things pretty in a detailed way, into some of the things going on in corrections. And we're backing off of that. And I think we're putting more onto CSG. And I'm wondering whether this is something that they feel is good or that they can do. If this turns into more of a report back from CSG, we have to know whether they're willing and able to do it.
I think they are. I mean, this language here is a recommendation from CSG. They're anticipating once the S338 passes, that the next step for CSG will be implementation, and also to really start focusing on the behavioral health piece of it, in the behavioral health care piece of it within the community. And the goal is that we'd have some federal dollars coming in to help us with this, and CSG would be the key entity that would be working on this for implementation.
Right, but this is CSG's addition to have somebody else do a bunch of work, this working group, not
No,
for them
to
to do
help-
it.
No, it was CSG would be doing it, but this is to help them in terms of, are we implementing this correctly? Is this the direction that you want to go as a state?
So would CSG be looking into the implementation of case reviews and the release of individuals newly eligible for
They would
presumptive
be,
parole?
they'd be reaching out to those individual entities to give them the data, and CSG would assimilate that. CSG has been in direct contact a lot with Monica. And I don't know if you want to speak up on what has occurred in the past in terms of your work and CSG's work together to get the data and how that worked, because I would assume that's the continued process. Am I off base on that, Monica? And then Sarah did have a question.
I'm happy to wait if that's, or I can answer the question now.
Why don't you answer the question and then we'll go to Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, yes, CSG will be coordinating what I would say a lot of gathering of data. However, it's really important for the committee to understand that the majority, that the work is done in collaboration, right? We spent a tremendous amount of time with Ellen and Cassandra and with Ed Weckerly, being able to, one, provide them with the information that they needed, interpret the information that we were giving to them, read through a lot of reports. So it's a collaborative effort versus CSG just coming in and doing the work. They can't do it without us, and I would say us includes the judiciary, the parole board, all of these agencies spent a lot of time working with CSG so that they could produce those reports. And this implementation working group, whatever it will look like, I imagine will require at least as much and possibly more work, as the commissioner, I think, was saying earlier in his testimony. It will require a lot of work from all these different agencies. Most of the reports that are in here, even though it says, well, the superior judge should be supplying this information or the parole board supplying information, a lot of the information that's going to be needed for those reports will in fact come from the Department of Corrections. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So let me go to Sarah next, and then we can continue.
So I just had a quick question, because I think I heard, Bryn, that you were asking about this too. Like, where does AHS fit in? Are we still talking about Section 23, that will be an AHS report that's separate? And what I heard from the commissioner is that if there's a way that we can integrate the work that this working group is doing with AHS, that would help bring some cohesion. And so I guess my question is, does it make sense for a member of AHS to be part of this working group, to be added?
But
So
they are. I mean, it's part of, I mean, if you go back to who was there last fall, AHS was well represented because you had all the departments within AHS represented.
Okay, now I'm seeing that. Yep, the secretary. Yeah.
So the circling back would be that the Agency of Human Services, if you keep Section 23, the Agency of Human Services is going to work with the Council of State Governments on collecting all of this.
Yep.
And then that gets reported back to the Justice Reinvestment 2 working group. So that's how you connect it.
Great.
So does this make sense to the committee so that we can have Bryn start kind of laying out some language for this? I get some thumbs up, so I get some nods. I'm wondering too, I'm wondering too, Bryn, if we extend the date out a little, if that helps. We have January 15th. Of 21. Would it be better to do maybe January 30th or February 1st, or does it not matter? I'm just trying to give some time here.
I think that what we had talked about with Ellen was that that date should really be bumped out to 2022 to give the legislation some time to take effect and for the data to be relevant based on the new policies that are going to be implemented. So I think that somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that we landed on like July 1st of 2022, and it would be a report to Justice Oversight.
Right, we did, I think. Butch? Unmute yourself, Butch.
My comments on a different subject, so keep going until you're done with that.
Okay. So why don't you put in that July 1st, 2022?
I had January for my
Is it
notes.
January 1st, 2022?
22, but I don't, I think so. I don't know.
Well, if you do January 1st, 2022, that's the, oh, there goes my internet again. If you do January 1st, 2022, then you've got that legislative session, the second year of that biennium. If you push it out to July 1st of 2022, then you're not going to deal with anything until the legislative session of 23. So it'll be 2 years from this January, next January that you. So where's the committee? Butch? No, you've got something else. You want to do January 1st, 2022 or January 15th, 2022 or July 1st,
I think
2022.
I think January, whether it's January 1st or January 15th of 2022, then it gives a biennium to.
Well, 1 year of the biennium, it's the last year of the biennium.
Oh, right.
The biennium starts next January.
Yeah, right. Yep. So, but if we don't do that, then we skip a biennium.
We skip 2 years.
Yeah.
So our folks, how many folks would prefer January 22? How many folks want January 22? Okay, how many folks want July 22? I think everybody was January.
January, yes.
So Bryn, we're at January 15th, 2022. But if we do that, then what we have here well, why don't we get that and then we can figure it out, because I'm seeing that April 1st date that we didn't do because of our situation, but it was supposed to be on the graduated sanctions and the reentry housing piece. So let's get the language and then we can see it next week on Tuesday. That will help us, I think. So Butch, you had a question about something else. Unmute.
Damn it.
I'm going to tell
Yeah,
you
no.
why to keep you muted.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go back to probation as long as Bryn's getting ready to make some changes. And I know we're waiting for judiciary to come over with their language in that. I'm wondering if we should consider taking a look at the current language or the language we're proposing on who's eligible for good time and maybe put that a similar language, because current law just says a judge can, like, I know, can just set probation. And I'm just a matter of wonder how the committee feels about should we just do it going forward as this bill says, or should we consider giving it to everybody on probation currently? It's a bit, and that's a pretty big question.
So in discussions with Council of State Governments, when Ellen testified, most folks most folks do not have long probation sentences. Most of them, it's about 2 years, maybe 3. So you don't, usually probation doesn't go out as long as 5 years or something. So most of them are short. I'm just putting that information out there.
Yep. So just kind of reading what the bill says, strange thing. And it just starts, its current laws, it just may suspend all or part of the sentence, place person in the sentence, care, custody of commissioner, and term of probation shall be for a specific duration. And if everybody's happy with that, and I can go on with whatever everybody feels, we're just gonna go only, that's only available to people that are sentenced to receive a probationary sentence after this bill's passed.
Right, going forward.
Yep.
Did Senate Judiciary talk at all about people who are currently on probation that going forward, when the bill became law, that they would be able to get time for credit served going forward as well?
I do not recollect the Senate taking any testimony about whether it would apply to people who are currently incarcerated.
No, currently on probation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Incarcerated. No, there's folks on probation. We're talking about credit for time served on probation.
I don't think that they discussed that. I don't believe that they discussed that.
I don't know if it would be problematic or not to put it on folks who are currently on probation. I don't know. Dale, you showed up. Is that a reason you want to talk?
I believe the understanding was it for it whenever, if the language, there's a few different versions of it, but whatever language passes would be effective that date moving forward.
Right.
For everyone on probation. So we wouldn't have, because it's not changing the sentence. It's not changing the sentence. It's what it's doing is making a fairness for all of our different legal statuses.
But the question is it credit for time served for folks who are on probation? Is it for someone, when this becomes law, would a person who is currently on probation qualify going forward for credit for time served?
Prospectively, it wouldn't be retroactive.
Okay.
So let's say it goes into effect July 1st.
Right.
So July 1st, he would earn his first day. July 2nd, July 3rd, it'd be moving forward toward the current sentence. So we wouldn't go back in time and look forward. It's everything moving forward. So.
But for someone who is currently on probation,
right.
Once this bill becomes law, going forward for each day they continue on probation, they would get credit for time served.
Correct, unless the legislature wants to change that, like they did with good time, how it was everyone that's sentenced will earn good time, but it's not retroactive. It's prospective moving forward. It's the same thought, but it's not good. So probation credit is not good time, so to speak.
I know, but what we're trying to get at, and I think we're there, but I want to be clear. The original good time that we put in last year we were waiting for a report back. But the way it left last year was when it was implemented, the good time would only go to those folks that were sentenced once the bill became law. It did not apply to those folks who were currently sentenced.
Correct. And I see Monica there. So
we have now shifted that to say yes. So the question is with probation, is it when the bill becomes law, credit for time served on probation is only for those folks who are then sentenced to probation once the bill is law, or does it also apply to those folks who are currently on probation going prospectively for them?
See, I would think it would be prospectively the way it's written, but that might be a question that Bren or other legal minds. I'm not a legal mind. I'm just a.
So the intent was for anyone who's on probation, be it now or be it after July 1st, they would all qualify from that point on to get credit for time served on probation. That was the intent, correct?
That is correct. And it would apply prospectively.
Right. So it's all, you have, how many folks on probation now? About 5,000?
Between 4 and 5.
Yeah. So it will, all of those folks who are currently on probation, from the time this bill becomes law, would qualify for credit for time served.
I believe the way it's written now, yes, unless the legislative changes it. They can't. It's a policy decision, and I'm looking at Brent a little bit, but it could be that you can make the decision that from this date forward, anyone sentenced to probation will earn credit on their probation time as well. But I think that's a kind of a policy decision. But my take on the way it's written now is as July 1, you get credit for probation.
Okay. So Bryn has to leave because she has to get to House Judiciary. So let's continue working on a new draft. Bryn's going to work on new language for the working group. We want to clarify that we can, this probation time serves for everybody. Does that give you enough direction, Bryn?
Yep, I'll start that work. Would you like to see a new draft of everything that you've done for next week, or just the working group portion?
Can you, let's do everything we've done, and if there's any decisions that have been made in House Judiciary today, or you incorporate that as well, if they get to that point. Why don't we do that? So we're meeting next Tuesday from 1 to 3. Okay, so Bryn has to leave, but we still have some questions here. Kurt and then Butch.
Mine doesn't have to do with what we're talking about right at the moment. I can wait till we're finished with it. We are.
Okay, Butch, does this pertain to what we're talking about? Okay, let's go.
Yeah, it does.
And then we'll go back.
So I looked at the language in good time, and it clearly says in plain English, for offenders currently serving a sentence at the time the program is implemented, any reduction shall be calculated based on the offender's sentence going forward in time. So that says that statement to me says we're sweeping everybody in to that system, whether they're sentenced today, tomorrow, or last year. I don't see that in the probation language, and maybe Dale can point that out to me.
I think what it would be is under probation in section 3, all terms of probation set by the court shall be for a specific duration, not to exceed statutory maximum terms for the offense.
So, Representative Shaw, what I see is like the probation that I'm on page 9, D1, where it says a probationer shall receive 1 day of credit toward the probationer's minimum sentence, et cetera, et cetera. So that would mean that once the bill becomes effective, that the probationer would receive credit. That's how I interpret it. So if it's not the direction of if it's not your policy decision, I would have that cleared up because it could be interpreted one way or the other. I would interpret it as I serve 1 day on probation, I get 1 day credit if that probation gets revoked or something of that nature.
So I understand that, Dale, and I appreciate it, but you're a corrections guy. And so would it be helpful, and that this is up to the committee, obviously, if we cleared that up and it was said in plain English, like we said in the good time piece, if that's the direction the committee wants to take. If we're bent on moving people through the system, then I think it's important that we clear it up and hear from the judiciary.
Yes, I think the intent, what I'm hearing, the intent is everyone who's currently on probation and those going forward after the law, they will all qualify for credit for time served. That's the intent. And if the committees agreeable to this, we need to clarify that language. Just nod if you think we have to clarify the language.
I mean, I think we would support having one way or the other. I don't think the department is concerned is one way or the other, but as long as it's clear and as long as everyone's on board with it, I think that's what we're more concerned with. So everyone understands it. So, you know, after it becomes effective, we're not getting dragged in court trying to argue one way or the other. As long as I like clear, plain language myself.
That's what we want to do. We don't want to leave any ambiguity out there.
Right.
So I'm going to ask you, Butch, can you circle back with Bryn and
Yep.
ask her to do that language for the next draft?
I will.
Okay. Anything else on this one? Because Kurt has his hand up for something else, correct? And we're pushing 2:30 here, so we need to close up. Kurt.
I just have one thing I want to make sure that it's not going to cause any problems, but on page 6 of 42, section 3, paren 5, it's line 9 of page 6. I realize this is existing language, but it enables the probation officer to add to the probation as much as a year. And I'm wondering whether that's going to bump up against what we're also saying about probation not being allowed to be more than the maximum or something. Because they can keep adding probation as long as they are not doing their programming, it sounds like to me.
Well, they have to file the petition with the court.
Yeah.
So what that is, Representative Taylor, is we have someone on for a term probation and they're getting toward the end of their term and they haven't completed their conditions of supervision. We can, if we violate, go back to the court and have that term extended so that they can complete what they need to do. Now, you do bring up a good point here that this, with the way that the credit would be reading now, there could be it might not come into effect or come into play as much anymore. It would be for current cases with longer terms that are already in effect, but it really depends on the term that's set and the sentence that's imposed. So it could be, in effect, someone has a 2-year max sentence that's all suspended, but a 1-year term. So that 1-year term, the court could push it back to the 2-year point. But if it was a 2-year term and a 2-year max, you couldn't really push it beyond that because at the 2, the probation's done.
I see.
So it adds a layer that when the courts and agreements are being written up as far as probation and terms, that's just something that they'll have to kind of take into effect is the term. And if we're going to look to push it back, you can't have the term can't be longer than the max with the new language.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope I explained that correctly, or I hope I explained it well enough to understand.
Okay. No, that does.
Okay. I just want to get that down because I was interrupted here. Okay. Anything else before we finish up? So I just want to give the committee what the thinking is in terms of our time frame here for this bill. The speaker has asked if this bill needs to go to appropriations. I'm assuming it does, even though we don't have an appropriation to it. What I would like to do, there was a group review working with Mary Hooper, there was Sarah, and there was Carl and Felicia and Mary. Could you folks connect with Mary? And I know they're in the throes right now of BAA, the large BAA.
Mm-hmm.
And they are going to be getting in, I believe, a week and a half from now, The FY21 budget recommend from the administration. This would be an FY21 appropriation. And it would be really important to get a conversation going with Mary Hooper to kind of figure out what the thinking is for S338 for money and for what. They're going to be doing a skinny bill for FY21 that my internet's unstable, so I hope you can hear me. That they hope to get out and passed by the end of May, beginning of June is the thinking. So Mitzi has asked if we can get this bill out next week. And I said, well, we're pretty close. We're waiting for House Judiciary. And
do we know when they will be done?
Maxine and I spoke yesterday because the speaker emailed both of us yesterday. And Maxine and I spoke yesterday in terms of what they're looking at. They are looking, I asked them to really look at the minimum max issue for credit for time served on probation, if it should also go towards the max. I asked them on furlough, Rule 75 or Rule 74. And they're also spending time on the racial disparity and the sentencing commission. And they want to know about the stakeholders in the racial disparity. They were thinking of getting all those folks in to testify. And I said, you don't need to, we've heard from the majority of them. Our concern was that the report back from the racial disparity study that didn't need to have a report from every stakeholder and that people are fine with the changes that they made. So House Judiciary will go along with that, but they're really concerned about the Sentencing Commission. And Martin Lalonde is part of the Sentencing Commission. So I said, that's your area, figure that out. That's not our area. So I think they'll probably have something by next Tuesday, I would hope. Because I said to Maxine, we're just really waiting for you folks. We have a few things that are dangling, but we could finish the work on this by next week on Thursday, is my thinking. Does the committee see that, being able to finish it up by next Thursday?
Now, so when is Mitzi looking then to bring it onto the floor?
Well,
the following week?
Well,
it
has to go up to appropriations.
Right, that's what I thought.
It has to go up to approach. So that's why if you folks, you, Mary and Carl and Sarah and Felicia's not on today, could hook in with Mary to find out more specifically what her thinking is, and we should put some money in somewhere, is the thinking. Monica, you've got your hand up.
Well, I can take my hand down if you prefer.
No, that's fine. No, did you want to weigh in on this?
I think that what I wanted to let you all know, maybe before you signed off, and just to ask a question, we do have a few items that are related to this bill that we still wanted to bring up, and so it might make more sense for me to just send something to you in writing versus to bring that up right at this point.
Can you send that to all the committee, or send it to Phil, and Phil can send it to all the committee members?
Sure.
Can you do that, Monica?
I can.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and reach out to Mary, and Mary Hooper, and I'll CC Mary and Sarah and Felicia on that email just to get the conversation going.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was going to ask how we were going to coordinate that so we weren't all calling. So that would be great.
I'll go ahead and do that.
That would be great, because we got to get that conversation going to know what the parameters are. Because if you remember back in February, before we broke for town meeting, Mary was concerned about what are we going to do with S338 with money in the FY21 budget that they were putting together? Because the thinking on the Senate side, when they took the money out, their thinking was they could use one-time money from FY20 to address some of the areas they wanted to fund. That one-time money is now gone.
That's gone for sure.
The question, that's gone. So, but that was the thinking on Senate appropriations side back in February. And so now it's a different world and we have to figure out the money piece. And that's a much bigger picture than us. So if Carl, you could organize that, that would be great.
Take care of that.
Okay. And Monica, and we'll send to Phil some of the other changes that they're concerns that they have. And we will be back. The plan is for Tuesday from 1 to 3, and also Thursday next week from 2:30, from 12:30 to 2:30. Anything else before we sign off? And we'll sign off on YouTube here. If not, thank you all for tuning in, and we will be back in committee on Tuesday next week. Thank you.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 371st edition of Energy Week. We are recording this on the 14th of May, 2020. I am George Harvey, and with me is the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
It always comes out that way, doesn't it, Tom?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Every day I go to the internet and I put together a web posting for my blog, which is geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. And I put together 10 to 15 news items, usually 15. And then from those, Tom and I get about 3 a day that we roll into a TV show of 21 items. And you can visit various places, my blog, geoharvey.com, or a couple of places that you should be able to find links to or whatever. So you can get to them from BCTV or from your TV or from YouTube. And you can go and follow this broadcast in that way. So you have something to say, I'll bet you, Tom.
Well, I obviously read all of these things beforehand, and some of them are very interesting and informative. And I would almost recommend that our viewers read every one of these, but that's kind of impossible, I think.
Oh, we've got a pretty good set of material this week. Some of it's really.
This was particularly good. There were some very good articles. A lot of them were very long.
Yeah, and some of them are very important.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the first article that we've got is, I would say, important.
Well, let's find out about that.
Okay, you want to read the title, Tom?
Abu Dhabi to have cheapest solar power ever at 1.35 cents per kilowatt hour. That's incredible.
This is really... Yeah, it's incredible. Abu Dhabi is to have the cheapest electricity ever from a solar farm, reports say. As the capital of the UAE, Abu Dhabi is no stranger to solar price records, and the new low PV bid chosen by Abu Dhabi's public electric utility will bring down the cost of solar to 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour. And you know, Tom, just last week, in Dubai, the record was set at 1.7, or a tiny bit less than 1.7. So this is a significant reduction.
It is that. I want to just mention a little bit about UAE, United Arab Emirates. That's a small country. It's really a bunch of collection of very small countries.
Yes.
That remained independent of the Saud family in Saudi Arabia. They were under protection, basically, of the British in the early part of the 20th century.
Yeah.
And they formed their own country now. So there's about 5 or 6 of them, actually. Abu Dhabi is one of them. And what was the other one you just mentioned?
Dubai.
Dubai is another one. And they're a lot more progressive than Saudi Arabia is.
Yes, they are that.
They have things like movies and stuff.
They're kind of more similar, I think, to Kuwait. But they certainly have this incredible move to solar power, and it's kind of...
Well, they've got a lot of sun, and they've got a lot of desert.
That's true. And yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's move on here, because I was just going to say exactly that. This comes from the article. The UAE has abundant sunshine and flat, empty stretches of desert, as well as an abundance of oil and gas.
Yes.
Plus, the world's largest solar PV farm, which we are looking at above,
yes,
and the cheapest solar farm ever built.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't even read the title, did I?
No,
Abu Dhabi to have cheapest solar power ever at one. Yeah, I did say that, at 1.35 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yeah. We should probably move on to the next article.
Well, there's one more sentence here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Abu Dhabi has supported the growing solar power market as a whole and helps to ensure low-cost financing. We need cooperation. This is an important sentence. We need cooperation from our governments worldwide if we're going to fully embrace the transition to renewable and sustainable energy.
Right.
You know, it's going on. It's happening. But there are forces that are trying to oppose it for monetary reasons.
Yeah. Okay, we've got that one was from Clean Technica, and our next one is also from Clean Technica, and for inexplicable reasons has a picture, a map of the world with April heat, which is air heat, not ocean heat.
Well, there's some pretty hot spots on there, though.
There are, yeah.
Well, this says April. Well, the map. Okay. I was reading the title of the map, and they can see it up on the screen, I imagine.
Yeah.
Oceans are record warm, which likely means stronger hurricanes and larger wildfires.
Highly destructive fires in places like California and Australia may be hard to remember adequately now that they have been eclipsed somewhat by the coronavirus pandemic. But the oceans are warm. Large storms and wildfires are on the way.
Read that again.
Oceans are warm. Large storms and wildfires are on the way. The thing about the warm oceans is that if the oceans are warm, they heat the air above them, and the air that's above them wants to rise, and because it's warm. And if the oceans are warm, they also have a lot of evaporation of water into that air that
goes into the air.
Yep, and that water is going to go up, and it's going to get cold when it gets up there, and it's going to want to drop out as rain and come back to the earth. And that
what goes up must come down,
I suppose. But it really fuels the big storms that we've got when the Gulf of Mexico, for example, or the equatorial Atlantic Ocean and so forth are warm.
Indian Ocean and those affecting Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. And depending upon where you are, this might mean extra water in the air or that the air is extra dry. It might mean that the air is moving fast, or it might mean that things just don't move very much. And what we're seeing a lot of these days is that, like Hurricane Harvey, the hurricane formed, and then it moved to Texas, and then it just sat there.
Got wet over Houston.
Yeah, and the same thing was true of Katrina. It stayed where it was for a fair amount of time, dumping water on the landscape, and this is something which is really difficult. So,
well, I'll read a little bit from the article here, 2 sentences. The change in climate we are experiencing is human-caused, rather than a part of a natural cycle, according to NOAA. If the Gulf of Mexico remains warm, another major hurricane could plow through the U.S.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's move on here. We got some nice picture of a bunch of wind turbines. And what's happening there in that picture?
What is that?
What's happening there in that picture?
Oh, well, this is chemtrails. They're dumping atmospheric dust in,
Oh, is that what's happening?
Hardly. No, these are trails of condensation behind the wind turbines because the wind turbines have introduced turbulence into the air, and the air here is very humid, so the particles of water in the air bump into each other and condense. And this is very much like the contrails behind aircraft, except that the contrails are very largely made up of water vapor that comes from the engines. Here, it's just the turbulence.
So the turbulence is just causing the water that's already there to kind of condense.
Yes, and I saw a picture of the Rock of Gibraltar recently, where the wind going across the Rock of Gibraltar had caused a cloud to form behind it. And the cloud just sat there with the passing of time.
Interesting.
It's like a standing wave in a stream where you have, you know, a rock in a stream and there's a wave above it.
Yeah, yep.
It always stays there. And this was the Rock of Gibraltar. The whole thing of chemtrails is something that I know a little bit about the aerosols that they put in because I've actually made them. And people don't really understand it, but it's made into conspiracy theory, and I just can't buy it. Anyway, we've got an item here from Clean Energy Wire.
Coronavirus impact lays bare inflexibility of German power generation and demand.
And the relationship of this, by the way, to the picture is that the German power generation is getting to be more and more dependent on offshore wind power, which is what we're seeing there. Slumping power demand from a pandemic and April's strong wind and solar power production have revealed that Germany's fossil and renewable energy generation, as well as electricity demand, need to be much more flexible, according to experts.
Well, this is a long and informative article.
Yeah.
And what it starts off by saying is that sunny and windy weather has led to strong renewable power production.
Right.
But low demand in neighboring countries has meant that Germany could not export the excess electricity, resulting in negative power prices, which we've talked about on a show.
Many times.
They're paying customers to use the power rather than turning off the plants. It's less costly.
Yeah.
Recurring negative prices can result in system instability. Well, I would figure that.
Yes. There is one thing that I'd like to say about this business of being flexible, though, and that is, and the article says this, not in so many words, but the most inflexible sources of power that we've got are big baseload fossil fuel plants and nuclear plants. So what they're saying is, actually, if you want to read a little bit between the lines, in order to get the flexibility that they need, what we have to do is extend the renewable power, not returning to the baseload power.
Well, technology is on our side.
Yeah.
As we've talked about on a show, the prices of renewables have been plummeting.
Yes, as we're going to see more of in seconds, literally.
Well, we got a nice picture coming up of a gas plant.
A weird gas plant.
Weird gas plant.
Yeah.
And it's called coffee table size units to power new gas plant.
Yeah, this is Friday, May 8th we've got to, and this is from ABC News. That is Australian ABC, not American ABC. And did you read the title to this, Tom?
Coffee table size units to power new gas plant.
Oh, I was expecting you to say near Roma.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, Roma's just a town. I didn't figure anybody even knew where it was.
Yeah, when I saw the title, I thought they were talking about Italy. The Australian Renewable
Southwest Queensland.
Yeah, okay. The Australian Renewable Energy Agency is providing $1 million. That's $1 million Australian, which is about $750,000 in the United States, in funding to give authorities a chance to assess the benefits of using an electrolyzer powered by solar panels to extract hydrogen from the atmosphere, and then the hydrogen is used to make renewable methane.
Well, electrolyzer is like high school chemistry.
Yeah, it is.
Almost anybody has done some electrolysis of water, turning it into hydrogen and oxygen, but they're doing that same thing here on an industrial scale.
Yeah, and they're also pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So this is direct carbon capture, and using the electricity from the solar panels to force that to react against the hydrogen to create methane, which is then used as natural gas.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing. It's, by the way, for anybody who really wants to know, the natural gas thing, they make hydrogen, and then they take 4 hydrogen molecules and combine them with 1 carbon dioxide molecule to make 1 methane molecule and 2 water molecules. And then the water is sent back to the electrolyzer to be reused. It's an interesting process.
Yeah, it is. Well, the project involves the installation of hundreds of thousands of small modules.
Yeah.
And the total can create up to 74 gigajoules of renewable methane. Now, a gigajoule is 1 million BTU, or 300 kilowatt hours. So a gigajoule is nothing to sneeze at.
A gigajoule is nothing to sneeze at, but here, you always say giga is bigger.
Yeah.
A joule is pretty small. It's like a million grains of sand. How big is that going to be? It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, a joule is a small article, and a gigajoule is a million BTU.
Yeah.
It's a trillion joules.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we should. We got a nice picture of looks like a pool, but it's the Great River Energy headquarters, huh?
Which has a wind turbine right behind it.
Yeah, that's really for promotion, I think.
Do you?
Well, if you drive up by Boston and you look off to the distance where the electric company is, they have a turbine in their yard.
Yes, and in fact, I used to live south of Boston, and I drive by that.
Been there a long time.
Been there a long time. Yeah, this item is from Green Tech Media, and I have to say it's one of the most important items of the week.
Well, it says long duration breakthrough. Form Energy, which is a company, their first project, Form Energy's first project, tries pushing storage to 150 hours. Now that blew my mind.
Well, as I got into it farther, what?
Huh?
As I got into it farther, it blew my mind more and more.
That's 6 days.
I know.
A week.
Form Energy made a deal with it for its new energy storage technology with Minnesota utility Great River Energy. The battery is competitive on price relative to the power output, which is kilowatts or megawatts, but it provides an enormous amount of electricity, which is the kilowatt hours or megawatt hours at that price. And what this means is, if you want to install a megawatt of battery so that you can get a megawatt out of it, it costs roughly the same as it does with lithium-ion batteries. But where those lithium-ion batteries might keep going for 4 or 5 or 6 hours.
I was just going to say, it's a matter of hours.
Yeah, at peak demand. Well, we've talked a lot about the Hornsdale Power Reserve, and that is 100 megawatts, 135 megawatt hours, which means if it were running at peak output, it would run out in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Well, this guy's talking 6 days, so it's a big improvement, a huge improvement.
This is 150 hours this thing can go, and since the price is close to what it is for lithium ion, if you wanted to replace the Hornsdale Power Reserve, you could do it at a close price, except you'd be getting 25 times as much of electricity out of it.
Well, this is another one of those interesting articles this week.
Yeah, it is. And I could see the cost of electricity coming from batteries going to well below a cent per kilowatt hour with this.
Well, this is a coming thing.
Yeah. Now, one thing I want to point out to everybody is they didn't tell us how this works. And the only reason I'm assuming that it does work, because if somebody came to me and said, I've got this battery that will do this, I would have said, this is a scam. Except that in this particular case, the engineers at a utility have looked at it hard enough to agree to buy one.
Well, they said, show me, and somebody showed him, and it seems to work.
I guess.
But this is a huge breakthrough.
It is, very big. You got more on that, Tom?
Well, as I just said, great progress. 4 hours to 150 hours of storage.
Yeah.
And long-duration storage will be necessary to maintain grid reliability in the future. So this kind of thing is coming.
It is. Yep. So our next item is has a picture of a deflator mouse.
Yeah. You know, that brought back sort of memories because a long, long time ago, I heard about the Strauss opera called Deflator Mouse.
Yeah.
You know, when I was only a kid, I said, Flater Mouse, that sounds like flying mouse.
Which
and that's
is
a way of looking at a bat.
It's a bat. That's right. And that little guy in the picture is a bat, and you can see just off the front of his wings, you can see a little thing sticking out. That's the bat's thumb. The wings are a membrane that runs between these.
Right, they're his hands. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. They're his hands, and they have big. He has tiny finger bones, and the membranes stretched between them, and that's what his wings are. Anyway, we have this item, which is from TPM.
Whatever that means.
Whatever that means, I don't know. Got a title?
How climate change is contributing to skyrocketing rates of infectious disease. Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Scientists who study how diseases emerge from the changing environment knew that a pandemic was coming. Climate change is making outbreaks of disease more common and more dangerous, and the number of emerging infectious diseases has been rising fast.
This is another good and long article.
Yes. Yes. And
well, from the article, it's a couple sentences here. Catastrophic loss in biodiversity, reckless destruction of wildland, and warming temperatures have allowed disease to explode.
Yes.
Ignoring the connection between climate change and pandemics would be, and this is a quote from the article, dangerous delusion.
Yes.
We turn a blind eye to the fact that our behavior is driving this. We get cheap goods through Walmart, and then we pay for it forever through the rise in pandemics. It's upside down.
Yes. This is not just credit cards making things making you pay for a long time. It's like you change the environment, you're changing the environment. I had a friend once who made fun of her great aunt who would say it's a poor bird that dirties its own nest. And she made fun of it because she thought that was a silly thing to say. But the fact of the matter,
it's accurate. It might be silly, but it's a truism.
It's a truism. That's right. Well, we're up to May 9th, which is a Saturday.
Nice picture of a Tesla Model 3.
Yeah, you know what? I tend to try to ignore pictures of cars because I get bored by them.
Well, they all look alike these days.
They all look alike. But, you know, when I was a kid, they all looked alike, too, except for the odd person out there who would be driving a Model A Ford. I always envied the person with the Model A Ford. I always wanted to own a Model A Ford Roadster or you know,
that was a neat little car.
They were neat with a
rumble seat.
With a rumble seat. I always wanted to have a car with a rumble seat. Okay, this one is from Clean Technica.
The Tesla Model 3 is the best-selling luxury car in the USA, by far.
Yeah, that's for the first quarter of 2000. The Tesla Model 3 accounted for approximately 21% of the new small and mid-sized luxury car sales in the United States in the first quarter of 2020. This should not be a big surprise. It has better acceleration, lower operational cost, and higher resale value. And I was amazed when I looked at the resale value of these because
it's holding up, isn't it?
Oh, you know, when I was a kid, the saying was, you buy a car, it's going to lose half of its value on the trip home.
Yeah, that was very close to being the truth.
Yeah, and these things have a resale value that's like 95% after they're a year old. And it is also, by the way, rated as the safest car you can buy.
That's very interesting.
Isn't it?
Well, there's a good article here. There's a lot of graphs on it if you like graphs.
Yeah. The graphs that are with this article were not the kinds of graphs that I like particularly, but I suppose a lot of people would get stuff out of them.
Well, a Model 3 was the 8th best-selling car in the USA, right behind 7 mass-market cars with a much lower base price.
Yes.
And this is an interesting sentence. Model 3 owners were happier with their cars than the owners of any other vehicle model, according to Consumer Reports.
That is really impressive. You know, if you think about it, that's really impressive. Yeah.
Well, the article gives a list of 70 reasons why Model 3 owners love their cars. And one of them that I love was a fart generator.
A what?
Fart generator.
Okay.
It makes noises like obscene noises that the body makes.
Like a whoopee cushion.
Yeah, exactly. That just cracked me up.
Okay. Okay.
But if you get a new Cessna, you got one of those so you can impress your friends.
Yes.
Well, a nice picture of a solar farm here coming up.
Yep. And this is an item that came from PV Magazine India, and it's another one. This one blew my mind. So, what do you got for a title?
Renew Power wins a 400 megawatt round-the-clock renewable auction at 2.90 rupees per kilowatt hour.
Right. I'm sorry, I always put in a rupee symbol instead of spelling the word out. And a lot of that is because I want these synopses to be to fit into a certain amount of space. And
well, this came from the article.
Oh, it sure did. But I would have. Sometimes I will expand things to make them easier to read, and I'm apologizing to you, Tom.
Yeah, I'm looking at that symbol. What does that mean?
Well, you figured it out. The Solar Energy Corporation of India has concluded a 400 megawatt round-the-clock renewable power supply auction. Out of nearly 950 megawatts bid, the Renew Power run the entire capacity of 400 megawatts by quoting the lowest first-year tariff, which was 2.90 rupees per kilowatt hour, which is 3.8 cents per kilowatt hour. And
we've seen lower than that.
Huh?
We've seen lower than that.
We've seen lower, but not for 24/7. This is 24/7 power. This is
that's true.
This is power that, you know, people have always said, well, renewable power, you know, it doesn't work. It's not going to be there when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. And this addresses that really big time, because it says, okay, I don't care where you get this renewable energy from, but it's got to be renewable, and it's got to be round the clock, 24
hours.
And
hey, they got a 25-year power supply contract out of this. So
absolutely. And one of the things that I keep thinking about when I think about this is, if you compare this to a nuclear plant, this 400 megawatts is approximately 2/3 of the Vermont Yankee plant. But the Vermont Yankee plant had to shut down every 18 months for a month so that it could be refueled. This thing is not going to shut down. This is more reliable.
Renewables.
Renewables, that's right. And this just says, you're worried about the wind not blowing and the sun not shining? Well, by the way, we happen to have very cheap batteries these days.
That's blowing my mind. That's coming. That's coming.
It's here. I mean, 3.8 cents per kilowatt hour. If you look at the last Lazard LCOE charts, levelized cost of electricity, the cheapest fossil fuel source on the charts is combined cycle natural gas, and that is 4.4 cents to 6.6 cents. This is 3.8 cents. This will beat any natural gas. And, you know, basically what it comes down to is we're moving into a time where you'd have to be crazy to build a natural gas power plant.
Well, I think that burning things to make electricity is going to become a thing of the past very soon.
Very soon, except for one thing, which is hydrogen. And we'll see how that works. Okay, should we go on?
The thing about hydrogen is the byproduct is a very horrible thing. It's water.
Yes, indeed. It is water. I have to admit that, Tom.
Well, this is another interesting article.
Yeah.
Killer heat and humidity combination not experienced before is becoming more common. this kind of reprises what we've already spoken of today.
Right, and we have a picture here of a child in a heat wave.
Looks like he's having fun.
It does, and this particular article is from CNN. A report from the Earth Institute at Columbia University indicates that the combination of extreme heat and humidity, once believed never experienced by humans, is already happening. Such weather surpasses the theoretical threshold of human survivability.
That's a scary sentence.
Well, it is, and one of the things, there's been a lot of stuff coming out in the news saying if we don't address this, it's going to be somewhere between 1 and 3.5 billion people are going to have to move. And okay, here we are in Brattleboro, Vermont. How many of them are we able and willing to accept into our society because we've been burning fossil fuels?
Yeah, you got a point there.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let me take a couple of quick takeaways from the article.
Good. Okay.
Devastating effects of killer, quote, humid heat waves are already ravaging the world.
Yes.
Climate change is increasing both air temperatures and the amount of moisture in the air, making humid heat events more frequent and severe.
And that is something that I find frightening for a reason that it doesn't have much to do with how hot people get on the ground. That's going to cause unbelievable torrential rains.
Well, that's what's happened in Australia.
Yeah. You have more on that?
Well, I was just thinking, it's kind of ironic. They're getting more rain, but they're also getting more fires.
Yes.
Well, let's move along.
Okay, we're up to Sunday, May 10th, and we have an item here from SF Bay Area Indie Media, SF being San Francisco.
I would think, yes. New California oil permits rose 7.8% in 2020's first quarter as oil prices plunged. We've talked about that a couple of times already.
Yeah, we haven't talked about permits rising, though.
No, we haven't.
Increase in permits. The picture here is a picture of Toluca Street, Los Angeles, that was taken around 1900. And it gives you a new sense of the meaning of not in my backyard.
Boy, does it. I would hate to have bought that white little house in the picture about 2 years before any of this stuff happened.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine? Look at those drilling rigs everywhere.
Yes, and if you look on the left there, you can see that there are steps coming up from the road. And
somebody lives back there.
They're going, I don't know, they're going to a house, and somebody built a house, built those steps, had possibly a very nice place, and all of a sudden these guys moved in. And by the way, Toluca Street, I looked it up to see what it looks like now.
Yeah.
It does not look like a particularly attractive place to live, but it sure doesn't look anything like this.
I'm sure those drilling derricks are gone.
Long gone. Nobody there remembers them, I'd bet. Okay. The synopsis here is, because you've already read the title, as the price of oil went below zero, new oil and gas drilling permits actually increased 7.8% in California during the first quarter of 2020, according to a report by two watchdog groups. Another thing that increased was spending by an oil lobbying group.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but you know what? They're not spending money on drilling. They're spending money on permits and lobbying, which is a lot cheaper. And my guess is that they just don't have the money to spend on drilling.
Right now, I think you're right.
Yeah.
With the price of oil plunging and going negative, and this is from the article. What is puzzling is why would oil companies be in a position to drill for oil during the midst of the coronavirus crisis, where there is no economic incentive and dozens of oil tankers with nowhere to go because of oil price collapse idling off the California coast?
Well, what they're doing is, when they get the permit, they don't have to start drilling right away. And what they're hoping is that there's going to be an economic recovery and there will be a reason for them to drill. But the cost of a permit is tiny compared to the cost of actually drilling.
Well, it's still knocking the smaller producers off the market. They're going bankrupt.
The smaller producers are going bankrupt, no question about it.
Let's move on here. We got a kind of a pretty picture here, or at least it'd be pretty without that oil rig in the middle.
This is an article from Free Malaysia Today. And I want to say something about that picture, by the way. It's credited here as coming from Eli Hartman and from Odessa American. The Free Malaysia Today site did not give it credit. And I could not find, I had reason when I put this thing up to think that it really should have been credited. So this is one of those things, you know, I used it, it was with the article, but I made sure that it was credited correctly. Anyway, I'm sorry, you were about to read the title, I think.
Oil drilling collapses to 11-year low with explorers in retreat.
Yeah, oil and natural gas exploration fell to an all-time low as the COVID-19 pandemic snuffed out the remnants of the U.S. shale boom. Now, this is an important sentence, I think. In the span of just 8 weeks, 53% of active oil and gas rigs in the country have gone dark, according to data released by Baker Hughes.
That means half of them have shut down.
And the number that was drilling was already really low when that happened. And a lot of those were small speculative companies, and when they shut down those rigs, they're down. I don't think they're ever going to go back to work.
I don't think so either. Well, from the article, the historic slump prompts widespread job cuts, budget reductions, contract cancellations, and well shuts.
Yeah.
U.S. oil production is in severe decline, and it could take years to turn around.
Yes.
And this sentence is an important one. Fracking, the more expensive process of blasting a mix of water, sand, and chemicals into drill wells to finally unleash oil and gas trapped in the shale rock, is also in retreat.
Yes.
There's big changes out there, guys.
Whole thing. In fact, there was an article that I saw today, and I did not put it into my blog, but it said that Saudi Arabia is in serious trouble. They're having to put taxes on things. They're having to, do a lot of things to save money because they haven't got money, and the reason they haven't got money is because of the low price of oil. So.
Interesting. And Saudi's got some of the cheapest oil in the world to drill.
Yes.
It's almost, you can almost get it with a shovel.
Yes. There is a thing where you can get oil without even drilling or shoveling, and that's called a petroleum spring. And they used to be a good deal more common than they are now.
They still happen in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The Saudi Arabian word for oil is zift, Z-I-F-T. And it has become part of the vernacular. We use similar words to describe things that we don't like.
Oh. Okay. So we've got
I can't repeat the word on television.
I see. Okay. I'll just imagine what it is. We have an article from an organization called Red, Green, and Blue.
Renewable Roundup. Solar and wind dominate new energy installations even after the coronavirus.
And we've got a graph here that shows where the new generating capacity additions are expected to come during the course of 2020.
By the type of generation they're using, like their gas.
And you can see that there's a huge, huge spike in December, and that's because, and this happens every year, December comes and they've got to get that stuff in that's required to be in order to get the tax credits,
right?
Or whatever it is that they're doing. But usually December.
Well, December is significant because it's tall. But look at the distribution.
Yeah, but the thing is, that kind of brownish color.
Yeah.
That's natural gas.
Yeah.
just minor almost the entire year, and it's minor for the year. And that round pie chart shows 44% of new capacity will be from wind, and 32%, if I'm reading that right, from solar.
And almost 10% from natural gas.
Yeah. So what have you got for a title here, Tom?
Renewable Roundup. Solar and wind dominate new energy installations. I read this already, I think, even after the coronavirus.
Well, the U.S. Energy Information Administration's latest information on new capacity additions shows that it expects 42 gigawatts to start commercial operation in 2020. Solar and wind will represent almost 32 gigawatts, which is 76% of the new capacity going online.
Well, FERC predicts that wind and solar are each on track to provide more new generating capacity than natural gas over the next 3 years.
Yeah. This is something, and you know, the material that has come out from the Energy Information Administration has always downplayed, I would say, solar and wind compared to natural gas. They've always said that they expected more from natural gas than appeared and less than from solar and wind. But now, I don't know what to make of this in terms of what is actually going to go online. It'll be interesting to revisit this next January or February when the data actually emerges.
Well, in the long run, with solar and wind, you don't have to pay for the fuel.
That's a help, isn't it?
I think.
Okay. We're up to Monday, May 11th, and we have an item from businessgreen.com.
Another milestone for Britain. The UK grid completes the first coal-free month. That's significant.
It is. The picture here is Drax Power Station, which used to be certainly the largest coal-burning station in Britain. I think it was over 6 megawatts. 6 gigawatts, I'm sorry.
Looks like a pretty big station.
It's a pretty big station. And they have converted, out of the 6 coal-burning units, they've converted 3 of them to burn natural gas and the other 3 to burn wood. Wood chips.
Where do they get wood in Britain?
From Georgia. They clear-cut Georgia.
You know, you're not kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. They said that it was all going to be forest falls and waste wood. And then they went to clear-cut Georgia.
Yeah.
So, you know, what...
You can see that down there. You drive by, and all of a sudden you go through about miles and miles of tree stumps.
Yes.
And then you see a forest again for a while.
Yeah.
Wow.
You read the title, I believe.
I think I did.
Okay, and the synopsis says, the UK's record-breaking run without coal passed another milestone. National Grid ESO confirmed that the grid had completed a full month without any input from the country's coal-fired power stations. The coal-free run is still going on. And as far as I know, it is still today going on. This started...
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's only a week ago, so yeah, it's still going on.
It's probably, I've seen references to it still going on after this article came out. But
so from the article, low-carbon sources provided 70% of the UK's power.
Yeah.
Gas contributing 30% of the mix. So it's 3/4 almost of the power.
Yeah.
And the UK is committed to phasing out the use of coal power by 2025.
Well, I think they've phased it out already for practical purposes. One of the things that I found interesting about this was they were setting record lows for use of coal during the winter when the demand for coal-fired power is normally
high.
So there you go. Anyway, I suppose we should probably go to our next article. It's from The Guardian.
Give it a try anyhow.
Yep.
Trump's environmental blitzkrieg advances under cover of coronavirus.
Yeah, there's a picture here of a gas-fired power plant in California, which was taken, by the way, by a guy named David McNew and came through Getty Images, and I see his name a lot. He seems to be quite successful. Even amid a pandemic, the Trump administration is weakening U.S. environmental protections, continuing its rollback as the November election approaches. During the coronavirus lockdown, U.S. federal agencies are pursuing an appalling series of environmental rollbacks.
Well, the article's got a list of rollbacks. It's a long list.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing, actually.
The administration is acting to cut public health protections while the American public is distracted by a public health crisis.
Yeah.
And it says here, this is from the article, if a Democrat takes the White House, it will take years to reverse some of these changes.
Well, this
isn't about what we're protecting. This is about who we're protecting.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. No question about it. Should we go on?
Yeah, we are.
Have an article here from The Guardian and the picture of I don't even know what that is. It's a steel making equipment of some kind, and that is steel glowing. And
they're rolling up a long strip of steel.
Yeah, I guess they are. But that looks like it's pretty thick.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's also pretty high.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Green steel industry could secure jobs for Australia's coal mining heartland. Well, this is significant for Australia.
Yeah, it is. It's significant for everywhere, actually, because it could be done anywhere. An Australian green steel industry could create tens of thousands of jobs in regions reliant on coal mining, giving them a future as demand for carbon-intensive goods falls. A report by the University of Melbourne's Grattan Institute says. Now, what they're talking about is manufacturing steel without using coal.
That's interesting. I'd like to know how they do it.
Well, I think, Tom, what they're doing here is the steel requires a certain amount of carbon. And that carbon historically has come from what's called met coal. It's a grade of coal that is used for metallurgical work.
Right, exactly.
The steel is also using a lot of energy, which comes, and then they need heat. And that heat historically has come from burning
coal.
And that is, I think, what they're talking about. They need the carbon in the steel. And it may be that they have found a way of doing that without using coal. It would be easy enough to do.
Well, I was reading into the article and trying to figure out how they were doing it. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I've seen this kind of thing, green steel coming up from time to time. It's something that I think is worth keeping an eye on. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, May 12th. And
U.S. coal-fired electricity generation in 2019 falls to a 42-year low.
Yeah, and this is a coal-burning power plant, which is the photograph. Output from the U.S. coal-fired generating fleet dropped to 966,000 gigawatt hours in 2019. That is the lowest level since 1976. The decline in last year's coal generation level was the largest percentage decline in history at 16%, and the second largest in terms of absolute terms at 240 gigawatt hours. And this, I think, is very significant. I want to point out here, coal has been hit really, really hard by the coronavirus, but this is before the coronavirus. This is for last year.
Yeah, that's true. It's economics.
It's economics. There's no question about it. Economics, I think there's a confusion among some people about the difference between economics and Obama. They used to say it was Obama's war on coal, but it was economics.
It was economics was doing it.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Well, there's a quick takeaway here. The primary drivers of this was increased output from natural gas-fired plants, which are up 8%, and wind turbines, which are up 10%.
Yeah. So wind turbines, I think, are establishing themselves more and more widely. Natural gas being up, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, wind turbines are getting bigger and more sophisticated, so it's progress.
Yep. And speaking of wind turbines, we have a picture coming up from Matt Arts of a wind turbine.
Interesting picture.
It is an interesting picture, isn't it? This is from Renews.
Well, Arkansas greenlights AEP's, American Electric Power, 810 megawatt wind.
That's a lot of wind.
I would think. Well, to give you a comparison, Yankee was at its maximum, 680 megawatts.
Yeah, this is big. Although the capacity factor for wind is significantly lower than it is for nuclear, so the amount that they're going to get out of this will be a little bit lower than they were getting from Vermont Yankee. Significantly lower, truth be told. Southwestern Electric Power Company, a subsidiary of American Electric Power, got approval from Arkansas regulators to add 810 megawatts of wind energy from 3 projects. The projects are to be finished in 2020 and 2021 to supply power to customers in Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, and Oklahoma. And one of the things that this kind of brings back is they're getting permission now for a huge set of projects, 3 projects that are together are huge, and it's all going to be done in less than 2 years.
Well, it's interesting. This Southwest Power serves more than 500,000 customers.
Yeah.
In Vermont, all of Vermont has half that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is a fairly significant company.
Yes, it is. It is. Okay, I think we've got one more item from Tuesday, May 12th. And it's from
I think you're right.
BBC.
Yeah, from BBC. Yeah. I'm trying to scroll through this article. Nice picture of some turbines there.
Yeah.
Well, India's carbon emissions fall for the first time in 4 decades.
Now, we've got another thing about this, too. India's CO2 emissions fell for the first time in 4 decades, even before India's coronavirus lockdown. Falling electric use and competition from renewables had weakened the demand for fossil fuels, according to analysis by environmental website Carbon Brief. So again, we're seeing India having its fossil fuels emission falling.
Again, it's money.
Before the coronavirus started really causing mischief.
Yeah, this is true. Well, renewables are getting cheaper, and they're spreading throughout India. India is bringing power to the people like this never happened before.
Yeah, that's right. People in India are likely to have electric power who never had it before. So we're up to Wednesday, May 13th. And we have an item from oilprice.com and a picture of a solar array that looks like it's out in the desert.
It's a large solar array.
There is.
I wonder where it is.
Well, I don't know. I looked for it to find out where it was. I couldn't find anything.
Well, there's hills there, and aren't any hills in the United Arab Emirates.
I think that might be India.
It could very well be India.
It also could be Australia. And for that matter, it could be Chile.
I don't think it could be California.
No, it doesn't look like California. Nothing looks right. Okay, what do you got for title?
COVID-19 could spark a renewable energy boom.
Yeah, this is something that I've been seeing a lot about, where some people are saying it's terrible for renewable energy, other people saying it's good for renewable energy. Let me read the synopsis. The world finds itself at a crossroads.
You got to move, guys.
The virus pandemic has ravaged the global economy, leading to massive unemployment. The recovery looks like it'll take a long time. At the same time, the climate problem is not going away. We have the opportunity to build back better.
Well, that's sort of what this next sentence says. In the face of the crisis, governments can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Absolutely.
By going big on green stimuli, rescuing the economy while also making big cuts to greenhouse gas.
Yes, absolutely.
Failure to seize the opportunity may mean that we leap from the COVID frying pan into the climate fire.
Well, one of the things that I'm seeing is there's a lot of people saying we've got an opportunity. There's a few people who are saying it's not going to work. But one of the things here is to note is that some countries are going to take that opportunity and others are not. And the ones that take it are going to be the ones that are in the lead going into the future. Okay, we've got an item here from Renew Economy and a picture of the Muscle Row wind farm in Tasmania.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Tasmania unveils action plan to reach 200% renewables.
Yeah.
They're going big time on this.
They are, and one of the things that's interesting about this is that the government of Tasmania, which is doing this, is controlled by the Liberal Party,
which means conservative in Australia.
Conservative, and in the federal government, the Liberal Party is very much against renewables. But in South Australia, which is controlled by Liberals, and Tasmania, which is controlled by Liberals, they want to push those renewables. The Tasmania state government unveiled a draft action plan to reach its target of 200% renewables by 2040, saying the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on the economy meant there had never been a more important time to manage the transition to renewable energy.
Well, there's a lot of numbers there, but look at that one. 200% renewables.
Yes.
That means they're generating twice as much electricity as they can use.
That's right. And you know what that is going to be used for is putting electricity into a submarine cable. That
exactly.
Send it to Victoria. That's the idea.
Exactly.
But if for any reason that cable broke,
yeah,
or Victoria decided to make its own renewable electricity, Tasmania still has to convert its heat and cooling to electricity, to convert its transportation to electricity, to convert, all kinds of things to electricity. Tasmania could use all of that at some point in the not very distant future, if that's what they wanted to do.
Well, it looks like what they want to do is use what they need and sell the rest.
That's what they're planning, yeah. Okay, we have one more item.
Well, I just got a quick takeaway here. Tasmania will become the battery of the nation.
That's what they've been wanting to, they've been saying that they wanted to do that.
Well, it looks like they see an opportunity to make money, and they're going to try to use it.
That's right. They want the flow of money to be into Tasmania. If they were paying for fuel, it would flow out of Tasmania.
Yep.
So that's where they are. Okay, our last item is from Utility Dive. And we have a picture of New York City here.
I was just going to say, it looks like New York to me.
Well, you can see the Chrysler building there on the right.
Is that the Chrysler building there?
I think it is, yeah.
And then that must be the Empire State Building on the left.
Left, it's the Empire State Building, yes. Which is, to my eye, a little bit less recognizable than the Chrysler building. But nevertheless, this is from Utility Dive. What have you got for a title?
Replace New York City peakers with renewables plus storage? The plant owners say they're working on it.
New York City ratepayers put up $4.5 billion, that's billion with a B, in capacity payments in the last decade, that's $450 million a year, to keep 16 fossil gas-fired peaking plants available, analysis by Peak Coalition shows. The plant owners say the work to replace them is underway.
This is politics, baby.
Well, what's happened here is these owners have been starting to tear the plants down and replace them with batteries because the electricity is cheaper from batteries than it is from peaking plants. And they know it. So...
Well, that's what it says. Peak recommends the plants be replaced by distributed energy resources.
Right.
And
they're going to be tying into big offshore wind farms in the not very distant future. And that's going to give them power sources that they can use to charge those batteries.
I was reading into the article. Some of these energy storage that they're talking about is going to be on rafts. It's going to be on water.
It's funny. They've been doing that kind of thing for years. The
barges. That's what the word I was looking for.
The old World Trade Center had its own generating plant, which was on a barge.
Did they? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay, we've kind of come to the end of the show here. There's a last slide which says goodbye, and it says, have a simply magnificent week. And I'm not sure how you can be simply magnificent, but there it is.
Well, at least the sun's out today.
Bye, everybody.
Adios.
called to order. This is the Brattleboro Planning Commission, our monthly meeting, May 4th, 2020, second meeting online. And the first item on the agenda is announcement. Anybody got anything?
Just to let you know, the town offices are open. Well, we're still requesting that you do business online or over the phone, but you can make an appointment if there's some sort of an emergency and you need the offices. They're all staffed. If you visit the municipal center, you will need to have a face mask. If you don't have one, we will provide one for you.
Okay.
So we're still accepting zone permits and we'll be scheduling development review hearings as needed.
And are you in the office, Sue? Are you still working remotely?
I'm not. I will spend 2 afternoons in the office. We're kind of all spending some time in the office.
But not together.
What's that?
Not together.
No, not together.
Okay,
Nope.
Great.
So I'll be there generally Tuesday and Thursday afternoons.
Okay. Any other announcements? Okay, public comment. Are there any members of the public here? I don't see them if they are.
I don't see any other, any public on either.
Okay, so we'll say no to that. Approval of the minutes of April 8th, 2020. Did everybody get a chance to have a look at those? I see Bruden's nodding her head, Josh nodding.
Yes,
Kate,
I did.
Yep. Did. Tom, yes? Tom, can you give a thumbs up or something? Or down, or do you have a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, I saw the minutes.
You don't have any amendments, changes?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve them.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. Further discussion? All right, hearing none, I will assume, well, I guess all those in favor of approving the minutes. How do we take votes on this thing?
A roll call would probably be good.
What?
So if you, Felicity, if you just go through each person and just get a yes or no
right,
from them, that would be good. A roll call is.
Tom, approval of the minutes?
I approve. Aye.
Gordon?
You know, I'm sorry to be a pain. I have one correction or suggestion, which under our values, under equity, I think it should say creating conditions that permit full participation and opportunity. But anyway, if you don't want to belabor that, we can talk about it because it's on the agenda later too.
Well, these are supposed to be a record of the event that took place. So is that what was said?
If I said it, that's what I intended to say.
All right, well then it should change to that.
What I should have said anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'll just assume it is what you said. And the minute should be changed to what you said. And given that, do you approve? No, we need to go back again with that exception.
Sorry.
So it's at the top of my screen. Tom.
Okay, with that modification, I make a motion to approve last month's minutes.
All right. Prudence.
I second them.
And you approve?
And I approve them.
Jess?
Yep, I do.
Kate?
Kate approves.
Okay. Josh?
I approve.
Excellent. Does staff vote on the minutes?
Staff does not.
No. Okay. Do I vote?
You can, yes.
I also approve. All right. The minutes are approved with no abstentions. Welcome, Jess. if you didn't miss anything. Okay, so we've approved the minutes. Now we're on to the first item of our discussion, COVID-19 and planning. So I went through and reviewed all the materials that got sent out. I wonder how many other people had enough time to go through and look at them. And I will start by saying that I don't expect us to make any decisions at this point. I think this is really an opportunity for us to kind of decide what it is that we want to hone in on and focus our energies on vis-a-vis planning and COVID-19. So, and we can ask for more data. We can pursue different kinds of reports depending upon where that conversation goes. So with that said, people just want to start talking, unless Sue or Andrew, you want to add some more context. You've been paying much more attention to all of the webinars and things that have been happening.
I mean, I guess one of the context for the data that you received is that there was some discussion from some members with myself and Andrew and Felicity about economic development. And so that's why the data that you received was a lot on the businesses and just kind of a collection of information about business impact that's to be expected. So, but there might be other avenues that you want to pursue as well.
For the economic impact, I think we should also add health and safety too, including somehow tying the two together potentially. I don't know if that makes any sense. I apologize if it doesn't. I missed
Health and safety tied together, or health and safety with economic development?
With economic development pertaining to the town moving forward, you know, like the future of economic development and health and safety for Brattleboro.
Can you say a little bit more what you're thinking?
Well, for instance, like Tom and I briefly were talking about different things to do, and Jess also, pertaining to opening Brattleboro back up and like what the town can do. Like simple ideas are hand sanitizing stations, and maybe even like paintings on the sidewalk of like reminders to keep people 6 feet apart. I don't know if that's a part of the economic development conversation or if that's a whole nother thing, a whole nother category we should add on to another meeting, or if this one's appropriate.
I think that it's related to economic development because people definitely need to feel safe to come to Brattleboro, and or come down to, you know, wherever you're going in Brattleboro, people want to feel safe. And there are some discussions about that. I mean, I think by the next time the Planning Commission meets, there may be some more public type proposal on something like that. But I think we should definitely list it.
Yep.
Because I do think it relates to economic development.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. You know, to get people to go back out and shop and consume and support local establishments, they need to feel safe doing that and knowing that the town at least is taking the precautions that we can within our capabilities to helping keep people safe.
Okay. More thoughts?
I could chime in with a few various thoughts I've come up with.
Yeah, please.
I'll reiterate or expand on something I said last time, but then also bring up a couple other ideas. One was that doorknob idea. You know, looking at the land use regs, you know, we require things like certain types of lighting and electric car charging stations in certain developments and people's houses or multi-unit places. So before I was saying that I think this is something, you know, requiring public buildings to have doors for the public that are able to be opened without putting your hands and fingers on it. So there's various ways out there. I thought that would just be a building code thing that's regulated at the state level, but I think our land use regs provide for that, because like I said, we require all sorts of specific things. So, and I think this would have a lot of benefit just beyond this pandemic too. I mean, you know, there's some public areas where, let's say, hundreds of people every day are touching, you know, the worst culprit, the round doorknobs. And I think, you know, I haven't seen any studies, but I've seen various articles that just summary sort of things, just saying stuff like that have the potential to be big vectors. So I'd like to explore the option of adding some requirement like that to the land use regs. And I also thought, my thinking went towards one of the CEVID's big documents that was in the folder, and it showed in Windham County or Brattleboro the industries that are at most a combination of biggest by various metrics and at the most immediate risk because of this pandemic. And it was accommodation and food and drinking establishments, I think, if I interpreted it correctly. And as far as the food and drinking establishments go, now this is one that I think may not be at all within the Planning Commission's purview, but maybe we can make recommendations to the Select Board, or I don't know, League of Cities and Towns or the state. But maybe, especially with the warm weather coming, food and especially drinking can happen beyond, like associated with a venue, can start happening in a more spread out way, like not just right along touching the glass, you know, on one strip along the sidewalk, but I don't know, getting creative with not reducing the establishment's capacity so that way they stay a business, but you know, loosening some of the restrictions on outdoor eating and drinking, so that way the businesses can still do well.
I have something to add to that also when Tom's done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, that's one of my bullet points for this evening. I'm super excited to be having this conversation, so I really appreciate this. But you kind of nailed it. Let's see. You kind of nailed it with for instance, talking with downtown business owners, opening up sidewalks for food consumption and expanding or extending like liquor licensing onto the sidewalks. You know, I definitely know that that's difficult because of the varied area that we have between the street and parking spaces, and that's always been a concern in the past. But the times are changing, and they can also be really exciting. So if we can explore, I don't know, the purview of Planning Commission and liquor licensing, adding to the availability of space beyond just the indoor spaces that restaurants and eateries already occupy. So opening up and making sidewalks available is high on the list.
Could that also include shutting down roads and allowing restaurants to take up space in streets downtown?
I was just thinking the same thing too.
I'm thinking the same thing too, except for that's a scary thing to say, but I love the idea.
It's wild. It's crazy new times.
I have a couple thoughts to respond to those. So I don't know enough about liquor licensing, and I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I don't know if it's, you know, we follow what the state says, and therefore I think one of the things about liquor licensing, because I remember from Arkham, is, you know, there needs to be some barriers and whatnot. And so putting up barriers on a sidewalk can then create ADA issues. I'm just thinking aloud. I need to research that a little bit more to be able to report back to you. And as to Tom's comment, and this does get to the liquor licenses or shutting down roads, you know, the Planning Commission is in a position where they can make policy recommendations to the Select Board. So, you know, however these come out, you know, it can be a document that you then go present to the select board or something like that. So you should think big. They would ultimately have the say over things that are not land use regulation related. So
I definitely understand the
and
complexities.
then shutting down the roads. The other thing is Main Street. You know, a lot of our main roads, Main Street, Putney Road, Canal Street, a lot of them are state owned. So there might be another barrier there, but there's lots of roads that aren't state owned as well.
It'll be an interesting balance too, because we also need, in terms of maintaining social distance, you know, it'll be harder to use the sidewalks and not be within 6 feet of people if they're narrowed. So there's a lot of, there's just going to be some trade-offs and complexity, I think. But, you know, one of the things that Burlington's doing is because of lower traffic, they're using this as a time to cordon off and improve, you know, like bicycle, having wider lanes for bikes so that you can pass better, or they're not as close to pedestrians. So they've put up cones and done that a few places. So it's kind of an interesting time to try that. And, you know, we have all the usual challenges that make biking in Brattleboro challenging, just in terms of the width of the streets and things like that. But I agree, this is a time to be creative, and also when there's less parking, that gives us more opportunities. You know, like you could have those parklets, you know, that take up parking places can be seating spaces for restaurants and stuff. So,
or possibly with the results that we got from the downtown survey, we could think about recommending improving the top of the parking garage and using that space as overflow for downtown restaurants.
I don't mean to be the naysayer on that, and I would need more information, but there is some weird thing about the load. Like it can apparently, you know, handle however many parked cars can be up there, but there's something with the physics and the load of people being up there, because that's been explored for having like dance parties up there or movies. There's something weird going on there. I don't understand it. I could get more.
Right,
or that might be.
I've heard of that. So I knew a designer who was asked to redesign a parking space, and they had to build an enormous superstructure underneath the parking space for pedestrians to use that space, because of the way human beings, the weight is distributed over a wider swath, whereas or it's just distributed over narrow swaths, whereas a car, it takes up 7 or 8 feet and its weight is distributed over that 7 or 8 feet. If you have 70 people in that same space, the weight is differently distributed. And so parking garages are just made for cars and not for hundreds of human beings, or even 50 human beings. So that makes all the sense in the world to me. Sorry, I don't think you need to research it. You know, I've heard of that. Josh, I see your, do you guys mind? Do you want me to turn my camera on? I don't have my camera on just because I just don't, but I'm happy to turn it on.
Turn it on. It'd be nice to see your face.
Yeah, I like to see your face, but
sorry. You know, I just sit in front of this thing all day long. And I'm always looking at myself. So it was nice to just not see me for a little bit, but here I am.
So since we're talking about parking, the next big thing, so a lot of this conversation is definitely going to be difficult, and there's definitely going to be like, you know, the state might say this, the town might say that. And oh no, you guys are all disappearing.
No.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay, cool. You all just
People
disappeared.
will go in and out based on their bandwidth and what's going on there. So, I mean, I know we like to see each other, but actually if it's not coming in very clear, or if you're having sound issues, sometimes if you turn off your camera, it might improve those things. So it could just be your bandwidth.
some of this conversation will definitely be difficult to have, but it's also kind of exciting. The next thing, talking with a lot of, this is obviously downtown specific, but talking with a lot of business owners downtown is not charging charging for parking downtown for an undetermined amount of time. And I think what that really means is like it could be a year, it could be 2 years, 6 months. I think it should be not charging for parking downtown for a reasonable and a healthy amount of time. You know, I'm not sure what that looks like, but we really, really need to induce people's comfort going downtown to shop and be downtown and participate in events. And we need it to be affordable because this is a long-term thing that we're obviously dealing with. And the majority of folks' finances, even paying for parking meters and then parking tickets on top of that, is going to discourage just enough people from going downtown that could be devastating. So I don't know if a planning commission thing or if it's just us writing to the select board. I don't know what that looks like, but it would be amazing if we could have a conversation on what it looks like to not charge for parking for a long period of time.
I would point to, and I don't know exactly all of it off the top of my head, but I think if you were going to make some overture from the planning commission to the select board, we need to do the research. There is an enterprise fund that parking is, paid for, or that runs parking. And there was the 2018 parking study. So we'd want to revisit that.
Can I make a recommendation that everybody just throw out all their ideas and we'll just tally them up, and then we can shoot them down all in one fell swoop rather than one after the other, or not, as the case may be.
It's just
so Josh, you want to keep going?
That's kind of difficult. I was kind of seeing this conversation going like free flowing. I'm not arguing at all. I like that idea. But my bullet points are definitely pretty random. So that's why I was just, I'm mostly interested on what you folks have to say also. I want to hear you out. And then as they were coming up in conversation, I kind of assumed I would bring up other ideas or other points, that may not have been brought up yet. So if you would like me to keep going with my list, I absolutely can, or I can wait to hear other people.
I mean, yeah, you can if everybody wants you to go. I mean, I certainly have things
Yeah,
too.
this is Kate. I'd like to hear what's on Josh's list, particularly if there's anything that it would help to look at more urgently. I mean, I think we're dealing with like an urgent crisis, and then there's probably going to be some sort of longer term thing where I mean, no one knows what's going to happen, but it's sounding like we've got sort of this urgent crisis of infection. We've got businesses that are just closed or operating on a shoestring. And then I think there'll be maybe some longer term period where things will be better, but not all the way back to normal. So I'm particularly interested in, given that we're right now in the crisis, if there are any ideas that can help the vitality of our businesses during that crisis period.
And I feel like that's absolutely right, Kate. Like we're dealing with an immediate crisis, and then we're going to be dealing with a long-term crisis after this, and we're talking about like the health and the vibrancy of Brattleboro. And a lot of my focus is on economic development. And that's just because of my situation with understanding like what it takes to run a business in this town and the complexities of that. So you're definitely right in the two different issues we have. And I think we have, like I mentioned before, we have a big puzzle we need to put together. So all of these ideas, like I want to hear everybody out. I'm excited to learn new ideas and learn what other municipalities are doing. But for me, the big one, right, the number one on my list is repeal the 1% local option tax. And I absolutely know the Planning Commission doesn't have much to do with that. It's a town meeting and the select board idea, but I would love to write a letter to the select board to repeal that tax. That is huge, because it is only 1%. It's a penny on the dollar, but we're literally talking about change, and that's money in people's pockets to be able to go downtown and then, potentially spend at an establishment that is struggling and that is going to be struggling for a long time to come. You know, so any little thing we can do is incredibly important, and it's just a piece of the puzzle that we need to put together to helping these businesses. So that's the big one, is the repeal of the 1% local option tax. Another thing too is, again, like, I apologize for my ignorance. You know, I've been on the planning commission for a couple of years now, and I still don't understand like the nuances and like how this system works. But I'm going to throw it all out there because these are things that I feel are important to the community, and things that we should start doing now, to maybe a year, 2 years down the road, things will just be that much more easy to maintain and manage, and we won't lose that many businesses out of this community. So this is a town thing, Brattleboro, and that's only hiring local companies to do the bidding and to do the contracting with the town on a rotation, though, so that we're not hiring the same companies over and over. You know, that's another thing. And like, again, that doesn't need to last for forever, but something we can do in the immediate to where we see taxpayer money going to local businesses. In turn, it's a true and honest trickle down, I like to believe, because we're hiring locally and having it on a rotation. That way we're not hiring the same company for the same projects. We can distribute the money in other places.
Josh, by local, do you mean Brattleboro specific, or do
Brattleboro.
you mean like Southern Vermont? You mean?
Also, I understand, you know, like when we put stuff out to bid, when we put out an RFP, you know, we're looking for, you know, we're not hiring the cheapest person, we're not hiring the most expensive, we're hiring someone in the middle. They may be from Burlington, they may be from Connecticut, who knows where they're from. I'm absolutely talking about Brattleboro specific, unless it makes sense to be Windham County, because we're the Brattleboro Planning Commission, and we're in Windham County. So obviously there's really difficult things when it comes to things I know nothing about, like who we're hiring for what. But if there are options in Brattleboro, I feel that it should be Brattleboro-based businesses getting these jobs. You know, that way we can keep our money local, which is incredibly crucial right now. Did I answer your question? Awesome.
Yeah,
So
I definitely think that that makes sense to weight location much heavier in the RFP process.
Yeah,
Something,
especially
yeah. One of the things that you mentioned, I guess it was right before you said something about the local option tax, reminded me of a story that I heard from a Keene business. So I just want to share the story, and I wonder if there is a mechanism in Brattleboro to support this. But a business in town recently bought a historic building and is in the process of renovating it for their new office space. Virus hit, their renovations are slowing down. But another company in town who does construction received the PPP loan. And so they have to keep their employees. They value the building and saw that there was a small project that they could send their employees to work on. And instead of charging the business that owned the historic building, they offered the services for free because the salaries were being covered by the PPP loan. So it was a nice way for one business to take care of another.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good story.
It reminds me of what is it in Brattleboro? Isn't there like a barter trade?
There is. There's a trade.
Brattleboro time trade?
Yeah, time trade. It's amazing.
Brattleboro time trade.
So can I propose a system for doing this? I think if we sort of, everybody throws out their ideas, and then we try to think about what ideas are feasible that we want to work on, because anything that we do as a planning commission needs to come, you know, from us as a group, and we have to decide as a group which are the things that we want to put our energy behind. So Is that okay with everyone? And I guess the other thing that I mean, it seems like what we're working on right now is the notion of sustaining our businesses in sort of short to medium term. And so I think there are some other things we can do, but I don't want to throw us off this discussion right now. So I'm gonna mute.
I had another thing came up that was sort of inspired by your comments about the local option tax, Josh. The co-op near where I work does a roundup program where you can just round up for good, and they pick a certain nonprofit program that they donate those pennies to. But it's an opt-in program, and I wonder if that might be a better option than saying it's a tax, just having an opt-in extra little bit that folks can donate, and potentially to a program or a group that is supporting local businesses like the DBA, or the United Way has a really incredible emergency relief fund right now in Windham County.
And are you saying that instead of the option tax, like keeping the option tax and then including that also?
No. If we would eliminate the local option tax, having folks be able to opt in for contributing money to the government of downtown or whatever it is, rather than having the flat, like, you must pay this.
I love that idea too, because like I was even thinking about that pertaining to parking downtown, because I understand like how much of a revenue we would lose by people not paying for parking meters downtown. So what if we said you don't have to pay for parking for the next 2 years, but you can if you want to. You know, if you feel like putting some money in the machine, the town will not complain if you feel so inclined. You know, so just stuff like that, you know, because we need to induce people going into town, and then there are some folks that want to help other businesses. So yeah, like you're talking about the co-op, Brattleboro Co-op does that too. They have those bottles or whatever they are that you can put change in for all the local nonprofits, you know, to support. So is that kind of what you mean? But is it for more of municipality and less nonprofit? Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know where the funding would go, or if it would make sense to go through a different mechanism, or if it would make sense to go to a town fund. Yeah.
I like that idea too, because we could potentially get more money than it going to the state and then us getting our percentage back, you know, once they take their cut. You know, so I do actually kind of really dig that idea. Should I keep going, or are you guys sick of hearing me talk?
Keep going, you're inspiring me.
I'm halfway there. So another big one too, again, I apologize for my ignorance. This is definitely new to me in the sense of like, what can the planning commission do? But some sort of rent stabilization or rent caps. And can the town do anything to promote affordable and realistic rental market in Brattleboro? You know, like before COVID-19, it was definitely getting out of hand. Rental prices were becoming totally unattainable to people that really, really want to start businesses in this town. So I don't know what rent stabilization, rental caps looks like in Brattleboro. You know, I know Sue and Andrew can talk a lot about that and like what our capabilities are, but I feel that we need the select board to do something when it comes to rents in Brattleboro and like the entire town, not just downtown. So that's the next thing on the list. We can skip over that one, and then
just to make sure I'm clear, Josh, you're suggesting rent for businesses, and not not rent for individual people's residences.
Right now, because
both.
Because of the conversation, absolutely businesses in the commercial market, but then I would love for that to transfer over into the residential arena also. But for the sake of the conversation to right now in this moment for this agenda item, I'm pertaining to just businesses.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Thanks, go on.
So then we talked about parking and not paying for parking. Then we talked about public health and safety, what Tom was talking about with the doors and the handles. hand sanitizer stations, paintings on sidewalks, reminding people to be able to keep their distance from one another, and then cleanup programs. This isn't for me. This is an issue I hear a lot from downtown business owners and all of town business owners, and maintaining cleaner facade to be more attractive, to pull more people out to go shopping. That's something I hear about a lot. I personally don't have any dogs in this fight at all, but it's just something I hear a lot about, and I would love to hear you folks and see if you guys are receiving the same feedback. And that's basically my list. So.
Josh, could you expand on that last comment a little bit more?
Which one? The a cleanup program?
Yeah.
So I didn't email it to you guys. Are any of you folks? There's a Facebook page called Downtown. I'm opening it up right now. Downtown Business. I lost my Facebook tab.
Downtown Business Merchants.
Yes, that one. Thank you. Are you following? Do you follow that? Was that Sue that said that?
So what is it? Downtown business what?
Downtown Business
Merchants.
Merchant page.
Merchants.
And they have like 150, 200 people on it, and it's all downtown business owners. And it seems pretty active. I wish there were more business owners, more vocal and active on it, because it does seem like a good platform where people are pulling ideas and getting together and coming up with things to do. And on that page, Stephanie from the DBA put together a document. I can email it to you guys, of a lot of different ideas that folks, business owners in downtown specifically only, have been talking about needing and wanting and desiring to create a healthier business community for downtown specifically. And that was one of the big things that they keep coming, Andrew, to answer your question, that is one of the big things that they keep coming back to. And it's like trash being left around, dog poop being left around, you know, like simple things like that, that I don't know what the planning commission's role is or the town's role is, but I'm sure we probably play a part somehow. And I believe the point of that is to really induce and attract people to going out and supporting, you know, shopping local and supporting local businesses, you know, and making people comfortable, safe, healthy, feel invited. And so, yeah. I want to hear you guys.
Josh, your comments remind me of, I mean, like the information that we were gathering with the downtown plan and things that people were commenting on and both like celebrating and complaining about. I think one of the things that stood out as a point, a pain point for people visiting downtown and using the downtown, was also the panhandling and the homeless population and how that was impacting business downtown. And there was a really wonderful article in the Commons just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was the Reformer, about how Groundworks' progress in finding housing for folks was having a huge impact on numbers of people congregating downtown, and creating disruptions downtown, and panhandling downtown. And it was really exciting to hear that providing housing to these folks really had a change in what the downtown was experiencing as far as that. I'm sure a part of it has to do with the social distancing as well, but I wonder if there is something that the Planning Commission can do to support the continued work. They were able to do that because hotels are closed and need to fill rooms, and they found a great partnership there. So if the space is available, it's really wonderful to see them using it and see how that changes what's happening downtown. I don't know if there is something we can do to support that, but
Well, it's funny. I was thinking about that because I'm like, what an opportunity this is to move forward because we have all the homelessness housed technically right now. I mean, what if we could further that and and work for more of that permanent housing? Obviously, that in itself is really tough to get to. There's no silver bullet or magic bullet. But I think one thing is definitely furthering housing efforts to create more affordable options and diversify our housing stock. Because a healthy housing, I guess, diversity of housing usually equals healthy economy. So that's not just affordable and high end. It's like the whole spectrum of housing. So creating conditions for that is really helpful. But I guess also it just continuing to work with the nonprofits. I'm not sure how that would look like for us. It's very new to me. But I mean, I just think it's a really cool opportunity that we're in. Even though this is a very unprecedented crisis, to be able to house homelessness in this time. How could that look like further to really help that population get to more permanent housing?
I love this conversation so much. That's all I have to say.
So I want to build out on what Andrew said, because that's kind of where my mind is going, just because two of our values are equity and equality in the values conversation that we had in our last meeting. And all of the reading that I've been doing is focused on this notion that the U.S. at this time in its history is so iniquitous, and that this crisis is putting that in sort of really shocking and disturbing relief. That the crisis is, in fact, we're all vulnerable, but it's not impacting us all the same. Many of us, in fact, are quite safe, safe in our jobs, safe in our homes, and safe in our ability to pick up at the grocery store and various other sorts of things. So I'm thinking about ways in which, I mean, there's been a lot written about the fact that the federal government is providing relief at a level that it's never done in the past 10 or 15 years. And it's done it in a relatively speedy amount of time. It's supporting small businesses. It's enabling people to stay safe and not have to go to jobs that would put their health at risk. And that these are the kinds of things that we actually think our government, well, I'll speak for myself. I actually think our government should do on a regular basis. It shouldn't require a crisis for the government to make sure that people get health care and that they get covered. They can go home when they're sick and not have to continue to be working when they're sick because they don't have any sick days where they work. So the sort of development of the gig economy, all of these things that have been made working life precarious can be walked back to a more equitable society. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to try to do that. But of course, our capacity as the Planning Commission is sort of limited in our ability to do that. But one of the things, the one place where we actually do have some capacity to do things is in zoning. And zoning can be done creatively in such a way to produce more equity. So that's the sort of thing. I mean, I like establishing the notion that an empty hotel room has a person who needs housing in it until such time as there's a paying customer in it could be a phenomenon that we now say, oh, we have these rooms. Why would they ever stand empty if people were homeless? Those are the kinds of things I think if we can build into our system so that we're not, I mean, I hope nobody's imagining going back anywhere. We're not going back. We're going forward into this new era that we are going to be living in for a period of time until there's a vaccine, and then for a period of time until there's another pandemic. So this new forward, I think, should include the base level of some kind of equity in all of our thinking.
Reminds me of something I heard about a town developing a vacancy tax for building owners. mostly to prevent like the Home Depot building right now to just stand empty for years and years while the owners can use that as a tax write-off. It was a really interesting solution to helping them redevelop their downtown and incentivize building owners. This was primarily along the Main Street in their downtown zone, but to prevent those landowners from just hanging on to empty buildings. And I wonder if that's applicable to a hotel.
I love the idea of a vacancy tax. If we're gonna tax someone, let's tax the folks who own the Home Depot building. I love that.
So other ideas before we get into, I mean, we can also, things that you guys want to know that we can search out information. We saw this really interesting economic development webinar by an organization called Urban 3 that I want to say they're somewhere in the South. I can't remember, but the spokesman, the person who spoke was a guy named Joe Minakazi. And he was essentially describing ways in which you should be thinking about how to make money from your town vis-a-vis property taxes, vis-a-vis zoning. So he had these really interesting models that essentially looked just like, it looked like the city because it had these tall structures. And then after a while you realized it wasn't the city, it was a graph that showed where the most income was coming from the various places in your town. And in fact, apparently the Vermont Department of something, I'm sorry, I can't remember who you guys are out there in TV land, has done this for Vermont. And so we can actually look at it. And if you really wanted to, I'm sure Sue could pull it up or I could pull it up and show it to you. But it's one of these things as we think about what we're capable of doing on the Planning Commission, to be thinking about how we can do our zoning so that we can capitalize on, because we do need the town to make money. There's nothing wrong with making money. What we want is more equitable distribution of that money, but we have to make it first. So that may be something that we can, that data, I mean, I would love for you all to look at the Joe Minakazi thing and then look at that data to see if it doesn't generate some interesting ideas about, as we go forward looking at our zoning, how we might be creative, like what Tom sent around right before the meeting, sort of rethinking our spaces to make them more useful. In the same way of figuring out how we can put tables on the sidewalk and allow people to have a beer outside, so that they can be 6 feet apart from whoever they're having a beer with.
I watched that webinar too. It was really interesting. And, one of the things he said was, identify policies that are restricting or limiting positive growth. We figure out the kind of growth we want, which I think we probably have a pretty good idea of, and then change policies that make it more difficult for that to happen.
Yeah, and we definitely started that conversation a few months ago with the what was it called? Infill development or development within existing properties. It was really interesting. And I think, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I was just thinking the one of the really cool things on his PowerPoint was this notion of the distance to the center, and that you put your community on a graph, and the people who are close to the services, they live close to the services, and they're being really sustainable, and so they pay the least amount of tax. The people who are living on the largest plot of land farthest away from the services pay the most tax. And if we're having all these people who are, which apparently we are, moving in from other states, so she'll remain nameless because it's safer here. Those people who are up there in the hills on 100 or 102 acres should pay the most tax. Because they're farthest away from the services, and we have to make the roads
for them to get to there. That's what Joe Minikazi was talking about, is the town takes over the notion of supporting the roads. They should make the people who need the roads pay for the roads.
He's kind of looking at like the fiscal resiliency of towns. So, you know, what are our sources of revenue? Is it property taxes? Is it the retail tax? Is it, you know, rooms and meals, or the 1%? Like, what is the makeup of the town's sources of revenues? And then trying to figure out, you know, how to tweak things so that it continues to be kind of productive. So, you know, as Felicity was saying, the Vermont Department of Taxes and I think property valuation, I think that's the department, you know, they've done some mapping looking at the property value per acre. Joe had shown some of the retail taxes per acre. And so the areas that you think might be, well, you know, downtown is generally the most productive. The denser areas, the more, you know, different buildings you might have in a building because it's 5 stories as opposed to 1 single story. They tend to be more productive. So then we need to make sure that our policies are kind of supporting that type of development or those areas that are really doing well. And then there's another interesting thing that kind of came out. This wasn't from Joe's, but basically our grand list in Brattleboro is not growing. So how can we help it grow, either through land use regulations or maybe even programs like I sat in on a webinar in Oswego that was about Oswego, New York, and how to get the residential. They kind of looked at the different neighborhoods in the town, those where property values were increasing, those that were stagnant, and those that were actually in decline. And they focused some programs on that stagnant area. And it was, you know, they're not intending to gentrify by any means, but kind of the simple property improvements. They made some grants and loans available, and they did it kind of on a block method. And, you know, that all had positive impact both to the property values and also to their downtown and getting businesses to come in. So like those are kind of some of the programs that we could think about or look at too.
And we could even look to models that have already been successful here, like the one that offered homeowners grants to renovate so that there was an apartment in their house, and possibly instead of an internal apartment, that could be expanded to accessory dwelling units or things like that. That would be even more useful.
Does that program not exist anymore? I haven't heard about that in a while.
Still exists.
Yeah, I wonder, was that successful?
It's the rental. Is it successful? That's run through Brattleboro Area Housing. I don't know how many applications they get from Brattleboro. I know at one point it was. I've had some conversations with some of their board members who are trying to figure out other programs that would be useful. And then there's also the rental housing improvement program that is run by the town, and that one is for landlords that maybe need to make improvements to improve the quality of the housing. I don't think they make many loans out of that either. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, Tom.
I'll continue with the format that Josh was taking of going down his list of ideas, although mine is much smaller. If I may.
I'm super excited.
Yeah.
I want to hear this.
I don't know if the zoning or the town ordinances have restrictions on business hours, or because my thoughts are that if people need to be more spaced out, let's say that's in an office or a manufacturing place or a lab, not that there's many labs here, but my housemate works in one. But anyway, if they have to be spaced out more, but they want to return to work and the business is trying to return them to work and the governor's allowing it, maybe it's it would be good to allow for, I don't know if there's any restrictions on business hours, but maybe that could be expanded. And then also maybe there's some businesses that aren't allowed in certain places, like maybe people could take not just office and computer work home, but maybe there's certain types of, I don't know, but maybe there's certain types of work at the actual commercial or industrial space that could be taken home to some degree and otherwise wouldn't be allowed because of our zoning or town ordinances, but could be during this period of time to allow that aspect of the economy to continue or rebound. Another one, Josh mentioned more prevalence of hand sanitizers in public places, but maybe, now this would be probably, okay, well, I'm thinking masks. This would either be this would come about just by the goodwill of businesses or the town, or, this would be some business idea, and I don't know how well it would work when a pandemic's over, but, mask dispensing machines that, cost 50 cents per mask, and you have to put the money in and you get the mask. But of course, you'd be pressing buttons to do that, so maybe it would backfire. And then what I mentioned, the expanding restaurant and bar spaces so they can rebound, and then the sanitary doors. Oh, and then one last thing, because a lot of people, the office workers and the digital, more white collar workers are more able to weather this storm by working from home than the lower income or the blue collar folks usually are, painting a broad brush. I wonder if we can give a better push to wireless facilities and broadband for the town, so that we remove some hiccups and barriers to that, both for this pandemic and future ones. And so that's my list.
Tom, I like that last one. That also came to my mind as I was thinking about your thought about bringing work home. I'm thinking about how I used to, on my work from home days, go downtown to like the Works or Amy's or Mocha Joe's and spend money downtown and sit downtown and be there. And I've been through a few towns in Vermont that have invested in free wireless internet for their downtown area. And that was a pretty amazing resource in those small towns.
I thought we had that. We don't have that downtown?
Yeah, don't we have that? I thought we did.
We
A
have
certain building.
Certain
Wi-Fi
locations.
and the library has free Wi-Fi, but yeah, it doesn't extend all the way. And some businesses offer it for like an hour, and then but it would be really interesting to see the town be able to provide something like that, not just for the businesses, but also for the use of public space.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's going to be a big investment in broadband after this. I think downtown's great, and I'd love to see Brattleboro take those steps, but more looking at rural areas, because one thing they're seeing in terms of trends is some people might, migrate out to these rural areas and need, because they can work from home, they don't have to, necessarily go in. Obviously, not everyone can have that privilege, but I definitely could see that happening in some of the outskirts, and this probably will help the push that Wyndham Regional is doing, and it'll be interesting to see in the next few years what broadband looks like in southern Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
This is Kate. While we're kind of going down lists, if I may add two small things. I'm liking everything I've heard so far. Two little things I've been thinking about is a lot of businesses are doing like curbside to go, things like that, and not just for food, but I saw the shoe store is starting to do that with shoes, the library with books. I meant to check before this, but thinking about how easy it is for a business, particularly in our downtown, to say, put out a table and put to-go items on that for people to pick up. And then also, how easy is it for people to park quickly? So, you know, if there's a way we can ease having, say, like short-term temporary designated short-term parking spaces, if you know, if that would work with the demand right now for that, I think that would be an interesting thing to look at.
Temporary loading zones. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Kate?
Yeah, loading zones, and for customers, you know, so if somebody, say, I bought shoes and now I want to park next to the shoe store, jump out with my mask on, grab my shoes, you know, that the proprietor just put out there for me, and then drive off. I'm not going to be there more than, you know, 15 minutes max.
I know that exists in front of Brown and Roberts and the florist shop, and I think and in front of Duo Restaurant too. There's hooded spaces that are for exactly what you're saying, exactly for that purpose. It's great. It worked. I've been using that quite a bit. It works great.
The Duo space is going away for a handicap space.
Okay.
But
that's good too. That's really needed.
So what about shutting down all the parking spaces on Main Street? I know a couple people will be really upset with me saying that. But what about shutting down all the parking spaces for not a long amount of time, but just like, let's say, a few months while the governor is figuring out reopening the economy? And this way it can give an opportunity to the businesses downtown that are slowly allowed to open back up to do just what Kate's talking about, and be able to drive up, grab their items, and go. And if we just assume all the parking spaces on Main Street you're not allowed to park in, like the folks that live in town park in the garage or Harmony or the High Street lot. I think folks will be pretty understanding that it's to build Brattleboro businesses' self-esteem back up, knowing that they're given more options to deal with the distancing protocols that are still unknown, that are still coming at us. Probably a really bad idea to shut all those parking spaces down, but it's just an idea.
Well,
I
love it.
It makes sense in terms of giving, if not all of them, maybe one side of the street we keep parking, but the other side we turn into a pedestrian zone, so that we would double the width of a sidewalk, so that people could actually be, I mean, I was thinking when you guys earlier were talking about sidewalks, and I was thinking about the grocery stores. You know, the grocery stores are now one-way aisles. I mean, our downtown sidewalks could be one way. You are on the right-hand side, it's all going down, and on the left-hand side, it's all going back up. I mean, because, you know, I mean, that does stop people crossing each other. And that's what you can't, that's the thing that makes you feel unsafe, is when somebody's coming at you and there's nowhere for you to go. But anyway, I mean, I'm curious, Sue, to what extent can we affect parking regulations?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just throw out some questions, because if you were going to make this proposal to the select board, they're sure going to want to know these answers. So, okay, so there's no parking, or it's free parking? Which are you talking about? There's.
I would.
What's that, Josh?
Are you talking about Main Street, or are you talking all of downtown? No, I think what I'm talking about is.
Let's start with Main Street.
Yeah, no parking on Main Street, and then free parking in all of town. That's a whole different item, though. The free parking downtown for a healthy amount of time. And what I mean by healthy is once our businesses are boosted again and feeling really good and comfortable and not scared of needing to shut down, then we can start potentially charging for parking in all of downtown. So I think for the to-go ordering and like the pickups of food and the pickups of shoes and the pickup of bicycles and stuff, no parking on Main Street, because that'll allow a lot of space for people to walk, some eateries can have some tables outside, and then people can do their drive up, pick up, what Kate was mentioning.
Okay, so I think there's a couple of things you need to think about. I think we would need to know what do the merchants want, because a lot of them will say that they want parking in front of their buildings. It doesn't matter that they have an entrance on Harmony Lot, they still want it out front. So that's something to consider. In terms of free parking throughout the downtown, or, I mean, that's where you have to pay to park. We have some parking lots and elsewhere in town, but for all intents and purposes, free parking. So there are 4 employees that have been furloughed from that. That parking fund helps deal with maintenance at the garage. So what is that shortfall going to be, and what's the impact to taxpayers if that revenue is not coming in? I think we need to look at enforcement, because if you don't have the parking, if you have the employees that are still furloughed, you're assuming there's no enforcement. It sounds great that people would want to do it for the good of downtown, but I think the research shows otherwise, that the people who are not there shopping might be parking there because they don't want to have to walk from High Street for the free parking or whatever. So there's just some things to think about before you would make any recommendation before the select board. You'd have to totally vet it.
And that would be something.
And read the parking study from 2018, because it does get into, it talks a little bit about kind of calibrating parking rates and that kind of thing.
Does that study tell us how much money, how much we bring in from parking?
It does look at the revenues. Yeah.
It does. Okay.
I can send you a link to it all. It's on the planning department website. And on the right-hand side, if you scroll all the way down on the right, there's kind of like a document section, and it's in there.
Do we have a study of the revenue that we gain from our Brattleboro businesses? So my argument to the select board would be losing 20% of our Brattleboro businesses, the revenue we gain off of their taxes, may outweigh the revenue that we gain from parking meters. So do we know what revenue we get from Brattleboro-based businesses? That would be my argument. It's like, it's the select board weighing, you know, it's like, okay, are we going to charge for parking and make up that much money, or are we going to not charge for parking, induce business, and not lose a bunch of businesses?
But that assumes parking is the major reason.
Oh, you both talked at the same time. I want to hear both of you.
Yeah, go ahead, Prudence.
Well, that would assume that parking's a major reason that the business may or may not make it. And I think there's so many other factors, which I know you know more about it than I do, for success. I mean, parking's only one factor, and probably somewhat small.
It's definitely a concern to people that don't own a business downtown. It's definitely small, but one of the things that keeps coming up is free parking downtown. And so I'm totally on board with it, and it makes sense to me. I absolutely understand the town will lose parking revenue, but I think it's a sacrifice we should be willing to make, because it's either lose parking revenue or potentially lose a bunch of businesses. So I'm willing to make that sacrifice. And this is me relaying information from downtown business owners.
And they argue that if parking were free, that would induce more people to come and shop.
Yep, absolutely, without a doubt.
Well, if the protocol, in order to do
a survey for the parking study. Sorry, go ahead, Felicity.
I was just going to say, if this is something, I'm not even, this is something that the Planning Commission was going to present as a kind of incentive. First of all, I'm not entirely sure that we could do that, but I mean, all of us as independent people can present whatever we want to the select board. We would have to have data that demonstrated that was the case. And I don't know that we have the data.
Well, no, that'd be similar to like what Jess was talking about. We have data now that prove that if you house homeless people, you have less of a loitering issue on our downtown. You know, so it's these circumstances that provide that data. You know, so the 1% sales option tax is just an insult to Brattleboro businesses. Parking downtown has always been there. The paying for parking downtown has always been there. But the fees keep going up and the hourly rates keep going up, which absolutely, when it comes to a town of 12,000 people, the percentage of the 12,000 that actually shop down is super small. And the biggest complaint from consumers not going downtown is paying for parking and how expensive the parking tickets are. You know, so that's super hard data to obtain. But maybe after this, once we go forth with it, maybe we'll have that data and we can have something to show the select board and be like, hey, this is how damaging paying for parking downtown is. The revenue and the taxes that we make off of these businesses from not having paid parking downtown is incredibly beneficial. You know, like it could be beneficial for us to learn this now, potentially. But no, there's no data.
I think that everybody should read the parking study. There was a survey done. You know, we should all just look through it before we undertake something like this. I think, you know, the select board's going to want data. They're going to want to know, you know, we're going to have to put everything together if that's something that you want to pursue. But we need more than an argument. We're going to need hard data, and they might even want to study it some more. I'm sorry that the parking study and all its findings and all the survey stuff is not just right here in my head. I don't have that kind of recall or memory, but it was done in 2017 and 2018. It's not old. Merchants were talked to, and, you know, I just think, I mean, I'm kind of with Prudence that there are a lot of factors as to whether or not these businesses are going to make it. I'm not sure how big of a puzzle, or, you know, piece of that puzzle is parking. But let's all look at the study.
I want to drop one more comment on that. And so many years ago, when I worked at a downtown business, I attended the downtown business meetings. This is like 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, parking and free parking and paying for parking was also a topic of contention. And with downtown business owners, you know, when Irene hit with the recession, that was always one of the points that came up in conversation that they wanted to ask the town for. And I'm not sure. There may be data, there may not be data. I don't know if it came up as one of the barriers to having a good time downtown in our downtown survey recently. But the perception in the downtown business community, I think, is really tied to, we will feel supported if the town acts on this. And feeling supported and feeling that solidarity that the town has on this issue, I mean, that also could be a really important element in a business succeeding or wanting to succeed or wanting to stay here.
Thank you so much for saying that, Jen. I couldn't agree more. And one of the some of the businesses that I'm talking to downtown, the perception that they have of Big T town Brattleboro is that the town doesn't even know that the town's not even aware that they even exist, you know, and that's pretty unfortunate. Especially too, like there's some folks that feel that the amount that they offer to the town is worth the town considering some things like not charging for to me, some simple things like not charging for parking. You know, we right now in a time like this, like in COVID 2020, these are definitely scary times, and these are hard conversations to have. A thing that's as simple as parking downtown and paying for parking downtown, it seems redundant and like a waste of time, but it's really, really not. It's a lot about perception. A parking ticket downtown is $10 or $20 if you forget to pay it over 2 weeks. It's like $1 an hour. That does not seem like a lot, but it is actually a lot. It's a lot of perception. It is actually a lot of money for some folks. You know, it is a lot of discouragement for other folks, you know, and that's not what we can't be discouraging anyone right now. You know, we need to be nurturing and supporting and patting people on the back and saying, hey, we're really glad you're here. We're really glad you're making sales. We're really glad your taxes are coming back to this community. You know, and that's exactly what we need to be doing right now.
So
just want to add though, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I mean, I was just thinking of, I mean, if what what you guys are talking about is a sort of incentive program to sort of, you know, help businesses by making them feel like we're trying to support them in whatever way we can, then that seems like a much better ask to the select board than to go and say, we think that this is going to be beneficial. I like the idea much better to say, we actually think that this is a thorn in people's side. It's clearly documented as a thorn in people's side. Here's a time to be pulling the thorns out of people's sides. We don't think we're going to lose very much by it. Let's do this, regardless of whether or not we have any data that demonstrates that it's actually going to be profitable for these businesses in the end. It's more that it's going to help us in terms of our feeling like we're working with each other as opposed to each other. That seems to make much more sense. I like that idea. But I think it should be a package. I think we should do other sorts of things too. I don't think we should just go to the select board and say, we should cancel parking. I think there has to be a sort of this notion that we want to try to make businesses feel like they've been heard. I was struck by the few that we got the BDCC data. They have not heard from very many businesses. There not very many businesses in Brattleboro have taken that survey. So I still feel as if I'm quite uncertain about, and that most of the data that I found that was valuable that coming out of the BDCC was what they had done vis-a-vis the Brookings Institute, that Brookings Institute had gone through and classified businesses of immediate risk, medium-term risk, and long-term risk. And essentially, I mean, everybody is a long-term risk. I mean, so we're all at risk. I mean, because this is going to be the long term. So we should be thinking really innovatively about other sorts of things, because since we're all at risk, how can we all work together to make each other feel better, which might even be just the thing we need in order to survive. Might not actually cost a dime.
Yeah, so I was totally amazed that Brattleboro has almost 1,000 registered businesses. That's amazing. I'm super curious to know, obviously no one can predict the future and no one knows facts on anything, but I'm really curious on what percentage of those businesses we're potentially going to lose in a month from now. You know, is it 25? Is it 5%? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? I was definitely very discouraged by the BDCC information. Also, it seems like there's barely 100 businesses that they're working with in Brattleboro. You know, the work they're doing in Bennington is fine. The work they're doing in Bellows Falls is fine. Around Windham County, my focus is Brattleboro and like what we have here and the potential and the opportunity that we have here. And there's absolutely businesses slipping through the cracks, and that's incredibly frustrating. Because we're better than that. You know, we can do this. We can get through this. You know, if we all work together, we can absolutely get ahead of the game. And if I saw the numbers correctly, they're only working with 100 businesses in Brattleboro. So what are the
It's not working with, that was a self-reported survey. It doesn't indicate who they're working with. It was just a survey.
Yeah, so either way, I feel like the data is lacking royally. So can the town, we have this huge list. We have a list of 1,000 businesses. I'm assuming we have phone numbers and emails, contact information, names. Can Brattleboro do our own data collection? Is something I'm super curious.
I mean, we have that access, and I mean, we have that contact information. I think we could survey them. They might not respond to us as the planning commission, but we could, or the planning department. And
we could survey. It's going to depend, you know, there's cost, there's staff time when we've got other projects that we need to think about. We want to not be redundant, and we need to know what are we using that data for. I mean, I think that there's a lot of information out there. We know who's struggling. We know that we might, why are we going out to survey? What are you trying to get out of it? Because I don't want to survey for survey's sake. I don't disagree. 100 businesses responding to a survey, that's not great. We could have helped push out the information, but I don't want to survey for survey's sake.
But what if that
What is
survey?
it? I think the planning commission's job is really kind of the longer term recovery. And right now I feel like we're still like in the emergency right now. And, I don't think that we're can tweak policy or make suggestions for policy for the longer term recovery, which we might be entering now, but what are we going to do with that data?
You're an optimist. I like that.
I feel like doing some of our own data collection would be hugely important and relevant, and asking businesses in this area, what are your biggest concerns right now? Where are your biggest shortfalls? Like, what is it? Like, how many months of this can you endure before you throw in the towel? The data that I saw on the BDCC, like, it didn't tell me anything that I don't already know. And it also actually told me less information than what I was excited to see, or learn about. I have a lot of questions for businesses, and like simple things like, what is your biggest concern right now? And what can the town do to support you in that? And it's super simple things. Even if we don't act on anything, it's at least we have that information and we can make more educated maneuvers to helping our future if we do things like that. And I don't know what it would take. It would obviously cost some money, but to put a survey out there and email it to all 1,000 businesses and just see what their needs are, see how they're doing, see where, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know exactly what questions to ask. I could come up with them if I know that this is something we're moving forward with. But until I know.
I cannot sit here tonight and say that this is something that the department can do. If we want to give some thought as to what questions would be and how it would be, I'm willing to do that, or have you guys do the legwork. But we do have, this is kind of and I understand it's extraordinary times, but we have the municipal planning grant that's got to get done by mid-July. That's been pushed back. I've got some other projects on the plate. So it's not something that the department can fully take on, but lots of boards and commissions, do work on the side too, and feed that information in. So if that's something that you guys want to start thinking about, I just can't fully staff something like that. I'm fairly sure I can give some more thought to it, and I'm not trying to like totally squash it. If you guys want to kind of put some thought into questions and feed them in, and have another work session to get it done. I mean, the other thing is you can't meet without a warned meeting if you have a quorum, but I'm just being realistic about what the department has on and where it may fit. But I think we need to give some real serious thought as to what are we going to do with that. I just really, I'm not a fan of surveying just to survey.
So I have a question, because I mean, and this is based on complete and utter ignorance. If you're a business owner in Brattleboro and you feel like your voice is not being heard, where do you go?
I mean, you could go to the select board. You could speak to the town manager.
Is that the norm in most towns? Is that what people do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, we don't have an economic development department. Even our planning department is not so much a community development department. So yeah, I mean, you could go speak to any of the town administration.
But they don't, or do they?
I don't know if they do. I've not had those conversations.
Maybe they
with
should be
people,
encouraged to. If people are you know, suffering in silence. They should. I mean, there's a lot of participation at select board meetings, and there's a lot of opportunity for input. But maybe that's one word we need to get out to businesses is let it, you know, if you're having problems, let people know. Let the town know.
I mean, I think the other thing, I know I'm being super negative, but from a town government perspective, like, okay, this is kind of a big month, mid-May, fourth quarter property taxes are due. We don't know the scope of the impact. You know, property taxes could be way down. So is the priority that we want to try to keep people in housing? Because if the landlords aren't paying their property taxes, you know, so do we need a program for that? Or do we need a program for business? Or do we need both programs? But what kind of funding do we even have for it? So I just want to keep that in mind. I know we're focused right now on the businesses, but there are those other impacts that are going to be coming that, you know, we don't know what they are yet.
So as far as some information collection, I've been participating with the state of New Hampshire through work on, they have an advisory committee for how the state's allocated CARES Act fund is going to go to supporting the economic and health survival of the state. So I've collected letters from my community that have been sent to that advisory committee on what to do with the funds. Is there anything similar to that in Vermont that Governor Scott is doing with creating an advisory council or collecting public comment on how those emergency funds are going to end up being spent? And can we piggyback on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that ACCD in the early days were collecting a survey, or they did do a survey. There is some discussion about the state coming up or coordinating a program that would for towns that have unrestricted funds from their revolving loan funds from Vermont Community Development Program. They are looking at kind of creating some sort of program, but we don't have the details on that yet. And that program may have come out of the surveying that ACCD did. But I'm not familiar with an advisory council. I can check.
So I'm just doing a time check. It's coming up on 7:30. We were going to talk a little bit about values and a little bit about zoning, but how are people feeling?
So it feels like we should close on the last topic we've talked about. And then I wonder if for the next topic, if the zoning changes maybe should be talked about next ahead of the values. Because since my understanding from the feedback last time is that the values is something that, you know, will be a longer conversation. So I wonder if that means we should talk about zoning next. I know zoning's third, but maybe it should be second in the agenda. That's just an idea.
It's totally fine with me. I only wanted to keep it on the agenda just because when we're talking about, the idea was when we're talking about zoning, we want to sort of be thinking about the values that we've put, that we've decided as a group are most important.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Would it be okay if like each of us read one of them so that we get back on the same page with what they are, and then we move on to the move along to the conversation?
Before we shift topics, though, I'm wondering how we should close the previous conversation. So we had a lot of ideas generated for how we might help. But I wanted to hear, like, how do you guys want to close that conversation? Was there anything where we want to recommend staff look at something specific? Do we want to vote on any of those ideas? I'd been thinking about, again, because I feel like we're in a, immediate crisis, if there's anything that staff would recommend, like, here's one of the ideas you guys had, and this is something we could easily recommend or really, easily pull off the list and possibly make that actionable. But what do you guys think?
I look forward to some action, especially because of the short-term and the long-term crisis that we're in.
So Josh, how do you want to go? I mean, we have, I have to go back and look at my notes.
I mean, it's not up to me, like this is a group effort. I'm
Right,
definitely discouraged.
I guess I'm asking you, and then other people chiming in. I mean, there is the question of the 1%, and I don't know. I mean, I think some of this stuff is not really our purview, but we can, if there's a sense among the commission that we really want to make a statement about this, we can write a letter, which is not the strongest action that one can take. And then parking, which seemed to me to be the ones that were that had the most immediate action attached to them. If I'm missing one, let me know, because and the cleanup, I mean, I will say, Josh, on the cleanup issue, Bama has been working on a number of different fronts, and one of the newest fronts is trying to put together a corps of volunteers, because there's a lot of people. Bama has gotten a lot of people excited about volunteering, but then there haven't been immediate needs, so there's just a lot of volunteers without anything to do.
Good problem to have.
What?
Good problem to have.
Yeah, exactly. So there's now a volunteer corps, or at least there's the idea of a volunteer corps and the town is funneling jobs that can be done by volunteers to Bama to then send them out to the community so that people can work under the auspices of the town at various jobs, like cleaning things, painting things, doing various other things, all above board and legal, because there's a lot of legalities around doing work like that. So that is, so just so you know, that is happening. And I hope that it'll result in some cleanliness. I don't know, but anyway, so how do we move ahead with this conversation we've had?
I obviously see the ineffectiveness of writing a letter to the select board, but I definitely feel like we should. If everyone is in agreement on these ideas, I feel like I wish we could have a much stronger impact right now. Because people are looking for action right now. Obviously, this is a slow process and the bureaucracy behind it. So I really, really encourage everybody to email Peter Elwell and the entire select board and let them know where you're at with things. That seems like one of the stronger moves to make. I've been doing a lot of that, and I don't know if I'm being listened to, and I definitely need support in that. So I would love to move forward with all of these things, and my biggest thing, like definitely a little bummed with Sue's comments about data collection. I definitely feel like Brattleboro, the town of Brattleboro, we could do our own data collection and just be really prepared for the future if we just knew what businesses want. I still don't know. I know what businesses that I talk to want and need, but I want to know what all 1,000 businesses in Brattleboro want and need, to where they can stay on top of this, to where we don't lose anybody. I would love to have 100% of our businesses be in business in 2021. So what can the town do to assist with that? I don't know. We need that data. The BDCC hasn't supplied it. So what can we do to obtain that. If it seems too big of a project or there's no funds there, I guess I'll live with that answer. So for now, I don't know how you guys want to move forward. I think I want to put it in your hands to say how we do this and see what you are all inspired to do.
Josh, if I can propose something, maybe you can start doing some of the legwork with doing a draft of what you think this survey might look like.
Yep.
And then when you have, the foundation of that fleshed out, then I think I have a sense of what you're saying, but we'll have a better sense and we'll be closer to knowing, like, is this a feasible thing? Will this be constructive? How will people receive it? And then we can really plug in our input and make it potentially a group effort.
Okay, I can easily do that, and it's not even a big survey. I foresee 10 questions, maybe less, and so it's something pretty simple, and I can easily do that for sure.
So I'm happy to I'll have at the end of the week, I'll have a little bit more bandwidth, actually a good deal more. So I'm happy to, I think the commissioners can take this on, in the absence of staff time. It does seem like a valuable thing. I like you, Josh, I find the absence of real information about how these 1,000 businesses are managing, or some anecdotal information about some of them, and not a great deal that gives us a coherent sense. Although I'm gonna toss a wet blanket in, and while I applaud the idealism in keeping all of our businesses afloat to 2021, that is a very, very, very heavy lift right now, because it just seems we've been in tough times before COVID, and now we're in this. So we can keep that as our lodestar, but I think we might not be successful in that.
But if we do, though, at least we can say that we tried.
Right. So is everybody in agreement? I'm happy to, I have once before gotten involved in doing a survey, and I will say it's extremely hard to ask the right kind of questions so that you get the right kind of data, and you don't get different sorts of answers that don't really tell you anything. So if we had at least, I see that Andrew put Google Sheets into the chat box, and that seems like something. But if there's one of you non-staff members who have any kind of training on how to survey, if you would volunteer a few minutes to review whatever the questionnaire is produced, that would be really helpful. Jessica, are you nodding your head?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So let's try to do.
And I think Andrew and I can give some time. I just can't be taking on a survey all, coming out of the department. I want it to come from the Planning Commission. We can, make use of our lists, get it out there, but it's just not something that's, we can handle by ourselves at this time.
If we can put together a survey and get it, we could do it by this week and get it out by the beginning of next week, then depending upon the responses, we might be able to call a special meeting and look at it if it seems as if the responses give us something that we might feel we want to do in between now and June.
I'm struggling with the purview of the Planning Commission and what our role is and what we can really affect. But I guess, first of all, I think that's a really aggressive time frame to try to design a, well-designed survey. And I've been involved with a lot of surveys, and, it's easy to ask the questions on how you get the data back and can analyze it can be really difficult if it's not designed well. And even if it is designed well, it's still time consuming. And I just feel that we should touch base with the select board to see whether this is something would this be helpful for them to hear about this? Because we are stepping out of our normal role, as I understand it.
Well, we can ask for data. That seems to be about the one thing that we're really on safe ground doing, is asking for information is one of the things that we are charged over and over and over again to ask for data and then make recommendations based upon that data.
And we can make recommendations. We can make recommendations on policy and things like that. But what are the things, Sue, that we specifically can change?
Can I just real quickly say something? Sorry, I just don't want to forget. Sorry, the Google Forms will create graphs and analyze the data for you. So just FYI, it does save time. I've used it in projects in school with like 2 weeks, and it's amazing. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that. If you need a tutorial, I can always get on the phone with someone and help them out. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Thank you. Sue.
So what can the Planning Commission actually change? I'm just trying to go through. I mean, you make policy recommendations. So land use regulations, we write the regulations, but ultimately they're passed by the select board. Same with the town plan. But so yeah, I can't really think of something off the top of my head that you have direct
according to the
authority
chart
to change.
Yeah, we don't do anything. We only, I have it right here, you know.
That's not true. You do a lot.
No, I mean, everything we do is we send stuff to the select board. We send stuff, we don't, there's nothing that we actually, I mean, you know, if we do our job well, the select board accepts what we do. But we have to do things within the purview that we have a responsibility for in order for them to agree with what we do. If we go off the rails.
And that's, I think that's why I'm pushing so hard. You know, if we're gonna undertake, if you're gonna make suggestions on parking, we need to understand what are the ramifications, because we want to do a good job so that you have success at the select board.
But that's in, Sue, to argue with you a little bit, that's in normal circumstances. We're not faced with normal circumstances right now. And so I feel that like we need to be thinking outside of our comfort zones and outside of our boxes to be as supportive as possible. You know, so normally like in 2019, yeah, we go to the select board, we make recommendations, they can approve it or deny it or whatever they decide to do. But now we're in different circumstances now. So I feel like it's going to take different tools and mechanisms to make things happen and make things work. And that's what I'm excited to work with everybody, you know, on the planning commission in doing. You know, like obviously we're limited and our hands are tied in some situations and we don't really do anything. We're not really that effective. But what if we can have a little bit of an effect? You know, that's what I'm hoping that we can get out of this.
I hear you. I like big ideas. I just would respectfully disagree that we can't just go in with a big idea. It has to be, you know, because the select board has a responsibility to all taxpayers.
Mm.
So they're going to want to know what are the effects. It's just my recommendation.
So if we were to make a recommendation on, say, free parking, we would need to have data on how that would impact availability of parking. We would need information from downtown businesses on how that would make them feel or how that might impact their business. We would need to reflect some sort of fiscal plan for the positions that are currently furloughed and the care of the municipal parking lot structure. So is that,
I don't know about the furloughed employees, but definitely what are the responsibilities? And
we need to have that data in place before we make a recommendation to the select board.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways. I mean, if you're going to go in with a hard proposal to say free parking, then I think we need to strategize over how, you know, what kind of information you think would be useful. I think the other tactic you could take is put together a letter with, you know, look, we had a long discussion at our planning commission meeting. There's this, this, and this. Are there anything that you're interested in that, you know, you want us to do some research on? That's another tact. It's maybe not as direct because you're asking them to say, hey, where can we be helpful? But it's another possibility.
I think that that might be a lovely, lovely first step because we really have all this energy, we have all these ideas. Writing a letter to the select board that sort of outlines a couple of different ideas where we could spend our time and energy and getting feedback from them on what would be most helpful to help them make a decision and move forward in prioritized order. That would be awesome. What do you guys think?
I like it. I worry about how long that'll take, but I really like it.
I like it too.
Yep, I like that idea as well.
I like that idea as well, but the one thing that I really don't want to let go of is I really don't want to let go of our principal rule. I mean, what we can do as a planning commission and what we're required to do by Vermont statute is plan and is take this crisis in the moment and really try to think in the same way creatively that we've been thinking about the present, about the next 15 to 20 years, because now is the time that we could really be making some structural shifts that would have long-term benefits and prevent us from getting into another situation that we're in right now. I'm all for trying to deal with the immediate crisis, but I also think it's so important to always be thinking ahead, and that is, after all, what planning is about. So I'm happy to do that with the next, week or so. But then I really want to dig into the data and the information and the zoning so that we can really start thinking what Brattleboro 2030 is going to look like.
I think that point's well taken, Felicity. I've been thinking also about, if we do lose businesses, which I think, is likely to happen, and, folks have trouble, say, making their rent and their mortgages. I've been thinking about what does that look like long term. So when you're thinking about a recovery and businesses are reopening, or people are starting new businesses, how does zoning play into that as well?
Right.
Sorry, Josh, I cut you off there.
No, you're totally fine, Kate. I'm curious, Felicity, so that I'm thinking about it from here on out, can you just give me an example? Like, give me one of your ideas, just so I have like a baseline, so I have an idea of like where you're at, where your mind is going.
Well, I'm thinking about, if more people are coming to the state because they've discovered, their bosses have discovered, hey, you can work remotely now 24/7. And it's safer here and you can social distance without even trying. And so all of a sudden people are going to be buying up land and people are going to want to, they want a chunk of Vermont of their own. So they want 5-acre, 10-acre parcels. But they don't want to work them. And we have a lot of people in this state who survive off of livestock and haying and various other sorts of things. So we have to pay attention to the right to farm, that pigs smell, that cows make noises, that hay balers make noises, that if you're going to be driving around on your SUV, then you ought to be paying extra money for the cars, for the roads that are going to get, screwed up. And all that stuff that there are going to be changes now that are going to be happening. And we would like, if people are going to be moving here, we want them to move right into town. We want to be able to expand our town and get more mixed use housing. We want to have nice zoning that creates the notion that somebody can get a house, they can put an accessory dwelling unit on it, they can make rent off of their accessory dwelling unit, they can live on an acre or half an acre. And then they can ride their bike out to the beautiful rural countryside where the cows are. And I think we can incentivize that through zoning and through foresight. So that's what I'm thinking.
Sounds like growth management to me, Felicity.
No, that's perfect. That's an excellent example. And I also, to piggyback off of that, but then also to bring up what Tom was saying before, like this is the first pandemic we've seen, there's going to be another one. So if we can start preparing for the next one, if we can have these systems in place and just be one step ahead next time, that's something else we should also be talking about and discussing and planning for.
Yeah, and to doubly piggyback off that, even if some of these things, like a land use reg zoning change, that makes pandemic less severe here or acute. I think a lot of those things would also have the same effect of just reducing normal sort of illness, sick days amongst the populace of the town. Hate to keep bringing up the doorknob thing, but for example, just maybe a nice side effect of that won't get all the pizzazz of the media attention, but is that maybe just less people will get colds from each other as a result of something like that, and we'll just have a healthier populace as a result of changes like that. And it'll be a slow, incremental thing that's not as sexy as preventing the pandemic, but just an overall raising of general health.
No, it's awesome that you say that, because I was listening to VPR the other day. You may have caught it. Some folks here may have caught it, but they were talking about literally healthy towns and cities, developers creating towns and cities that are actually healthy for you to live in. We're not creating those right now. Like with air filtration systems, with not touching doorknobs, like you're talking about, Tom, like all these little things that we can be doing to make Brattleboro actually a healthy place to live, instead of a scary, germy, potentially hazardous place. I'll see if I can find that VPR and email it around also. I don't even know how to search back in their history and figure it out, but it was actually really, really interesting about development and the future of cities mostly, and how to make residents actually healthy by living there.
Just to give you a heads up, one of those things is less parking, less cars, and I know you guys had a big conversation about it. Obviously, with COVID-19, it changes things, but I wanted to say this earlier: free parking is going to immediately put the cars ahead of pedestrians, just to let you know. There's a great book by a UCLA professor that kind of goes into the whole thing about free parking, but obviously these are different times. But when you talk about healthy cities, for me, the first thing I think of is less cars.
I was concerned about that too, because then we'd really like people cycling and walking to town more, taking the bus to a point and riding in, that kind of stuff.
I want to go back to a couple things on your list, maybe before, that I kind of see as maybe we could move them along kind of fairly quickly, at least provide the information to the select board. I thought the idea of opening up the sidewalks, with liquor licensing, and maybe letting restaurants use town sidewalk, because not everybody is got their private property. On the west side of Main Street, some of it is private property, like where the Works puts out tables and stuff. But on the east side, it's pretty much town sidewalks. So I thought that is kind of interesting, kind of researching the liquor license and figuring out, making a suggestion, or maybe it's the parklets, because when we did see parklets, there were lots of restaurants that would take up spaces. So if there is less car activity downtown, then maybe, for the summer, maybe they could allow some parklets for outdoor dining. I know in New Hampshire, when they're opening up restaurants, it's outdoor first. They're not opening up the indoor. So who knows, when restaurants in Vermont do anything other than takeout, it might look the same, in which case lots of restaurants might want some outside space. So I thought that was interesting. Even exploring, maybe putting some temporary bike lanes in, especially when traffic is low. That might be another thing that you might want to take forward. And of course, the public buildings, we can look into that, Tom, on the, what we want to do about the doors, handles, and that kind of thing.
So can I just say, Kate put a note in the chat that she needs to go at 8. So is there anything that we need to do before Kate drops out?
Yeah, sorry, I have a responsibility for one child out of my 3 this evening, so I have to get her in bed by 8.
It's okay. It's possible that this the whole web meeting might drop off, but I'm hoping it's going to give me a chance to extend it.
Oh, you mean it might expire at 8?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did it to 8 or 8:30, and I'm trying to poke around to see if I can extend the meeting room.
So if it disappears, should we all just wait to get an email from you?
Do you all have access to email? Because I will send you an immediate email.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm also
Yeah.
gonna have to go in just 5 minutes, so.
So can we just say, you know, if can I ask you to do something, Sue? I mean,
Yes.
if we list out the things that we think are there's sort of general consensus around pushing them forward to the select board along the lines that you outlined of sort of we want to make these recommendations, and if you see anything on here you think would be valuable for us to work forward on, we'll work forward on them, and then that's one, the letter for the immediate urgent needs. The second is the question on the survey. Have we decided we don't want to do the survey, or do we want to investigate what a survey might look like?
I think in the letter.
I think I heard you say you did want to do a survey.
Just brought up a good point. Maybe in the letter, before we jump the gun on a survey, maybe in the letter to the select board, we ask them if they see any value in us surveying our list, the town's list of registered Brattleboro business owners. Because I know more than 100 will respond to it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so then based upon the minutes from this meeting, which are obviously better than my notes, drafting a letter, and then how do we, when we've drafted a letter before, we've drafted it, we've sent it around, everybody has signed off on it, and then it's gone to the select board, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to take the lead on drafting the letter? If nobody volunteers, then I have to do it.
I can absolutely help.
Okay, all right. I will.
I cannot write to say. I would
Right.
definitely support you in it for sure.
Sue, so will you send me the list of things, and then I'll draft some kind of language to surround them, and then I'll send it out?
Yes.
You guys, not to the select board. Okay. Cool. We don't have anything we have to vote on then. Do we want to somebody want to move to table the values and zoning to the next month's meeting?
I have a crazy question.
Yeah.
Could we meet before June whatever? June 2nd, June 1st?
We always can, yes.
I feel like
yeah, and just a note about that, the June 1st meeting is going to be about the downtown plan. We need to meet to be able to get it in a place to get it out to the public. So
yeah, I feel like
Felicity and I had talked about that. So if you do want to meet again, we can.
I feel like this conversation is really good, and it's really important to be talking more and to be acting more, and I think meeting more goes along with all of that, because I think the things on our agenda that we didn't get to, I would love to see keep moving.
I'm totally into meeting twice a month, easily. I know that's difficult for a lot of people, but the time for like the next 3 months, if we meet twice a month and we see there's an end in sight, maybe it'll be that much more doable.
Okay, so in 2 weeks' time, can everybody make Monday I'm pulling up my calendar because I can't. Monday, the 18th.
I possibly can. I would need to check with my my husband on childcare, but possibly. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, super. So we'll meet on Monday, May 18th, hoping you can join us, Kate and Kathy, since Kathy's not here.
Would
I
it
can meet
be,
them too.
I wonder if plugging into the equation of our to-dos would be like a subcommittee of, under the quorum? Have people considered that? Would that fit in any way so that we could plug away in between meetings?
Great.
Thank you for saying that, because the thought crossed my mind earlier in the meeting and then I missed the opportunity. I think that's a good idea. You could have 3 people on a subcommittee.
What's the subcommittee pertaining to? Economic development?
I guess the survey could be one of it. Prioritizing the of all the ideas we talked about, the ones that we feel are the most important. Doing research into the land use regs for what we actually tangibly have a effect on. I don't know. 3 ideas.
That's 3 different subcommittees.
Yeah, I think at the next
need more
meeting
commissioners.
we can decide what those are, especially if we've heard back from the select board by then. Will we? Do they have a meeting next week?
They have a meeting this week.
We have a meeting tomorrow night and then 2 weeks later, so no, the night after. We wouldn't hear probably till after the meeting on the 19th.
But we still could have that conversation. I need to leave. We could still have that conversation at the next meeting.
Yeah.
I'll be on a
Bye.
subcommittee. I'm totally willing.
Okay. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting before everybody leaves.
I make that motion.
Is there a second? I'm just
Second
gonna
that.
I'm gonna take a thumbs up vote as to say that everybody agrees with adjournment. All right. We are.
Kate, yes.
Thank you all.
Thank
Stay
you,
safe.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, guys.
Okay, I'm assuming that other committee members that haven't popped their video back on yet are listening. So we will begin to look at S346. And so first we'll hear from Senator Kitchell on the bill and how they came to it, and ask her some questions probably. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. How we came to it, let me tell you, it was quite a process, and much more complicated, and raised a lot of policy questions that we really had to struggle with. This legislation actually was started by a work group, not by a specific committee. We had a special work group that I chaired, and we had Senator Hooker, Senator McNeil, and Senator Pearson and myself. We also had a great deal of assistance from our Joint Fiscal Office staff. So I think most of those employees are on the line, but Stephanie Barrett, Chloe Wexler, Joyce Manchester, Dan Smith, and then Damian Leonard, who was the drafts person. When we first started out, we were looking at the issue that had been raised to many legislators, not in the Senate, but in the House as well. And that was the disparity that was created by the federal $600 a week add-on benefit to UI, which $600 equates to $15 an hour. And the concern was the disparity that and the fiscal disincentive that was created for people who were working versus those who were not. And then that got compounded by the fact that many of those individuals working were in fact carrying out job duties that were placing them at significant health risks. And then there was the third issue, and that is for certain areas of employment, we were experiencing a great need to address the risk and compensation that the jobs presented. So we started out with three fundamental questions: the who, the what, and how. And the who we really struggled with, because there are really two pieces, one of which is what employers would be covered, and then what employees would be covered. We wanted to balance the need for simplicity with equity. We wanted to make sure that it wasn't too complicated. We had to, in the end, consider obviously from the beginning, but what would be the cost. We started out hoping that we could do more in terms of I know, Gil, would you please be quiet? I'm sorry, I have a problem. He's suffering from memory loss, so I've told him to be quiet, but it's picking up, so thank you. So I just wanted to say that throughout this, we were struggling with that old problem of perfection being the enemy of the good, because we wanted to do steps, but steps added complexity. How would we be able to process it? So we ended up debating a lot of different directions before we got to where we are. We also know that there are a number of other funding streams coming in, so we wanted to make sure that we were not duplicating perhaps efforts that were being undertaken in other areas of the workforce. So we have, in essence, a two-part test, and that is the employer who's covered. We worked, Damian looked at the list of essential employers that had been developed by the administration. We didn't want to create something separate from that. We felt that there was a lot of analysis that went into it, and so we worked from that. And then the other second part is the criteria for who's a covered employee. And that gets into very difficult decisions, because for anybody who is not meeting the test of an employee, it often gets translated into their essential work is not valued. And so if you will notice, and when you go through, Damien goes through the bill, you can see that we are saying we are setting forth criteria for eligibility. The minute you start doing that, the minute you start putting in a wage cap, the minute you start putting any parameters, you're then somebody's in and somebody's not. And that gets into, I had sent you an email kind of giving you our thinking about the various questions about why we made the decisions that we did. We wanted to make sure that we were looking at the highest risk, and we defined, because I had emails from someone saying, well, they pump gas on the way to work, so didn't that put them at risk? And so it was an interesting discussion, but if you will notice, we are talking about an employee working for a covered employer whose principal job functions involve in-person service to the public or clients. So that inherent in doing that, I just want to say it's easily interpreted as though if you don't meet that requirement, then your work isn't valued, or that that it isn't important. And that is absolutely not true, but inherent in setting forth criteria. If you don't meet the test, and we also get that question when we set the $25 an hour cap. The 25-hour base pay cap was really to try to get the equilibrium between what would be comparable to that UI benefit. So that's where that kicked in. Now, the other area that we looked at as part of this deliberation, and that was the Agency of Human Services had already negotiated higher wages, higher compensation for staff who work at the designated agencies and our specialized service agencies. So that negotiated group of employees that were also going to be paid for out of this same federal funding was a $7 million package involving 2,700 employees. So we wanted to, we had communication back from the administration around not duplicating compensation packages in multiple ways for the same population. Now, of course, some may not align perfectly, but the other area where we know that negotiations had occurred is with the state employees as well. So we recognize that there are a variety of funding avenues and funding streams. The chair had mentioned some employers who are covered, in fact, are getting the payroll protection benefits. I happen to be on a board of a residential care facility that received $240,000. Now, their revenue stream to pay their employees has not been impacted because they are getting either because they're people who have the income to pay it or because Medicaid is paying. Some employers are able to mitigate the impact if someone, for example, earns $26 and they feel that that person meets the criteria, then some employers have the ability to address that. And we actually try to communicate that in section 12. Just it is to say that within the parameters of this program, there are limitations, but we are encouraging employers to look at mitigating the impact because it was hard. We could not get into that level of complexity. For example, recently the University of Vermont Medical Center said they were giving a week's pay bonus to nurses earning up to $99,000. So different employers are responding in different ways. There was also concern that large employers who are making a lot of money during this time where they had implemented a wage increase might use this as a rationale to take that wage increase away. So we added language to address that concern. We also wanted to recognize that other funding streams were coming down. So there's a section on public transit because wage increases for the drivers there had been funded through another federal stream. We also recognize that many employees work, and you will notice that we did not include employees who work for the state because they can be negotiated through their bargaining method, and to some extent already had been. We did not include political subdivisions, which means counties and towns. And the rationale for that is set forth in section 11, and that is as the appropriations committees, we know that towns are experiencing the costs of the pandemic, and these costs oftentimes are associated with salary needs because these towns have, some towns operate EMS services, they have fire departments, they have police. Other towns do not. So there's a great variation. And our thought was that we would, in the appropriations process with the COVID money, appropriate a certain amount of money that would be available for towns to access for these permissible uses of COVID. Now, let me be clear, the municipalities are very concerned about the impact of the pandemic on town revenues, just like the state. But the COVID CARES money, the 1.25 billion is very clear. The state nor the towns that money cannot be used to simply make up lost revenues. So towns are very concerned about non-payment of property taxes, water, sewer, and so forth. But those are not permissible uses of COVID. On the other hand, of the CARES Act money. So, but on the other hand, compensation for hazardous duty is. So our thought is, because there's such great variation, that we would create, and there would be maybe a variety of needs that municipalities, that we would do an appropriation, and then this would be a permissible use under that funding stream. So even though those employees are not addressed here, our intent is that they would be addressed through a different mechanism, the same as how mental health got addressed, the same as how the public transit drivers are addressed. So we ended up with, and this, I'm sure you have a copy of the summary that outlines in the end who is eligible and what's the benefit. Originally, we were talking about 3 months. In fact, that's what got negotiated with the mental health agencies, 3 months. On the other hand, we were very concerned. We were getting feedback in terms of what that appropriation would look like. So we decided in the end to, because we have so many unknowns ahead of us, to do a 2-month benefit period, starting with March 13th and going through, I think it's May 15th. So it's a 2-month period of time, which pretty much will align with the stay at home, stay safe order. Even as it is, it's $60 million. So we were very cognizant of how much money we wanted to obligate at this point in the process. We also know that we struggled to estimate the universe of potential eligibles. In the end, we believe that we would be providing a benefit to a total of 33,500 essential Vermont workers. Now, 5,600 of those would be in nursing homes and home health. And we would not use the same payment mechanism for that group of eligible employees, simply because the covered employers have a very well-established payment relationship with the Medicaid agency, with DEVA. And so we have language in there that would have the payments to the eligible employees for these covered employers be administered through that payment structure that exists through the Department of Vermont Health Access. On the other hand, for other people, for example, the grocery clerks that have been out there from day one, putting themselves at risk, we also had to figure out a solution for the many direct care providers who are paid through ARIS, a payroll entity. They technically work for the Medicaid beneficiary who needs care. These are usually choices for care. These are choices for care individuals, most of whom are seniors. And so technically they're the employer, but there is no way that we could take an employer-based program that this is and expect that that elderly individual would be able to go through that requirement. So we have a different structure. We're considering ARIS as the employer for the purposes of this program. The other thing that we're very cautious about, and that is the fact that our current state systems are overloaded. We're all getting complaints in terms of the UI delays, the processing. And so we felt that we really needed to look at something that was simple, that could be administered. So Dan Smith, who's our IT person at Joint Fiscal Office, and Joyce Manchester made some calls to figure out how we could do it through what would normally be a payroll entity. We are believing that these payments could be administered that way under contract and not put a greater burden on an existing state infrastructure, particularly the Department of Labor. And that once again balanced out what we needed to do for simplicity and ease of administration. So I think that we've tried to, in the summary material, lay out the parameters. I have to say that determining who is in is probably the most difficult. The more people how expansive you want to make it is obviously will drive the cost or reduce the benefit for the individuals where it's very clear that there is a high risk. The what is for full-time, we ended up with a full benefit of $1,000 a month. So it would be a maximum of $2,000 if you had individual who worked more than 108 hours for the 2-month period. And the how, except for the home health and nursing homes and what we've carved out from the agency would be done through a contracted entity. And that would be how we would approach it. We did have one area that we also addressed that was really a pressure point for care. And that would be the nursing homes and our home health agencies that provide the care to keep people from going into a nursing home. As you may have seen or heard on the news, the state of New Hampshire increased nursing home pay by $300 a week. If we had applied the $25 an hour limit on those home health staff, we would have not been able to, we would not have addressed the more than half of the nursing staff in those situations. So for that reason, and recognizing the nature of the work, the nature of the payment, we treated them similarly as the agency had already done for the DAs and SSA staff, where there is not that $25 an hour limit. So it was a way of addressing the high risk that comes with those communal settings. What is the wage rate reality for licensed nurses? And we realize that that does obviously create some boundaries of of who's subject to the $25 and who is not. But once again, it was a balance in terms of trying to address the most acute situations and setting up the criteria that addressed not only the disparity, but also the elevated risk associated, as well as selected areas of the healthcare workforce that were to a large extent totally funded through state payment mechanisms. So I think that is where we ended up. I know that the committee is going to go through with Damien and other folk the bill section by section. I will say that to set up and design a whole program was a lot. I don't know. It really was quite a challenge. It was rewarding. We want to do something to recognize these employees. We recognize that we have Vermonters who are out there on the front line, who are not necessarily represented by a union, by an association, who are providing essential services and have been there from day one. And so we wanted to look at that workforce, not just within the context of whether those employees or that covered employee had a payment relationship with the state. So that, I think, is the other thing I will just say. This is an employer managed approach, which means that the covered employer has to make a determination as to whether that employee meets the criteria. We are not requiring an employer to participate. It's not an employer mandate. It would be one that the employer, because of the way it's structured, would be an opt-in. We can't imagine what employer wouldn't want to, a covered employer wouldn't want to, but we did not want to add another mandate in this environment. So I think that kind of gives you the bill in a nutshell. As I say, the hardest part and where we got the greatest pressure is who should be covered. And that's where we really struggled. And it's not to say that if you're cooking meals to feed children, that is not an important or that is an essential task. The question really becomes one of, is there significant risk of higher exposure? And are you, as a principal function of your job, interacting with the public and where that risk would be encountered? So with that, we didn't want to duplicate. We wanted to respect what had been put in place. We wanted to make it simple, and we ended up with the bill that is before the committee today. So that is, I think, what I wanted to cover with you, because you're going to get into more detail with Damien and the other staff. The other thing is there was a lot of work to look at that universe of eligibles out of all Vermont employees, because there isn't a lot of data specific. So the joint fiscal staff really worked hard to use all the data sources available to come up with the best estimate for the covered universe, which then determined the appropriation need. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I think we're starting to realize the pressure also. I think our email boxes have been lit up almost as much as they have been with UI issues.
Well, and then for some of us, you overlay the Vermont State College proposed closure, and the last few weeks has just been crushing in terms of communication. That's why I wanted to share with you the deliberations that the work group went through in terms of making the decisions in response to those requests. So people are saying, well, what about EMS? And we know it's split between municipal and then nonprofit, and so the complexities here are the more you get into it, the more you'll see.
Yeah, Did you have any discussions about the sheriff's departments and?
Yep, we do. They're a subdivision, counties are, and therefore they would come under, and those counties consist of all the towns and therefore could be funded under that appropriation that we would make available to municipalities, those subdivisions, for permissible, which these salary adjustments would come under.
Okay.
Where the towns are really suffering though, it's from lost revenues, and you can't use the money from this source to plug those revenue holes.
Yep. Questions for Senator Kitchell? Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I'm wondering if in your deliberations you had conversations with employers that are covered employers under your definition as to which ones of them may have already increased pay for those frontline workers. Did you talk to anybody about them?
We did, and we had a lot of discussion, and that led into the concern that, for example, you've heard on the news, Hannaford's, I think, had given a salary increase. And that was why we did not want to have employee, we put in the language for those that had done it. And that's the other thing, not the amounts that had been done, who did it, was it done at all? If it was done, was it $1? Was it $2? Was it $1.50? We didn't. All we wanted to do was protect those salary adjustments, and that's what we did with the language to say that you couldn't replace what you had already done with the grant. And actually, by only going through May 15th, the reality is that isn't going to happen anyway.
So, I mean, so when you talked to, you had employers that spoke to you about what they had done, or did they speak to your committee about that?
No, we didn't take testimony on it because for us, that wasn't the determining factor.
Okay, because the other part I was wondering about is if any of those employers had indicated a need for personal protection equipment and the expense of that, or finding that and providing that to their employees, if that could be something we could do with the state, with the coronavirus relief fund.
That might be, but that's a different benefit. It would be to the employer to underwrite those costs, as opposed to, this is a payment to the employee. So we did not get into additional employer costs associated with protective equipment or whatever.
Okay.
One knows that we are going to have to, and economic development are going to have to look at segments of our small businesses, for example, because of the impact, but that'll be in a separate package, obviously. So this is, I want to make it clear, this goes directly to the employee, because there was concern, are we going to be subsidizing out-of-state big corporations and, you know, the Walmarts or the Hannafords? And so we had a lot of discussion about it. And that's why we put in the language about not pulling back on the wages. But by the time this gets through, the period of time is going to be finished anyway. So the risk is becomes non-existent. But we didn't want to say, well, you happen to work for this kind of employer, we're not going to, you know, even though you're doing essential work and you're high risk, we didn't differentiate based on that.
Thanks, Senator.
Zach?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator Kitchell. I was reading this and seeing that the governor is reopening the state and relaxing some rules and allowing more people to go back to work. I'm curious if you all had sort of explored projections of how these funds would be applied as the rules became more relaxed. It feels like there's a lot of unknowns in the next month. There
are a lot of unknowns in the next month, and probably for for a number of months to come. That's why we limited it through May 15th. That's when things are opening up. And we reduced it to just that 2-month period from March 13th through May 15th. So that got into concerns about out of the 1.25, which sounds like an awful lot of money, but in fact, you start chunking it out. We want to make sure that there are other investments that and needs that are out there. Broadband, for example, is one that's top of the list. I know our ag committee is working on from that sector of the economy. So concerns were expressed about not obligating too much of the money. There was a desire to recognize the work of these employees, which has been done sort of sector by sector, like in New Hampshire, the nursing homes or law enforcement, et cetera. But this was just saying, we don't want to distinguish. We wanted to make sure if you had a covered employer and elevated risk, it didn't matter. We wanted to recognize that person's contributions and also recognize that they were working when other people were not and maybe even earning more.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Senator. The question that I have that I've gotten from a constituent is why the $25 threshold, among others. I have other questions.
The $25 threshold was established to create some comparability for UI and the $600 a week add-on.
Okay.
You could raise it, but then you're going to have to increase your appropriation, or you're going to have to reduce the benefit to the people that are lower paid employees. And we had a lot of testimony. Actually, one person was saying most of these jobs that we're talking about are really filled by women. So that's the choice you have in terms of the more you want to raise it, you either have to put in more money or you're having to reduce and prorate the benefit across the lower wage employees.
Okay.
So that
Another
was why we did it. But it was
Thank
set
you.
at the comparability with the UI.
Okay. Another point that this particular constituent brought up is that, and the way he summed it up is essential is essential is essential. And licensed nurse practitioners, LNAs, will be eligible in large part for this, but RNs won't.
RNs that are working for nursing homes and for home health do not have the wage cap. Those entities are largely rate setted or dependent on Medicaid reimbursement. So it's true, FQHCs or hospitals, those RNs are going to be subject to, and then of course, as you get into the higher paid, I know that, for example, we have a nurse practitioner or advanced practice nurse for another agency that I'm on the board, and compensation's over $100,000. So there's great variation. And that's why we put in section 11 that employers, if possible, can help mitigate this. And as I said, University of Vermont Medical Center is doing it for nursing staff up to $99,000. So it's it just gets into the extent to which you can keep that simplicity of this program, keep within an appropriation, and knowing that there's great variation depending on where those licensed medical individuals are working.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you talk about UVM and other hospitals of comparable size, the employers would still be able to apply?
No.
Okay.
The hospitals can apply. And what we're saying is that for those employees that meet the test, this program will provide it. But for those that don't, if you want to provide, you want to recognize that group that don't meet the test of this program, then we encourage them to do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Glenn?
Yes, thank you, Senator Kitchell. The way I read this, and you may want to correct me, is that this will be retroactive back to March 13th through May 15th for these. So these employers will be giving or there will be a lump sum or something that goes to these employees after the fact.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct on that. And we realized even as fast as we wanted to be, we weren't going to stand up a program. But what we heard, particularly from nursing home and residential care and that group of providers, was that having a message out there that there would be that there would be compensation was a very important message. So even though people weren't getting it in some cases as part of their wage from an earlier date, like the mental health folk that were covered, they felt it was really what was of value to say to these employees, some recognition is coming to you too. It'll come in a different format, but it will be coming.
Okay, so this is listed as a grant.
Yes.
And it says that taxes will be withheld except for FICA. What about UI and other related state payroll taxes?
No, they're not. It's not. We're not doing it through a wage. If we did, then all those deductions. So it's a grant. It's just the income tax. Yeah.
State and federal.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Senator Kitchell?
I'm not typing.
Senator, thank you very much.
My husband's just rattling dishes. I apologize for that, but.
My fault. It's Damien typing, by the way.
Oh, well, we have a slight problem remembering, so I'm sorry about the noise in the background. So I think the summary document and then the summary of the bill that section by section Damien's doing will probably will stimulate more questions as well. And I don't know, Representative Marcotte, I sent you the email, summary of the responses I had given in regard to certain questions. So that might be something your committee would find helpful as well.
Okay, thank you. There is one more question. Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the in-depth summary, at least on the explanation of the bill. Much appreciated. I think you're right in one of your statements a second ago. I have not had a more controversial bill than perhaps this one, or equally as controversial as the unemployment insurance issues and such and so on, and then with the state college issues. But pertaining to this one, the $60 million, and I'm reading it, I've got the bill up and I'm looking at it. The $60 million is provided by the federal government for the Coronavirus Relief Fund to the Agency of Administration for use in fiscal year 2020, 2021. So, and we're limiting the scope in which employees are going to be eligible, or employers' employees are going to be eligible to receive a benefit. And then you keep alluding to the fact, or you've mentioned a couple times, that there are other programs that may be coming to fund municipalities or the county sheriffs or other maybe higher paid employees. Is there anything in the works that you're aware of, or do you know of other programs that are coming? When I'm giving an explanation to people regarding this bill and who's receiving a benefit and who's not, it would be nice to have the ammunition in our hip pocket to say that there are other programs that could be applied for or that are coming that would cover some of these other agencies or towns and cities.
Well, there are two pieces to that. Some sources we know already. For example, public transit. That is a federal separate funding stream from the CRF. 1.25 billion grant. And so that's why we address those public transit drivers separately. And that is an existing known. We also know that that the agency has negotiated higher salaries for selected workers at the DAs using this same COVID 1.25 billion. We know that some employers have gotten the payroll protection money, and depending on their circumstances could help fund above the $25 for people that are above that threshold. And a lot of the language we put in just to anticipate the possibility that before this gets signed into law, that there might be further action on the part of Congress, but we don't know yet. So we went through excruciating detail around that appropriation to try to envision every contingency of where money might come in that would be designated for this same purpose, and then that would allow this money to be used for something else. So a lot of the language is more anticipatory and contingent language. So a certain amount is known funding streams, and the other is just trying to put on the belts and suspenders around making sure that if there's another source for this group of workers, we use it, and this money would be available and for other things.
Thank you for that explanation. I am also a second question, or a third if there was two in the last, regarding any duplication of efforts. I think that's the other thing that that is giving me some hiccups is you mentioned some employers are compensating their employees monetarily, either by hourly or with some other benefit. I'm not sure the PPP plan that employers are giving a bonus, if you will, or enhanced hourly rates. Like the employer I'm familiar with, they're taking advantage of this to retain their employees instead of laying them off. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't aware that, and they may be eligible to do that. I'm just not sure that was the implication that was going to be used for enhanced benefits.
Once again, that's across the board. Absolutely. For many employers, they're using it to maintain their payroll because they have lost revenues. What I was saying is there are some providers, and I'm on a board of a residential care facility, where their revenues have not been impacted to keep their employees, but they still got the $240,000 in the case that I'm familiar with under that program. So it helped underwrite costs and could be used to fund, a higher compensation, say for anybody above the 25. Once again, there's so much variation in terms of which employers did what, which ones are hit with a significant loss of revenues across that whole stream, that it was impossible to deal with that degree of relationship and build in those rules. So we just know that that it's variable, and we just couldn't begin to figure out a way to address it without turning ourselves inside out, simply because the way the difference in employers, the nature of their revenue stream, what their payroll and wage structure look like. So you're right. It's going to once again be one of those. Well, if they're lucky, they're getting it, or and I'm not, that kind of thing. So we really struggled with it and came down. We had to be simple. We knew that employers were in different places. We knew that the $25, if you moved it to 30, you're going to have somebody at 31. You're going to, so everything came back to how do we make it manageable and fast. And we're talking about at this point 2 months, and it is our best effort to move it forward in a way that could move some money out to people. I would suspect that these grants go out, they'll be spent, they'll go into the Vermont economy. So you're absolutely right. There's great variation. And all we can say is we understand that, but there was no way this program could ever begin to accommodate all those variables.
Zach?
Thank you, Senator. I thought of a couple questions after I finished speaking before, and mostly clarification questions. There's there's a section in here that talks about rewarding people based on number of hours actually worked, and this includes if they contracted COVID-19 and were paid emergency sick leave. So does this mean that if somebody had gotten COVID-19 from basically anybody that had COVID-19 and received sick pay during these 2 months, even if they didn't actually work for the job during this time, that they would be eligible for these benefits?
Yeah, and I think Damien can explain that better. We did have some conversation about that because if someone actually had worked on a grocery line, at a checkout and had to be out of work, they might be eligible for workers' comp, but workers' comp just replaces a portion of the wages. And so this was simply saying, you took your job, put you at risk, you experienced a health impact, and we were not going to reduce your benefit because you had to be out for that reason. That's really the thinking behind it.
And two other quick questions. You had said earlier that this was a direct benefit to the employee, but I believe I was reading that the money does eventually make it to the employee. But can you clarify that the check itself would go to the employer to distribute to the employee?
That was feedback we got from the one payment processor. Said it would be better to take all those individual checks and simply mail them to the employer, who would then distribute them to the employee. But they are made out to the individual employee. And while I do want to say, because we had some discussion about this as well, and that is, while the payment goes to the employee, there was recognition that this was a program that also helped the employer retain staff and recognize the work that they were getting. So it kept their workforce stable. So it was viewed as benefiting both employer and employee. But the payment does go to the employee, although all of them for that employer are mailed in one envelope for the employer to distribute.
Okay, and that thank you for answering that. And it sort of feeds into my next question, which has to do with hiring another payroll service and recognizing that this is, these types of programs are putting strains on our existing system. And yesterday we heard a lot about Maximus, the system the third-party system that's dealing with the Department of Labor, and the responses have not been particularly positive. So I'm hesitant to hire a third party, and so I'm mostly just curious, if we already have a payroll system, why is that not sufficient enough? But also in terms of putting stress on the system, there is a piece about making sure that the employer is required to distribute the checks within 5 or 10 days. That also seems like, how are we going to verify that? And that's also might put some additional stress on our system with that verification. So I guess that's 2 questions, but those are my last questions, I promise.
Okay. Well, short of an audit, we probably won't, but generally somebody's going to complain, and there would be follow-up. In terms of the stress on the system, the employer would have to provide the necessary information, the same as they would if they used a payroll entity to process a payment. They're going to need to have personal information, pretty basic, and they can make the payment. What you're really talking about is another part of the bill where we've got to have staff who can answer the phone, who can go through with an employer who might have a question or whatever. So we did talk about either having the ability to take some staff within all of state government, which in fact they did to some extent with UI, probably could have done more, and also hire some temporary staff. So we recognized that there was a need to provide that kind of support to employers. And so the payroll entity is more just a matter of processing the checks and withholding and doing the necessary tax forms. But there will need to be staff available because the last thing we want to do is replicate the UI experience where people, where you don't have any ability to get a question answered. And that is giving the Secretary of Administration flexibility around that, recognizing to move staff or to sole source, et cetera. So I want to be clear, we are not looking at that payroll entity to be comparable to UI. UI is handling a lot more than just the processing of the payment itself. It's all that upfront and questions that are really creating a huge problem.
Well, and I guess that the initial question was, don't we already have a payroll management system, and why is that not sufficient?
Are you talking about for state employees?
Yeah. Or I mean,
well, let me. I'll just say that we actually had Dan Smith, our IT person, who had also been in touch with our Agency of Digital Services around what's the best way to do this. This is what they came up with. So if you need more information about why this was selected, it was the extent to which this would lend itself to existing systems processing. So you didn't have to do a lot of reprogramming or new programming. And so that was part of the discussion. But I don't want to attempt to get into some of those IT, other than to let you know that Dan Smith spent a lot of time, talked with the folks at the state Agency of Digital Services around what the different options might be.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your work.
Lynn?
Yes, thank you. As an employer, I can assure you that most employers have their own payroll services. They don't even have to be big employers. Bigger employers have huge HR departments, but just about everybody uses the payroll service. This isn't going to be any different than paying your person a bonus. You're going to go and you're going to get the check. It's going to go back out to the employees. The payroll service, you can adjust what kind of deductions you make, and then it goes to the employee, usually direct deposit, and then it'll be done. This is very different from UI. It's really a very efficient system. The state really doesn't sit down and manage everybody's payroll systems. Number two, Maximus, to talk about the UI, my understanding is that we've got people from Green Mountain Power, Vermont Gas Systems. Maximus is the group that handles Medicaid under HP or whatever they're using now. The issue is that these people don't understand UI. They don't work in UI. They do have some knowledge of customer service. It's a very different beast. And there still aren't enough people probably to do the 73,000 people who've applied. As time goes on, that will clear itself up, not because we're going to be wonderfully more efficient, although we probably are, but because more and more people are going to go back to work. And so they won't be on UI. This is intended to help people, either get people off UI or keep them off UI and keep them working and give them a bonus. That's how I see it. It's a retroactive bonus. But employers can handle this just fine. And they're probably going to be very happy to help work that through with their payroll service.
Thank you, Representative Dickinson, because that's sort of what we were hearing. And we tried to keep the information that an employer would have to provide just the basics to process a payment, as you pointed out. So it doesn't have the once again, it doesn't have the complexity of UI. My only point was we knew that we couldn't add this new program on to the Department of Labor at this time. That's all. Not to suggest that it was, in fact, that was why we wanted to make it as simple and as less of a burden as we could on employers. But once again, the employer is going to have to determine the criteria, because you can have a covered employer, but not every employee is going to meet that test of being at risk. So we struggled with that. How do we develop a test? What would it be, et cetera? And we said, oh, in the end, we just said we have to rely on what would be sort of there's a legal term. I always want to call it a reasonable test. So that's how we ended up, and it does. I'm glad you can speak from the perspective of an employer in terms of what would be required of them. So thank you for that.
Okay, Senator, I have a couple more questions. Just want to make sure from the people that are asking questions that they're questions of how the Senate came about this. If there are more questions about pieces that are in the bill that we can get the answers from Ledge Council or others, then we have half an hour left on this meeting, and we have joint fiscal with us. We also have our legal people, and I'm sure Senator Kitchell has other things that she needs to get to also.
Yeah, like putting my dishes away.
Charlie?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I promised to be brief. I'm just thinking about the processing of this, Senator Kitchell, and how a third party, because you're going to have to make that political decision, a third party or somebody else as to do they fit in the criteria. And so it becomes like ACCD and trying to figure out who's an essential employee, can they open, all that kind of stuff, and the sector guidance. I'm just wondering how that can be outsourced outside of an agency or outside of state government. And I'd love to get your feeling and if you had discussions about that.
We did have discussions, and we felt that unlike knowing the nuances and the programming of the UI system, this would be more straightforward guidance, and we thought probably they'd have to hire some temporary. You could take some retired state employees who are used to working in eligibility rules. I'm thinking about some of the old colleagues I had in social welfare, these kinds of reviews, and then you'd have to have ultimately, if you felt you needed to have a legal review to figure out how to do that. So that is part of the administrative work that the Agency of Administration would have to put in. We started struggling and said, wait a minute. That gets us into a level of administrative minutia that we could not begin to address in a piece of legislation. So we're leaving some of those operational concerns, but put in language to give a lot of flexibility around the funding, hiring staff, doing the sole source contracting for that very reason.
And I'm wondering, since the bill passed and the governor started to open the spigot a little bit, there's a requirement for employers and employees to get online and go through a training process that Department of Labor has that was developed by VOSHA and OSHA. And so there are, within that training, they talk about, they have a high, medium, and low on employees and what that means. So we might be able to look at that and actually use the VOSHA determinations to help us. So we can look at that.
Okay. Oh, that might be a good threshold to determine that elevated risk, but then you have to determine that those are your principal job functions.
Right.
So, but it don't reinvent the wheel if there's something out there that perhaps could be transferable.
Yep. Senator, thank you very much for all your time this morning. We really appreciate it, and thank you for your work on this.
Oh, well, I was lucky. We had, it was a lot of work. And you're just beginning to experience it, because you're going to get some of the same pushback that we got in terms of how we set the criteria and so forth. So I wish you well, and I thank you for taking it up. And then our joint fiscal folk and Damien will be able, I'm sure, to fill in a lot more than I can. So thank you very much for your questions. And
thank you. Okay.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, you had, I think you froze up there for a minute.
Oh, you did. I don't know. Maybe I did. Okay. All right. I'm going to go and get ready for my next call, but thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Damien and Rebecca, not sure that we're going to be able to get to looking at the bill. I'd like to bring joint fiscal in first, and we have 30 minutes left on this meeting, so we may have to put this off until next Tuesday to do the walkthrough, if that works for you. I think we have a time from 9 to 11 next Tuesday. I'll have Amy reach out to you then, but I don't believe we'll get through joint fiscal and then be able to do a walkthrough in half an hour. So I'm sorry that we had you on here, but and I hope we didn't take up your time where you could have been spending it in a better way and being more productive than just listening in. But we appreciate it, and we'll touch base with you on Tuesday if that works.
Sounds good. Thanks. I'll keep listening.
Okay.
Thanks.
Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning.
And Joyce, I think, is with you too.
And I believe Chloe as well.
Okay. Is Chloe still on? She was on earlier, but I don't see her now.
She had to go off to Ways and Means for a few minutes, but we can reach her if we need to.
Okay. Very good. So Stephanie, if you could kind of walk us through a little bit, and I think probably the first question that we need to ask is this allowable under the CARES Act?
So the guidance that came out at the beginning of the week it has this statement that says asking them to define hazard pay, and they basically said hazard pay is hazard pay. And so because this is a payment, a benefit associated with the hazard of the elevated risk of COVID-19, we believe it is a allowed use under CRF, under the Corona Relief Fund at this point. We can't speak 100% for the U.S. Department of Treasury, but given that definition and the fact that this is a payment, it's not a wage, it's not subject to the payroll taxes, but is a payment to employees for that hazard of elevated risk. We believe it's an allowed use under the CRF.
Okay. Is there any way that we ever can get 100%? Or even close to that? We're attempting to spend a whole lot of money. And I think there's a worry out there that, a year or two down the road, the federal government can come back and do an audit and say, that wasn't correct and we want that money back.
That is true. Short of sort of submitting the bill and asking Treasury to weigh in on it specifically, and we could try and do that. I'm not sure what sort of time frame of response we would get, but that would be the option, to try and get close to 100%.
Okay. All right. So if you could just kind of walk us through how you came to the determination of where we are in 346 as far as the money goes.
So Chloe Wexler in our office developed a model based on the Department of Labor's employment data, and as closely as she could tied that, pulled the information from the Department of Labor and the identified employers in the bill, and applied what data was available on wage information and part-time, full-time employees as the basis for the estimate that we have, both for the portion of the program that has the $25 hourly cap and the portion of the program that is specific to the nursing homes and home health. We do know that the nursing home health estimate of employees comports with what the Agency of Human Services sees for that number of employees. So we have pretty high degree of confidence in that number of employees. If Chloe was here, I think she would say, it's the best estimates that we can make given the data that we have. I think the wage cutoff information is a little less clear than the total employee counts. And then the other piece is how many would fall into the full benefit versus the partial benefit. I don't know if folks have had a chance to look at that small cost summary sheet that we did, but that's where we made the most conservative estimate for the appropriation in terms of assuming that a lower number of the higher number of people would be getting the full benefit given the range of full-time and part-time information that's available. So we're hoping that we have the best estimate for cost. We do have language in the bill that recognizes that if our cost estimates are off significantly, that second month payment could be prorated if the uptake is significantly higher than what we are estimating based on the data that we have. So we did sort of, belts and suspenders around that appropriation for that reason.
Okay. Lynn?
You're still.
Thank you, Stephanie. About the numbers of hours that constitute part-time and full-time.
It's not full-time or part-time work. It's the full benefit versus the partial benefit.
Right, but it's based on the number of hours worked per month.
Yes.
They're low. The 34 hours is 4 days a month, and the 108 is like 13 and a half days. Oh, that's slightly over.
It's about 25 hours a week. Yeah.
Yeah, it's low. Is that based on the DOL numbers that you get for like the C101 or how did that get determined? Because that's really
so that was a policy choice of the Senate in terms of and I think it ties back to, and maybe Damien can step in here too, but the one of the driving pieces behind this was the UI benefit of $600 a week.
Mm-hmm.
And that $600 a week is not tied in any way to hours
worked. Mm-hmm.
And so instead of saying you only get the $1,000 if you're a 40-hour week, they made a choice within that to lower the full benefit down to something that was a little bit more than half time, but still sort of recognize that that the nature of that is, a cliff right at that 108-hour mark. If you're a little bit above that, if you're at 108 or a little bit above that, if you're just under 108, there's the difference, just like there is with the $25 hourly piece.
Yeah, but that looks like it expands the benefit to a lot of people who only would work very short numbers of days in a month.
They didn't, that was the choice to have the cutoff at the 34 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Jean?
Thank you. I just have Stephanie, I just have a quick technical question because it'll drive me crazy later. On the printout under nursing home and home health on the lower right-hand side, it says 424 therapeutic rehab added. So I just want to know what that is.
Oh, that was, so many nursing homes contract for therapeutic services like the physical therapy and the respiratory therapy. And so those contract employees will be treated as employees for the purposes of this benefit. It's a small number of individuals, but in the nursing homes, they tend to be the same employee, just serving the different clients in that nursing home through a contract arrangement. So that came up, and they addressed that in the language to make it clear that for that particular set of it's a very small number of specialized licensed therapists who are not direct employees of the nursing home or the home health. That's how they cover it, is usually through a contract with those service agencies that have a pool of those types of therapists.
Oh, thanks. A quick follow-up. So then, is there any possibility that these same contract workers would be working for multiple nursing home or home care facilities and they get duplicated, or will you be able to tie them just to one so we're not duplicating?
So they're limited. I don't know if Damien's still listening, but they're limited to 2 checks. And so the question of whether or not
you answered it. Thanks.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
Okay. Charlie, I have you up next. I just want to make sure that people that are in the viewing audience, they can see these documents are on our committee page. So they can go to our committee page and see these documents as well. Charlie.
Thank you. Stephanie, thanks. Just a question about, did you have any evidence that employers are, and I'm asking just from, I don't know how you would know this, but trying to answer the question of trying to retain employees because they're more tempted to go on unemployment and earn more money. And I think that's one of the goals of this bill, is to address the fact that employers are not able to keep employees because there's that incentive to go on unemployment. Do you have any evidence to that effect?
We don't have any evidence. Obviously, there's been some anecdotal, you hear stories, et cetera, but there's nothing that we could analyze to we did have conversations internally initially when we were looking at where the sort of break points were in terms of what you would get under unemployment and how, but we don't have any data of how someone would, and Joyce might want to step in here too, how someone would make the calculation of taking the risk of going on unemployment for a period of time and whether their job would be there after the period of if they were leaving because they had to take care of a family member or because of a fear of getting sick or whatever. We just don't have a data set that we could go to and say that's what we can point to of the the risk of that.
Okay, yeah, because what I was driving at is that I think the real question that we find with the employers and employees right now is those businesses that have been forced to shut down and those employees that are now receiving unemployment benefits and they can't reopen. And those employees don't want to come back to work when they can reopen because they're making more money on unemployment. But these workers that we're talking about now are still employed.
They would have to have worked from that March 13th through the May 15th or March 13th through April 14th and then April 15th through May 15th in order to qualify for this benefit if their principal job was one of these high risk for exposure jobs. That's who we are talking about getting this benefit, is people that are working. But the initial thinking about it was, would the workers in these jobs where they felt they weren't having protection choose to step away from the job because of the attractiveness of the federal enhancement to unemployment?
But the protection wasn't what the senator mentioned. Personal protection equipment. Okay.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, I think families struggle with, if schools are closed, who does the childcare, et cetera. So.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Stephanie or Joyce? Lynn, you're all set? Charlie's good. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you again if we need
Sure.
more information on dollars. Appreciate it. Damien, again, we have 15 minutes. I'm not going to start walking through the bill. I'd prefer to do it in one shot, which makes it easier. But would you take a look at the training that's on the Department of Labor's website for employers and employees, and go through that and see if there's anything you can extrapolate from that as far as identifying what a high risk employee is. Because through the slideshow they do have high risk, medium risk, low risk, and what you need to do in those categories. So maybe that's a way for us to identify those high risk individuals that we're trying to get to. If you could look at that, that would be great.
Yeah, I can do that. The other thing to keep in mind is that OSHA, back when this all started, put out guidance on what a high risk workplace looks like and what a medium risk workplace looks like.
Okay.
So I can also.
So that's probably the same thing then.
Yeah, I think the OSHA guidance is a little bit more detailed. It was not meant to be a training for everyone. It was more of a guidance for safety officers and so forth.
Right.
But what I can do, Tuesday's the next meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll try to put together a summary of what we've got on high risk from VOSHA, and then what the OSHA document provides, and that way the committee can look at that.
Yeah, that'd be good to compare them, and it gives us a better idea of what OSHA, VOSHA are looking at for high risk, so we can understand both employer-wise and employee. That would be great. Does anyone have any questions for Damien before we go off and take a break until our next one?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Damien, I'm just looking at the list. It's interesting how that list was developed, trying to figure out how the list of essential workers was initially defined by the Scott administration, and then how other businesses were allowed to stay open because they were essential to the economy or essential to different functions. So was that a deliberative process through testimony with external sources, or just how was that list developed?
So the list's development started with a Senate working group that was working on the issue, and then continued to develop through testimony in the Senate Appropriations Committee. The development was based on the executive order, the Stay Home, Stay Safe order. And what the group did is they started with the Stay Home, Stay Safe order list, and then they looked at the occupations on that list that required a great deal of contact with the public or in-person service to the public. So in other words, there are essential employers who are essential because they produce something that is essential to national security or something like that. Those employees don't necessarily have to interface with the public, so they're able to set up social distancing at their workplace. They're not like a medical provider who may be dealing with folks who are sick coming in, who may be dealing with bodily fluids, or a grocery store clerk who, the checkout cashiers are, dealing with hundreds of people within 6 feet of them every day. And so what they did is they kind of looked at that list and they ruled out some occupations where you could set up the workspace so that you're socially distanced or safe, or so that you could perform the work remotely or otherwise take measures to protect the employees. And then they looked at the other occupations where you either required sort of in-person service or very close contact with members of the public, or where you were cleaning or sanitizing or handling surfaces that are generally handled by the public and may not be sanitary. And that's the sort of stocking jobs, the cleaning jobs, et cetera. And then that list kind of developed as the Senate Appropriations Committee heard about people who were either left off it or who didn't need to be on it because they were getting funding through a different source.
Okay, thank you.
Jean?
Thank you. Damien, I've got three, I hesitate to say this, Mr. Chair, but I've got three basically quick stops in my district, all of whom stayed open, who are not necessarily essential. And they did have in-store, they had curbside delivery and in-store purchase. Would my local butcher who is down the street, who's open now, who I can go into, or they will deliver to me, or they'll drop it off at the curb, would their employees be covered?
Potentially. So the question there is whether the Secretary of Administration is going to determine that they're a grocery store. The way the executive order reads, it says grocery stores or other stores selling food or beverages, which is how that local butcher, which I should add, I loved when I lived in your district.
Yes.
But so there is leeway here for the Secretary of Administration to determine that they're one of the retailers covered there. And then to make the determination that they're covered. The language was left deliberately a little bit vague and open-ended so that the Secretary could make those calls on folks who may not cleanly fit into a category, rather than having a definition section that goes on for, fully 50% of the bill.
Yeah. Well done, thank you.
Yep.
And they are a great butcher.
Yeah.
Christie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure this is for Damien or not, but since he had a lot to do with the penning, the bill, maybe he can answer it. But I noticed on here that on the list, on the summary, dentist office, funeral homes are on here, and I thought they were closed to the public as well. I know they're dealing with issues, and there may be times when emergency surgeries or whatever. And then the other one, the program licensed by DCF as a residential treatment program. Isn't DCF part of the state?
Yeah, so I'll start with DCF first. So it's a program licensed by DCF, not operated by DCF.
Okay, thank you.
So if it was operated by DCF, they would be excluded under the exclusion for the state. But this is a private residential treatment facility that's licensed by DCF. With respect to the dentist's office and the funeral homes and crematory establishments, for the dentist's office, the understanding there is that for folks who need emergency dental treatment, the dentist and the hygienists and dental therapists have to be in extremely close contact to one of the primary modes of transmission for the virus. So one of the requirements to be an eligible employee is that you've performed in-person services during that month. And so if the dentist's office was going to apply for this, they would say, so these two hygienists have, performed 60 hours this past month of emergency dental procedures with the dentist. And so they're both eligible for a grant. So we're going to ask for that grant to give them a little, thank you from the state for performing that hazardous work. With the funeral homes and crematory establishments, they are handling the recently deceased. And so they may come into contact with the virus through someone who either we know died from the virus, or someone who we don't know died from the virus, but who had it when they passed away. And that's been one of the things that they're starting to try to figure out, is how many people who have passed away had the virus but weren't diagnosed during the time there. So that's the thinking behind the funeral homes and crematory establishments, is that they may handle someone who still has, is recently deceased and still has virus that can be transmitted on that body.
Yeah, thank you for that. I certainly understand it. It's a logic that I can understand that very clearly. It's just not open to the public on a regular basis. And does this make it a gray area for other industries or businesses? Yeah, that was my.
And that's covered by the sort of the reasonably similar risk sort of catch-all for them, where they're not necessarily open to the public. For the dentist's office, they're dealing with clients. And then for the funeral homes, I'm not sure that clients is the appropriate term, but the reasonably similar risk would cover that.
Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Damien, for all your work. I've got a constituent who was pounding the table about whether or not her husband and son would be eligible for this. They deliver gas, propane, and oil. And under the conditions, they perform a job whose principal function is providing in-person service to the public or clients. Would they fall under it?
So I think they are excluded from the list of occupations. So right there, they're not working for a covered employer. This is one of the groups that the Senate committee heard from as well, I believe. And so the goal was to get folks who are dealing with sort of person-to-person interactions.
Okay.
And it may be that the language could be improved there to say that require person-to-person interactions. And I certainly don't want to minimize the service that they're performing.
Right.
But the goal was focused on folks who are having repeated person-to-person interactions with members of the public or with folks who could be infected.
Very good. Well, I look forward to the VOSHA list that you're going to provide us. That'll be very helpful.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, and I think when we start thinking about this, start thinking about it in the levels of risk, of high risk, medium risk, low risk. And I think what we're trying to do right now, and I think what the Senate is trying to do, is hit that high risk population of employees that are out there, that are public facing, that are with the public day in, day out. To me, you're a fuel driver making deliveries. You don't have, your risk isn't as high as, a store clerk that's behind the register, working with customer after customer, or the stock boy that's putting stuff up on the shelves with people around him. So that we need to get into that thought of high, medium, low risk, so we have a better understanding of what those occupations are. Stephanie.
This is actually a question for the chair. I was wondering if next week we could hear from the Secretary of Administration or someone in that staff about this designation of essential employees and the administration of the grant of the program.
Yep, we will walk through the bill, so we can go through that with Damien and Becky and have a better understanding of the language. And we definitely will bring the administration in, and we'll bring in others that we think we need to hear from. So yeah, hearing from people is not off the table.
Thank you.
Bob?
Well, I understand this may be a little early because we haven't seen the list, but I'm curious if personal in-home care people,
PCAs?
yeah, fall within this, the number of groups that are listed here. The only one that I see that comes closest is provider of necessary services to vulnerable and disadvantaged populations.
The answer is yes, they do. So we've covered them through, there are sort of three different avenues that they're potentially covered through. One is home health agencies. Two is the providers of necessities and services to at-risk or disadvantaged populations. And the third is the independent direct support providers are not on the list of covered employers, but if you go down into the definition of eligible employee, they're included because their employer is the recipient of the services, but they're paid through a state fiscal agent because the money comes through the Choices for Care program. So they have a very strange employer relationship. And so we've covered them without requiring each recipient of services to enroll them. Instead, the state's fiscal agent can enroll all of them for grants, and then we'll provide them with the grant checks.
Thank you.
So that's something I can explain in the walkthrough.
Great. Thank you, Damien. Just switching off this subject for a second before we get off. I'd like you to take a look at the UI statutes concerning penalty weeks. And I believe there's the ability for the commissioner to waive the penalty weeks. Is there any criteria that he has to follow to waive those? And also, would there be an ability for the department to provide a $1 UI benefit to those people so that they could, as long as they receive a $1 benefit, that makes them eligible for the $600 payment. So if you could take a look at that and get back to us sometime, that would be great.
Do you want that to also be something I talk to the committee about next Tuesday, or do you just want a separate memo?
If you can put a memo out, and then we'll see what it looks like, and then we'll schedule some time if we need to. If they already have an ability to do something, we'll have discussion with the commissioner. I'm just wondering if there's criteria that he has to use in order to be able to relieve those penalty weeks or not. And then I wonder is there an ability to waive the weeks now and move them back to when we're back in a normal way of things going with UI, that then those people could serve those penalty times at another point.
Okay, so I will do that. It'll probably take me until early next week to get that together. Just there's a number of penalty provisions.
Yeah.
My understanding is they're typically all served at the beginning of the period.
Yeah.
And you have to serve the penalty before you can receive benefits. And I'm not sure there's any way around that, but I will dig deep and see if I can find anything.
Okay, great. That'd be great. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, committee.
And Mr. Chair, just because to that, I read the statute, and I don't pretend to be a lawyer, but I didn't see any guidance at which the commissioner uses to assess penalties beyond if there was a 1 week or there's overpayment and repayment of overpayment, but there's then that is the penalties, the severity of the penalties. I didn't see anything in that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's typically in the commissioner's discretion based on the situation.
What I want to be sure of is that the commissioner either follows the criteria that's there or there's no criteria, that it's totally to his discretion, that he can use that, so that those people can also get the $600 federal payment. But what I don't want is then the Fed coming back and saying you didn't follow your own rules and therefore you have to pay this back.
Right. I will dig deep and see if I can put it into a digestible format, because it's a very complicated. There's a number of different avenues that the penalties can come in. One is the overpayment, if there's a finding that the individual intentionally misrepresented something.
Right.
But there's also penalty weeks for gross misconduct or misconduct dismissal or something like that. So you've got various instances where someone could be serving a penalty. And then with the disaster or the pandemic unemployment assistance versus regular UI, there are slightly different federal requirements for how the penalty is served and whether or not you can waive the penalty. And then I know a number of you have probably heard from folks about how some other states have applied the penalty differently. I know California and Oregon have been mentioned to me. And one thing I would just say right off the bat is they have very different penalty structures. And so that can complicate this too. It's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison with other states. But I'll try to put together a quick summary of what I'm aware of. It may end up not being very quick.
Well,
but I'll put it together for you.
Yeah, if we can get something next week, that'd be great. And normally I don't think that we're really interested in condoning bad behavior, but I think in this situation, and generally what happens with these people when they find out they have to serve penalty weeks, is they go out and find another job because they need money. And in this situation, they can't find another job, and we don't want them out finding another job because we want to stay home, stay safe. So we should be making sure that these people are taken care of at this time. So even though there's only 210 of them, that's 210 Vermonters that are suffering right now that we should be taking care of. So I continue, I think, to continue wanting to look at this and push it as far as we can to see if we can get those people some help too, and not be on the welfare rolls. We certainly, I would prefer somebody getting unemployment than having to go and get food stamps and everything else. I think we're all better off for that. So with that, let's see, I have 3 hands up. Jim, did you have anything else?
Nope, sorry about that.
Hey, Stephanie?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for asking that question, because I think it's important, and the commissioner apparently does have discretion. So if we could just get some rules on that, and he could apply that, perhaps looking at how old that penalty week provision has been for that person, and perhaps there could be some way to work around it. And I do like your idea of perhaps serving the penalty weeks after this crisis is over.
Yeah. Lynn?
Yeah, I just want to ask for clarification, maybe from Damien or someone. The federal $600 money, my understanding was that was going to go for 8 weeks. Has there been an extension or anything that anyone's aware of?
So the federal benefit is available through July 31st. So it's really I forget, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but it's the week ending a few days before July 31st. But that's essentially through the end of July, the federal 600 is available. So folks who are serving penalty week right now are unable to get that. And so that I think is kind of the issue that's come up for some of these folks is they had, at least in the cases I've been looped in on, they may have paid their penalty or paid back the amounts plus interest years ago, but now they're serving their penalty weeks. And like the chair said, it's at a time when they can't find work, and there are no jobs to be had. And now they're unable to get this benefit, so their only other option is to go on the welfare rolls. And I wouldn't pretend to know how that system works, but with the UI system right now, they're stuck, and the penalty weeks apply to both UI and the pandemic unemployment assistance. So typically, if you're not eligible for UI, you could go on pandemic unemployment assistance. But the way that system works is if you have, let's say, 4 penalty weeks, they apply to both. And so you're not eligible for either benefit at this point if you're serving those penalty weeks. And it's going to vary by individual. Some individuals might have just 1 or 2 penalty weeks, but others may have, 8 or 10 or 12, which is a really significant amount of time right now. So, but I'll see what I can find on the flexibility and where there is flexibility and where there isn't, and just what all the requirements are. And I'll try to put it together into something that's fairly digestible, so you can see where there are levers to pull, and where there might be some room for movement from the department.
Okay, thanks, Damien.
Yep.
We'll get a couple more questions. Let's get going quick because we're 12 minutes over now. Charlie?
Real quick, Damien, I think we gave the commissioner the ability to extend the period by which somebody's experience rating wouldn't be affected from 8 weeks to whatever the commissioner deems reasonable. So I think that's in effect, but the question was the 10-week requirement if somebody's out of work for 10 weeks and then they have to do job searches after that. Does the commissioner have the ability to extend that so that does not have to engage in job searches when the unemployment rate is really high?
Yeah, I think the commissioner does have discretion to waive the job search requirement. And right now they've done it even for folks who are not just temporarily unemployed. So folks who have, for example, quit their job or just been laid off with no rehire period. I think we're all aware of some businesses that are casualties at this point and may not be reopening. And so for those folks, normally they would have a job search requirement, and that's been waived. So I believe that the way the statute is worded, the commissioner has continuing discretion to waive that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I do remember that seasonal employers at one point, if they were able to give a rehire date, then the commissioner could waive that. And then I think at one time, I think when Annie was the commissioner, she had changed that to a 10-week period. And then after, if you weren't back to work in 10 weeks, on the 11th week, you had to go out and job search. So I think that discretion is there. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Damien, in your research on the statute with respect to penalties, would you be so kind as include the parameters of PUA so that I can look at them side by side? Because I've had constituents that might fall under this.
So you mean the penalty parameters for PUA
Yeah.
versus UI?
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, committee. So we're back on at 12:30. Have a good lunch. Anthea has already drafted the committee bill. She told me that she had emailed, said that House Transportation is meeting this morning, so she was going to bring it to them, and so if they give the okay, we may vote that out this afternoon. So we'll see. We do that probably right at the beginning, and then then get on to H945 after that. So enjoy your lunch, and Amy, we can go off live.